with a curved adjacent?
You can.
No, you can't.
You can.
Go into any program, AutoCAD or a graphics program, and put a curved surface, curved adjacent, on or into the program, and ask them to give you the angle between the opposite and the adjacent, and they'll tell you you're a fucktard.
I can actually probably do that if you give me a couple of
Go
days.
ahead, do it. Yeah, we want to see it. Of course, it's already been done like 5 fucking times already. That shows you're an idiot. It's impossible.
I mean, I can't produce it right here, right now, but
You can never produce it because it doesn't exist.
you can produce it. And
No,
I
you
can
can't.
explain to you how you can produce
You
it.
can't explain it. You must show a curved adjacent in a fucking triangle, dude.
Okay.
Yep. Good luck. Of course, you'd fail 3rd grade fucking geometry.
Are you interested at all?
Yeah, I'm interested in seeing that curved adjacent with an elevation angle. So post it.
Okay.
Till
I
then,
did. You
shut
removed
the
it.
fuck up. You're done. You didn't post anything. You just drew a fucking curve over my diagram like a moron.
Yeah, and I can explain.
You ain't fucking explaining shit. You're done. Next. Go back to fucking primary school. Go ahead. You guys can move on. He's finished.
I want to hear you keep going, dude.
What's left?
Well, he said he was going to charm you into believing the globe.
Yeah.
Charm me?
Yeah, he said he was going to be really nice and friendly, and that's how he was going to get his globe religion across.
He's a retard. He's just an Elmer Fudd sophist, typical balltard that doesn't know his ass from a pipe wrench. And had failed 3rd grade geometry, by the way. And has no fucking clue of trigonometry. At all. Zero.
I used to think the word retard was very offensive, then I realized that it means to slow things down.
Yeah. It's not an insult, it's an evaluation. There is also a ICD-10 code. It's F72.
I have no idea what that means.
It's a diagnostic code for severe mental retardation.
All right.
Yep. F72. Look it up. ICD-10 F72.
Wow, I see it. Why does it have a code?
It's a diagnostic code
All right.
for reimbursement purposes.
Oh, so they give you money for being that?
That's a medical diagnostic code. No, they don't give you money for being that. It's what you put down when you evaluate them, and then you'll get reimbursed. Essentially. A couple more steps in between there. It's all over. It's over with a simple right triangle. That's it.
But wait, he's going to prove a curved adjacent by being real friendly.
Yeah. He's going to explain it. So, if any of you got AutoCAD or a graphics program, go ahead and do it. I challenge you to do this. Go in there and draw a curved adjacent, right? And then try to get the angle between the opposite and the adjacent, and it'll tell you to go fuck yourself. You're a dumbass cracker, essentially. It's almost like dividing by zero. It's undefined. You can't do it. Simple as that, folks. So the Earth is demonstrably, observably, and navigatably flat. End of story. Goodbye to all the pretender clown numpty dipshits.
Well, the ground looks pretty flat, that's for sure.
We ain't going by looks. We're actually measuring it.
I'd actually like to try that. I've never done that before.
What?
Take some lasers and go across a lake and measure.
Why would you do that? It's already over. Didn't you hear me for the last 10 minutes?
I know, but I'd actually like to do it in person and see it.
Why? They've been doing
cool.
sextant navigation for centuries. You want to beat a dead horse? Go on. That ballers, you got to understand something here, folks. Ballers can't even look at a sextant. They can't even think of it conceptually. It's a paradox with their friggin' ball-tart religion. They have to dismiss it. They have to deny it. And trigonometry and geometry. So A, B, C.
Yeah, QE, I'm kind of with you. I mean, you're kind of like, you live in the Midwest like I do. It's just like, do I need to go to the ocean and take a telescope or a P900 or a P1000 and see as far as I can see to know that, you know, that what you're saying is true? Those aren't proofs. It's more of an intellectual test on your psyche. You can do it, yeah, but I don't need to. That's what I'm saying.
It's already been done for you.
Yeah.
It's like
some of those tests have been done, but at the same time, even though I've seen some of those videos, it doesn't necessarily need to be done for me to know that what they're saying about the globe is complete nonsense.
Or it's all over. You just witnessed it. Bring in the next globe, I'll do the same thing to him.
You know, when you're brought in school and your whole life is based off of, quote, passing to get the grade, you kind of get why some people are like that.
Yep. Well, he was just playing games from the beginning. Everyone knew that. Elmer Fudd sophistry is what I like to characterize it. That's exactly what he was trying to do. He's a numpty dipshit.
Yeah, especially when he got to talk to you, he was just like, "Oh, now I get to play around." I mean, sometimes it happens with me too, or in India, or different people. They like to just like, "Oh, okay, oh no, oh, so and so jumped in. Now I can just pretend that I'm not what I am." It's just weird, man.
Well,
What's wrong with these people?
If we get another Glober, can you toy with them a little bit first before you go in for the kill? It's like paying for a pay-per-view fight, and you get a tap out in the first 30 seconds. Yeah,
it's like he KOs them in the first round, and you're like,
I'm sorry about that, man. It's just the way I'm built.
No, I know you are. Yeah, I mean, it works different ways for different people. It's like, but we do have listeners, and so we have to, like, there might be somebody listening that's brand new to the topic, so we have to kind of like feed the demon,
feed the monkey,
feed the
it's
monkey.
Not QE's fault just because he looks at them wrong and they fall over.
It was pretty good, though. Yeah.
Guillaume won't even honestly try to defend the globe, though. It might last a little longer if you get somebody in who actually tries.
Oh, yeah, that happens, every once in a while. But yeah, sure. But as soon as like QE jumped in, that dude was like, "Oh, QE," then it was freaking over. I mean, it was over at that point. But he
Of course,
he already knew he was here to
A bit
troll.
longer.
It was just
He was
I'll
here
go on mute.
earlier.
I'll go on mute for a bit so you can get some more people in here.
no,
Yeah.
cool. Well, I mean, you don't necessarily run people off. That's not what we're saying. Because a lot of people want to talk to you, but that's cool, man. Yeah, go on mute. What were you gonna say?
I was just going to say he told us earlier when I was talking to him that absence of evidence is evidence of absence, and he told me that was logical.
Well, that's kind of a cyclical thing.
It's only logical to somebody who has no evidence to defend their claims with.
No, I think the phrase is that absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence.
Yeah, but why would he even be taking it to that unless he has no evidence?
Well, because that's the only thing they've got is stupid
Yeah,
phrases
no,
like
crypto. I literally told him and quoted and showed him exactly what you said, and he was like, "No, that's wrong." And then he brought a piece of paper.
I mean, strictly speaking, he's sure, yeah, in a strict sense, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, cool. But, it's your claim, so surely you should be trying to bring that evidence.
It's a concession. He's just trying to defend the absence of evidence that he has for his claim.
Yeah. It's just a time waste. It's just a time waste. Okay, cool, so you're saying that this technicality over here, therefore what? Therefore you now have evidence? No, you still don't have any evidence, so why don't you bring that?
Yeah, try that in the court.
Yeah, what he was trying to do essentially was redefine evidence to be very vague, and all evidence is the same regardless. And so his flimsy evidence of videos from NASA trumps direct evidence from us. That's what he was trying to get to.
Just imagine ever making that kind of an argument if you could just go out and, I don't know, measure some curvature.
Yeah, I mean, bear in mind, that's actually a very good point. It's like, if they had anything better, they would be presenting that instead. But, right? So, if you actually had measurement of Earth curve, would you bother with any of these stupid arguments? Would you be talking about the sky? Would you be talking about any of this shit? No, you would go, here's the Earth curve, the Earth's a globe, see you later. In an indirect sense, they're using these bad arguments is a concession that they don't have better evidence.
Exactly. They would never run away from their core point if they could just prove that point itself.
Hello? Hello?
Yo.
What's good? Where's the stream at?
You're in it. You're live.
Yo.
Bro, you a bugger, bro.
Any thoughts on the Earth?
Yeah, it's ugly as fuck. Just like you.
Ooh, how exciting.
Best Glober argument yet.
Probably top 90%.
So, the Earth is not flat. You guys are retarded.
How'd you come to that conclusion? By watching TV?
Nah, I don't watch TV. Just sciences, bro.
Just
Science?
science, bro. That's what he said.
Yeah.
What science did you use to answer this very simple geometric question?
My size. First one. That's not flat. Damn.
What is wrong with this guy?
I think he's having a stroke.
I don't know. I think he has like sneezing problem.
Yeah, he came in with another friend in the check-in. They did the same thing. So Matty
think he
Land
has-
or whatever.
I think he has
Matterand.
flu.
He's
The
just,
N-word to get thrown.
I'm just gonna mute him now.
Yeah, he's done.
That's probably a good idea.
I think he's got Flurf derangement syndrome.
Yep, that's definitely the one.
Maybe he lost the ability to control what comes out of his mouth.
When he found out the Earth was flat, he just
Or into
lost
his mouth.
it.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Fuck's sake.
Oh my.
I thought he made a compelling argument for the globe, guys. What's wrong?
What, that you're ugly?
Did I disappoint?
Yeah, that was compelling, wasn't it?
Well, it's about as good as the rest of the arguments. Stuff in the
Probably
sky,
better.
therefore Earth globe. Yeah, could be.
Well, it's actually better because it's mildly amusing.
Yeah, true. Original, at least.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, and I often say this, like, if you're going to troll, at least be, original. And that was an original troll, to be fair, so.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like, a lot of them come in acting, but they're really bad at it. That's why I call them bad actors.
Yeah, when they
If you're
can't
gonna
even
if you're
keep
gonna put on an act,
composure
at least be
during the
good
joke.
at it.
So by that criteria, that's the best defense of the globe we've seen all day. That's how bad it is for the globe.
We have Kong in here with no rolls. Check in. I'll talk to you, Kong.
Yeah, there's also a Rain and Kong. If you guys want to jump up to the check-in, or maybe the mods want to talk to you here. Okay, Kong's in the check-in. Rain, you should jump up there too.
It got quiet all of a sudden.
Mic check. Somebody talking?
No one's talking.
Oh, Helio, you there? Helio, you might have stepped away. Check your DMs. The guy in a check-in F Earth 577 is James Richard, the Predator guy from the Free Chan and shit. If you're hearing any of this, just check your DM. Anyway, y'all continue the globe silence. Sorry to interrupt it.
Dude, I was about to take a pee, but I'll check my DMs.
Did you hear what I said?
You said, is anybody talking? That's what I heard.
The guy F Earth 577 is James Richard, the Predator guy. You remember him, right?
Yeah. He was in the YouTube chat, and I told him to jump in here, and I would help him out.
Yeah, he said you were going to hook him up. So,
all right, cool.
He's in BC check-in right now, so maybe wherever you want.
All right, yeah, I'll jump in there. Well, there's a lot of people in there.
Did I get moved back up here?
What?
Who are you?
Oops.
JP is back. Hello. How you doing?
Hey, what does oops mean? Oops.
You don't want to be here?
No, I wanted to be here, yeah, but I thought I got moved back into the VC check-in chat.
No, you're in here with a whole room full of flat earthers. What's your first question for a flat earther?
Yeah, I'll jump into VC check-in. Go ahead, Dave.
I'm totally new, so I'm just more so listening. I don't have any questions as of yet.
It's okay to be totally new. What motivated you to come to the server tonight?
I've been coming here for the last 3 nights now. My friend and I, his name was I'm Not Feeling Good. Everyone was calling him Kitty Cat the other couple nights actually.
Okay.
He invited me here because we both kind of just dived into Flat Earth. Maybe like he's been at it now for about 3 weeks, and I'm about a week in.
So you've been researching for a week. What have you learned so far?
What have I learned? Stuff that I've already kind of thought. Like, I don't believe that the moon landing was real. I'm pretty skeptical of planets. Because I don't have no way to prove what they are.
Okay.
Let me give a disclaimer. I'm kind of retarded, so I apologize if I sound dumb.
There's nothing to be nervous about, man. We're just having a conversation here. We're just here to share information. We're not trying to convince anybody of anything. You know, we try to take sincere people and put them on the right track to thinking for themselves. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we have 3 simple questions we usually ask new people. I think these will help you out a little bit if you want to do them real quick.
Sure.
All I need to do is be honest, and I don't know is the correct answer if you really don't know.
Okay.
You know when, any time in history, from ancient times all the way up till yesterday, that anyone did a direct measurement of Earth's curvature and how they do it?
I have no idea.
Okay. So if you believe that to be true right now, you would have to admit that's just a belief in your mind. You don't know how they did it. Right?
I would agree.
Okay. Second thing, do you know any time in history anybody measured the Earth's rotation, the actual movement of the Earth on its axis? You know, we're allegedly doing like 1,000 miles an hour around the equator. You know anything about that?
No, sir.
Good answer. The last one is the existence of this said spinning ball Earth in the medium known as the vacuum of space. You know, we live in a gas pressure system. Would you agree? We're all breathing, right?
Yep.
Well, as far as we know, to have gas pressure, you must have some form of containment. So do you know how you could have gas pressure without a container?
I mean, if we were open container like that, we could just access space. Wouldn't all of the oxygen get sucked off of the planet?
I wouldn't necessarily say suck, but it's a natural behavior of gas as far as we can experiment and tell to fill the available volume, correct? So if the volume of the infinite space was available to the gas, it would fuck off into it, right?
I would imagine, right?
Okay. So you don't know of any experiment, anything we can do to show gas pressure without a container, right?
Without a container, it doesn't seem possible.
Fair enough. Appreciate your honesty. I'll go ahead and shut up. Let these guys talk to you. Welcome to the server.
Thank you. Nice to meet everyone.
Yo.
Yeah, glad to have you. Thanks for stopping by the check-in as well. Lots of respect.
Thank you.
It feels so lovely to be here tonight. What a beautiful art. Give yourselves a round of applause. You're so lovely. Everyone's so lovely.
Thank you, Eddie Murphy. So you've been looking at this for a week, JP. You got to have one question to top of your mind right now. Just spit it out.
I do have
if you want. Go ahead.
So the flat Earth map, when you look at it, Antarctica surrounds everything, right? What would the outside of the said ice wall be, or is that up for is that speculation?
Total speculation.
Okay.
So give me an answer. Go ahead.
Okay, sure. Yeah, it's just it's uncharted territory for us.
Yeah, it's also we can't verify it, but we do have some unverifiable currently claims from Nazis and stuff like that about more lands, and we have more claims from Admiral Byrd with more lands, but none of that can be verified at the moment.
Is there any video or literature I could read about this?
Well, there's Admiral Byrd. The documentary's on him.
Yeah, and to find this other puzzle piece, essentially look into everything related to Hollow Earth, because the Nazis essentially believed they were going into Hollow Earth, so it falls under that. But we know it's not a sphere, and so
It's total speculation, but there is an article. Somebody help me out. The Iron Republic. Who knows about that? It's an article in the Florida newspaper from like the late 1800s, and it's allegedly this guy documenting finding land beyond Antarctica and the whole settlement there, and blah blah blah. So, I think it's called the Iron Republic. Am I wrong? Anybody know what I'm talking about?
I haven't heard of it.
It came up on Amazon, actually, on the first thing. Story of Utopia Beyond Antarctica.
And the other thing I would say look into is also speculation. There's an ancient map from, help me out somebody, Japan or China, that shows outer rings and outer lands on the map. But, total speculation. Like these people have already told you, we're not allowed to independently explore below the 60th parallel. So we really don't know what's out there.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Chris. I'm actually going to look at this right now.
All we have are clues and possibilities.
It's very interesting, though. And it's interesting why the information is kept from the general public.
Yeah, if you're looking in the live stream voice text, Drace just put that map I was talking about in there.
Okay.
It was allegedly made like 10 centuries ago. So like around the year 900 or 1000, somewhere in there. But,
How long has globe Earth been a theory?
Well, the official story is around in the 1400s, right after the Renaissance is when Copernicus and all these Jesuit guys started getting together and grappling. But if you ask me, my personal opinion, I think they really haven't got the majority of the people thinking they're on a ball until the early 1900s when they took over the school system and started teaching 6-year-olds before they could think. If somebody else wants to answer that, I'll shut up.
I think you pretty well nailed it.
I just want to add to it because it's there were small cult followings of Pythagoras and some select Greek philosophers who believed in the balls, but the vast majority of the human population just did not accept that because they were all religious, and all the religions essentially have a flat base to them.
Seems like the idea probably didn't even have widespread appeal at the time of Newton, since he himself didn't believe his own theories. So I think it's what Dave just said right there, that it took until like the 1900s when they started pumping it into people's heads in the school system.
Yeah, you can even read about Copernicus 16 years after his death and the publication of his theory, so-called. There was only 15 astronomers in all of Europe even talking about it.
Wow.
The rest thought it was retarded.
I mean, it is. There's no way it's a fucking globe. Just doesn't make sense.
Guess that must be why it took them hundreds of years to finally sell it. It is a retarded idea.
So I'm curious, JP, if you don't mind me asking real quick, how did you first hear about flat Earth? And it's natural if your first instinct was all that stupid, because almost everybody in here is going to have the same story. I thought it was stupid when I first looked at it 6 years ago. But then you actually examine the claims that the globe is making, and it becomes, you have that, wait a minute moment. Have you, I know that was a long question, but go ahead.
I don't know how to explain this.
When did you first hear about it? Make it a short question. And what was your first reaction?
The first time I spoke with somebody about flat Earth was maybe 6 months ago. I breed reptiles for a living. That's like what I do. And somebody that I do that with, another breeder, we're talking conspiracy theories, and he hits me with flat Earth, and he's just like, yo, outer space isn't real. I'm like, what? Kind of like killed our conversation. Not. I don't want to say I didn't talk to him for a while, but it was probably like a month we didn't speak to each other. And then I started kind of picking his brain a little bit about it because I was curious, because I never actually looked into it. And he sent me a bunch of articles, a bunch of like graphs and pictures show like proving flat Earth. That's when I sent the other gentleman that's in the channel that got me in this channel. I sent him the information that I was receiving from my other buddy. From there, he went 150% into it. I guess it's been more than a couple weeks, huh? Shit.
Well, that's a good story, man. So, how do you feel about it right now? What, you still think you're on a globe, or you're not sure? Or...
I haven't felt that way. I mean, I felt like I've been lied to about everything for a very long time. Like a very, very long time.
It's a lot to digest. Go ahead, Frog.
No, I was just saying you have been lied to about everything.
Literally everything, and it just seems to get crazier and crazier. But it's like if 2 + 2 = 4, don't try to make it 5. Like that's not how it works.
It's a lot of information to digest. Sorry,
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's not that outer space is fake. That's not the claim. It is the vacuum of space is fake.
Okay.
Hello? Yeah. Because you have a vacuum out there, right? Well, you have gas pressure here on Earth. So how can you have gas pressure without a container? Because the gas pressure here on Earth, if that was a vacuum of space out there, all this gas pressure here would fill that available volume almost immediately due to the second law of thermodynamics and entropy increase. So the actual claim is outer space isn't fake. It's the vacuum of space which is fake that renders all their bullshit claims about outer space fallacious.
Well, I don't remember what it's
Because
called.
there is something up there, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously there's something up there. You look up, you see stars. You don't know where that is per se, but like, I mean, you see it.
Let alone filling the available space, why would the Earth's atmosphere even form in a vacuum?
Yep. It wouldn't.
You know how they've said we went to the moon in like the 50s or 60s or whatever? Isn't there like some radiation belt that
you don't need that.
Can't get past?
No, you don't need that. The Van Halen radiation belts, you don't need Van Halen. You can't drive 55, man. Just stick with that.
I just got what you meant.
You don't need it. I already destroyed it. Why you go? You don't need to go into the Van Halen radiation belts or anything else. Show gas pressure without a container. If they can't do that, then they're fucked. Simple as that. All you're going to do when you bring up all those ancillary topics is get them jiving and weaving, doing the evolutionary two-step, right? You'll be there for hours. Just kill them right off the bat.
It's fair.
It's very simple.
Our favorite learner.
It's a very different learner. A fucking second grader can figure this one out. How do you have gas pressure without a container? That's simple as that. A semi-coherent second grader has got this in the bag. Right? He doesn't need to know the ins and outs of the second law. He just knows it is absolute fact. Right?
Hey, QE, has anybody ever answered that to you specifically by saying a leaf blower?
No.
What? A leaf
Yeah,
blower?
they say you can have pressure by putting the end of the leaf blower on the scale and then letting it rip, and you can see a difference in the weight. That means pressure. And I go, that's
Well,
just
somebody told me a
so
hot air
fucking
balloon was too, and I thought it was hilarious.
that's like so many
I about fell off the.
misassumptions. First of all, you're measuring a weight or a force of something. You're
First
not
of all,
measuring-
how'd you have gas pressure in the first place
Yeah.
for the leaf blower to enact or engage?
That's the bigger.
Yeah.
That's what I was just.
It's like they don't understand it. They think pressure is velocity. That's just like with hydraulics, right? The pump is not what makes the pressure, right? The pump creates the flow. It's the restriction that creates the pressure, right? So it's
And
one
it's
of
the
these
release
things.
as well, right?
Flow with restriction creates pressure, just like with it. Well, not just like, but it's very similar to Ohm's law in that way.
They're just going to ham wave all that by squawking gravity.
Really? Then they'll fall into the next trap. Go ahead, have somebody squawk it. I'll kill it in less than 15 seconds. 20 seconds with interruptions.
I'm waiting. No one seems to even want to try.
Not anymore. They've gotten smart. They'll stay away from that topic.
Well, they might just be afraid of you, Pee-wee.
Well, I want to hear your 20-second spiel. So, gravity, begone.
Well, there was a kid who was making circular arguments about gravity in here for like 2 hours before QE showed up.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was going to ask where he went because I was hoping QE was going to come in and get to him, but I guess he ran off.
Why should I even come in here? You guys know the arguments well. Right?
But you present it so well.
Yeah, right.
You manage to stay on point no matter what anybody seems to say. That's what I like about you.
You don't give him as much of a chance to get away.
Nope. Every question I ask is a gotcha question, and I'm out here to embarrass you. Simple as that.
It's entertaining.
So, JP, you understand that gas pressure argument pretty well, huh? You hear where we're coming from on it?
Yeah, I totally get it. It makes sense.
Second law of thermodynamics. It can never be demonstrated. Got to have a containment for gas pressure. End of story. I was trying to put myself back to the first few weeks when I heard about this subject, so I know it can seem overwhelming. Just try to simplify it, like the 3 questions and gas pressure, stuff like that. Because all these people will come at you with all these different angles with all this bullshit. But it's the globe, they just can't prove it to exist in any scientific way. And like I say, we're not here to convince you. If you have any questions, just feel free to ask.
Understood.
Brownian motion kills gravity, whatever the fuck that is, anyway. Whatever direction they want to go, it doesn't matter. Just say Brownian motion, they're finished. Essentially. Because all their fairy tale gravity claims, they don't even know what gravity is, by the way. Most of them don't even know that there's 2 types. Even the learned one. Right? So all you got to do is put up Brownian motion. Right? Essentially, they think gravity is, one vector, right? Whereas Brownian motion has every conceivable vector. It's over right there. Fucking done.
Yep. I see your friend Extremistus is here, QE. You want to talk to him? Oh, he just went on deafening.
Oh, he's dumber than a bag of hammers. Yeah, always go like I say this all the time. You know, why use 10,000 words when you can use 3 or 4? Right? Just kill it quick. Don't go rambling. You don't need to go rambling on any monologues, right? Because I hear somebody monologuing, I think they're making shit up. Right? So just do it concise as humanly possible. Kill it. Then shut up. And then let them offer the next volley, then kill that. Then shut up real quick. Right?
Yeah, because if you got a point, you can be succinct with it.
Yep. Exactly.
If you're trying to drag someone into the weeds, probably because you don't have a point.
Yep.
So do you guys think?
Yeah, and they use the fact that you want to help them understand it in order to twist the conversation around too. I hate.
Yeah.
Somebody had a question there. Go ahead. Who was it?
Oh, I said, do you guys think the ball Earth is a religion?
Yes. Yes, it's a religion by definition. Belief without evidence.
But how
That's
is flat
definition
Earth
of
not a
religion.
religion and ball Earth is?
Because I can prove flat Earth. It's not a belief.
But you can't prove it.
Oh, yes, I can.
Well, there's globe Earth evidence and flat Earth evidence.
No, there's not globe Earth evidence. There is none. Evidence is proof. They have no evidence.
It's like there's no evidence for evolution, Sasha.
Well, I would disagree with both of those
Oh,
statements.
disagree. Well, good thing we're not into the subjective disagree and agree genres. Maybe you ought to go back to your cake decorating forums or who favorite color is the best. You know, ply your wares there. We're not into agree or disagree. Fuckwittery.
Yeah, what color tastes the best?
If you have synesthesia, that could be possible.
I already proved the flat Earth just a little while ago. Didn't you hear it?
Were you talking about the gas pressure thing?
Well, that does it right there, but I could go into the Sexton argument.
Yeah, I think I heard the Sexton argument the other day. I don't think that proves anything.
Oh yeah, it does prove it. We don't care what you think. We only care about what you can prove and demonstrate. And I already demonstrated. Unless you can show a curved adjacent with an elevation angle, you're fucked. Simple as that, there, friend.
Wait, so is the argument because the Earth is curving, you can't like form a triangle? Or?
No, you can't get an elevation angle. You can't even look at a sextant. You must deny the sextant's existence along with geometry and trigonometry. As being
Why? Why must?
Why? Because you can't get an elevation angle with a curved adjacent for the second fucking time.
Well, yeah, but you could just say you're parallel to the Earth. And
No,
then
you
take
can't
the
just
angle.
say. You have to get an elevation angle. Yeah,
Where's
that's
your-
leaving your body. Define elevation
Have you ever
angle.
seen a triangle with a curved angle?
Sir, you could use the tangent.
Define
to
an
the
elevation
Earth's
angle.
base. The angle that goes up. I don't know.
No, yeah, that's what I figured. You're a fucking retard.
All right, Sasha, you're just goofing.
What I was saying is you could take the.
We don't
base
really
of the
care
Earth
what
as
you
a
have to say after
tangent.
this. You're a fucking moron. So that's where you got. So Juju wants to be unmuted. He personally messaged me.
You answer
Juju
that?
Bean. I don't see any Juju on there. Sorry about that. He might be in another
Right above
forum.
KJ with the diamond.
Yeah, you're muted again, Sasha. You want me to tell you why? Because you just demonstrated you're a retard. That's why. So it's for cause. We don't need to sit here and listen to you jabber on about retarded shit. That's why you're muted. You know, that's why when somebody walks in with a rifle and starts fucking shooting up the damn movie theater, then you get everyone with concealed carries firing back at you. Right? That's the reason why. Fucking clown. Do you understand this simple topic, retard? Oh, retard Sasha 2.0. Hello.
Oh, sure. I didn't know I was unmuted.
Yeah, you're muted again. Shut the fuck up. Do you realize you're muted now? For cause. Because you're an abject moron that you just demonstrated over the past couple minutes? You'd fail fucking third grade geometry. You don't realize it because you haven't thought about it, because as a globetard, you have difficulty putting two coherent thoughts together that are like semi-disconnected into coherent conclusion. You're unable to do that.
Shut up.
Shut up.
What's the parallel?
The parallel?
Curves are not parallels.
No.
Dipshit. He said, take the tangent of the Earth, establish a flat angle parallel to the Earth.
Take the tangent to the Earth. Can you show us the tangent mirror on the sextant, please? If you can't, then we don't want to hear anything from you. We want a picture of the sextant with the tangent mirror.
This guy's been in here for a few times, Q. I think he's just in here to troll you, bro.
He doesn't even know. He doesn't even know what to locate in those mirrors.
There was another guy in here the other day. Fuck, I forgot his name. He was trying to come in here and he was asking for QE personally too.
What? To get his ass handed to him?
Yeah.
They're in an awful big hurry to
Yeah.
get their ass drug around.
Yeah, it was some kid who didn't even know what a horizon was.
Oh,
Yeah,
He learned that while he was here, and then he wanted to talk to QE.
Yeah, his name was Alpha Beta. This kid. Just
Alpha Beta.
saying, if you see his
Oh, no, he said it was Alpha
come in here
Beta.
again.
Yeah, it's more like
Alpha
Epsilon.
Gamma.
I said it's Alpha Beta.
Yeah, Alpha Beta, or I don't know, man. And also, I know he's trying to come after Battle Mod too. He requested for Battle Mod as well. I know he's gonna come in here and start trolling him with some gay comments as well.
Yeah, masochist.
Yeah. Just thought I'd give you guys a heads up, since they came in here asking for your guys' name personally.
I don't really care. I could care fucking less. I don't care who it is. Bring the Baltard, high Baltard of Globalonia. Mr. Scientist, bring him in here. I'll fucking dispatch him in less than 15 seconds. 20 with interruptions. In my fucking sleep. As you just witnessed a couple times here this evening. That easy.
So let's check the list. Is there any other new people in here right now? Don't see any. Do you have any other questions, JP? Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say we have a lot of familiar faces right now. Matthew Lynch is here.
Has he done
I
the
commented on
sexting?
him earlier.
Has he responded to the sexting argument yet? Matthew learned.
Hey, how's it going? I was interested to hear JP's story about how he was, sort of changing his ideas and stuff. So that was interesting. We've talked about the sextant before, but anyway.
You don't have any response for it, do you? Be honest with you.
Honestly,
I
have a thing that makes sense in my mind, but I think it's possible if you do a tangent.
Show the tangent mirror on the sextant.
Oh, any curved.
Show a tangent mirror on the sextant.
Yeah, the sextant doesn't have a tangent mirror.
Then you're fucked.
You think sailors for hundreds of years were pulling out their tangent mirror to measure their angles? Come
Not
on,
even the Statcast has one.
all they did was whip out their sextant and measure across their flat horizon, and they knew where they were going for hundreds of years because they weren't messing with a curved adjacent.
Yeah, they were measuring the the angle of altitude for certain stars compared to the horizon.
You can't measure an angle with a curved adjacent there, friend.
You're back again, Matthew.
You must start with
You can't even fucking look at a sextant. You can't even think of it conceptually as a ball-tard. It's over. It's like Pol Pot fucking going along with, or Stalin going along with soybean futures. Fucking done. End of story.
Why don't you show him your picture of the sun, Matthew? See what Quantum thinks about that.
No, I want to see a picture of the curved adjacent.
My picture of the sun is just the sun sort of halfway set. It's nothing special.
Yeah, that's nothing. You need to show a curved adjacent. In the history of humanity, show how you can obtain an elevation angle with a curved adjacent. We need to see that in live stream voice text.
Yeah, I agree with you that you cannot have a triangle with a curved adjacent.
There you go. Welcome to Flat Earth. Live stream voice text.
Can I make a argument on that?
Well, at least he's on it.
Can you make an
I
argument?
think you could be able to. Yeah, like if he was at the top of the sphere, I think you could make a 90.
You can't.
Within like
You
3
can't.
yards.
Aren't you always at the top of the sphere?
No, there
Yeah,
is no
the whole-
sphere. You can't obtain an elevation angle with a curved baseline. It's impossible.
Just hear me out real quick.
No, we don't need to hear you out.
QE, please.
No. Unless you can show a triangle with more than 180 degrees.
Well, I'm agreeing with you. I just want you to hear me out.
What do I need to hear?
So if you're at the top of the bowling ball, you could have a 90-degree.
You cannot.
Hold on. To like.
You cannot.
To like the end of your foot.
No, you can't. Nope, you cannot.
Like the tip of your toes, right?
This is fucking idiotic, dude.
But once you go out further than that, right? Once you start over the ball, you can no longer have a 90 to the stars.
Oh, Jesus. Thanks. That's where you need the 90, by the way. Who muted him? Take him off mute. You need the 90 at the GP. That's a lot further than your foot. And
I'm
you
just
can't even
agreeing
get it with
with
your foot.
I was just agreeing with you is all.
Yeah. It's over. A lot of people don't like that because they want to hear themselves talk. But it's over right there. Just kill it quick.
The stars is what ruins it, is all I'm saying.
If you have
The
a
stars
90
is what
at a
ruins
GP, how do you determine how far the star is so you can figure out how far
It doesn't
away from the
matter. You
GP
can't get an elevation angle off a curved adjacent.
Yeah. So I'm asking.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You can't even look at a sextant, Matthew learns. That's the point. I can stop. Prosecution rests.
How does it work on a flat plane?
Prosecution rests. Unless you could show a curved adjacent, getting an elevation angle, and you can't do it. It's impossible. You already admitted that. So it's already fucking over at the rate limiting step. Bye. Try again.
Finish him.
Or could you? Well, you could have a tangent if it laid on a curved surface.
A tangent doesn't lay
But
on
the-
a curved surface.
But the surface itself can't be a tangent if it's a sphere. Like you could lay a tangent on the sphere, but the surface itself, if it's a sphere, cannot be a tangent.
Where are you getting the tangent from?
I'm not. That's what I'm saying.
There you go.
I got to be the dumbest of all of us when it comes to like math and science, real science. But it's pretty obvious that the Earth is flat.
I mean, I just think they have some sort of technology where they could actually like establish a flat angle on the Earth. I feel like it's just a really bad argument.
That's the only angles you get on the Earth. It's flat.
Technology has been around for hundreds of years. Where were you for the conversation that was just happening?
We destroyed that technology.
Well, I just feel like it's kind of a silly argument to say, oh, well, the Earth is flat because we can't measure sextants. Like, that just sounds kind of silly to me.
You just showed you don't understand the argument. The sextant has been used for hundreds of years by navigators on the ocean. The only way they could use it is to have a flat 90-degree angle to measure to the stars. What do you not understand?
They have no proof.
But my argument was that they could probably develop some technology to
make the ocean curve,
to get a near perfect estimation of that flat angle.
You don't estimate. You either have an elevation angle or you don't.
Well, you're never going to measure it perfectly, so you could get a pretty close approximation.
Pretty perfect. Yeah, it's pretty good. Yep, you can't measure an angle with a curved adjacent is the point. Put it in a like AutoCAD engineering or in a graphic program. Go ahead and pull up the Earth and then draw a triangle with a curved adjacent on it, right? And then try to get the angle. Ask it for the angle between the opposite side of the right triangle. You need a right triangle. You're dead right there. As soon as I say right triangle, you're finished. But go ahead and try to compute the angle between the opposite and the adjacent, and it'll tell you to go get screwed. It's undefined. You can't even look at a sextant as a baller. You're finished.
I mean, you could use the moon.
You can use the moon. Yeah, that's a really great fucking counter argument.
I mean, I don't think you could beat that argument.
Oh, that's Sasha. Shut the fuck up. Who unmuted that numpty dipshit? Thought it was somebody new. So we can use
You can't get past the Black Swan or the 90.
Yeah, they're attached.
And they work so good together that it's a double hitter.
Yeah, the sextant angle was almost simultaneously birthed with the Black Swan. Both were right at the same time.
It's a double hitter.
Yeah.
Out of the park.
Yep.
So we do have one new guy in here. Do you want to see the Black Swan argument, JP? You know what we're talking about? Are you still there? You must have stepped away. Y'all go ahead.
I've always thought of the black swan as it's like it goes past the dimensions of the spherical Earth. Like you can't see that. If there's a curve in front of you, symmetrically, it should be all around you, not just in front of you.
No, only when you have refraction.
Symmetrically, it'd be the same in every direction.
That's not logic.
Symmetrically.
Who said refraction? I thought I heard refract.
That was fraud. He was just fucking around, I think, weren't you, fraud?
Yeah, because that's the only thing they have to say, dude. It's like,
They don't even have that. They don't even know what refraction is.
nah,
Go
they
and
have
ask
no
what
idea.
refraction is. I double dare you. They don't know it. Ask them what curvature is. Get your popcorn out because they're fucking clueless. They can't even define it. You think I'm kidding? Pull a baller in here. I'll ask him what curvature is. I bet you he doesn't know.
Yeah, there was one in here the other week who was arguing that just because it's not curved, it doesn't logically follow that it's flat.
What a dumbass.
So, yeah. This is how much trouble they're having.
Why would anyone defend a theater, you thespian? The globe is a fucking theater, you moron. Google
You
it.
only see it on the television. You're absolutely correct.
Shakespeare's globe. Look it up. Fucking bad ass hat. Fucking globalist actor.
Well, they just put the James Webb Telescope into space, dude. I'm sorry. Your argument doesn't hold water.
They put it into a space that you don't know about.
Into a bathtub and enlarged it.
You can verify that they put this into space yourself.
You know it.
Hey, I'm curious. Did that one have a rat
Is it
walking on the rocket too?
Is it you that verifies it, or they verify it for you?
It's so crazy. If you actually watch the video, it just looks like CG of them doing it. It's only like 30 seconds. Just so funny.
Hopefully they come back with some better CGI than Voyager.
CGI is about to be off the charts. Like, it's going to look so real.
No, it is. 'Cause like that new like Matrix game. Have you seen that shit? Like, dude, they're going for total realism now. So it's going to get to a point where people aren't going to be able to tell the difference anymore.
Yeah, it's going to get to a point where if you're the one that owns the software, you could literally commit fraud on somebody else.
Yep.
Because you could literally make it look and sound like they did something they didn't do.
Hey, does anybody remember when Facebook decided to experiment with a credit system and a banking system?
Are you talking about crypto?
No, it's not cryptocurrency. It's social credit score. It's like credit based on how influential you are, right?
Like China.
Yeah, it's like China's.
Yeah,
right? But
yeah,
it's just,
yeah. They're
it's
trying
beta
to.
form.
They're trying to implement that in the United States right now. Matter of fact, they already have. They've already done it, but they're making it seem like they're making it look like they haven't.
Well, Facebook owns Oculus.
But
That's why they changed their name to Meta, because Meta is the new operating system that they're going to be running under, and it's going to
They
link
just
it
make
all
it look
together.
like they haven't. They've already done it in the United States, man. They just
Oh, I
make
know.
it look like they haven't.
It just needs to be implemented. See, they can do a thing to where you won't have access to your bank or something like that. I think if you have more than $600 in your bank account, it can be confiscated to pay national debt or something like that.
Or if you say something that contradicts them, they'll just terminate your account.
Yep. Because the money's not real.
It's like the social credit's already there, and they're making people act. They're making people act like it's not there yet, and you need to vote accordingly. It's like, come on, man. We're already China. Matter of fact, all our computer parts are made in China. They're just assembled here.
Dude, you know what's crazy? How do computers work?
Like
fucking crystals.
Well, conduction.
Silicon,
Conduction.
right?
The fastest computer will have the best electric conduction.
Yeah.
Gold, silver.
Elements.
Like the top of the line computer
That's not the best.
will have the most rare metals. The best computer out there will have the rarest metals.
Just hear me out.
precious
Just hear me out.
metals.
Like, they have things called dies for integrated circuits, like microchips and stuff like that. These things are all carvings, carvings on fucking stone.
Well, like their supercomputers, their database, the United States, whatever you want to call it, military, government, their database where their supercomputers are, it's like all gold and silver. It's the best conducting. It's the best thing for computers. People want a super fast computer. All the metals should be made of gold or silver, and you'll have the fastest computer.
Not silver. There's a problem with silver. It tarnishes. It'll oxidize.
Yeah,
gold won't. But iridium is good too, because iridium does
I think that's why gold is so expensive. Not only is it rare, but
Well, I think osmium is the best because it's the strongest diamagnetic thing there is, and it's highly conductive, but it's extremely rare.
right. But isn't it a process to get it rather than digging it up in the ground?
Yeah, it's a very laborious side process for mining. I think platinum group metals.
Right.
And you get like
Whereas opposed to silver and gold, you can just dig up.
You get grains of salt per like kiloton.
Yeah, I could picture like a titanium or a mixture of metals being better than gold, but even then it's hard, man. Gold is crazy, man. If you think about it's not just the rarity, because precious metals are expensive, the more rare they are. Gold's the rarest, so it's the most expensive. You see what I'm saying?
No, gold's not that rare.
Well, maybe not now. Maybe not as modern day.
No,
right?
like even in
all throughout history, it was like gold was the thing to get, and for most countries, it still is.
The problem has always lied in the tellurides, right? Gold's always been locked up with the telluride in the molecular bond, and it's hard to break that bond. Kind of expensive to break that bond. But there's been changes for telluride mining to where it can be profitable. So you could take like regular gravel because it's full of tellurides. Gold is everywhere.
Yeah, I think I watched a science channel called it was either future military or future technology. But they were saying how gold is the greatest material even modern day. Like they might not have been what they might not
I
have
want
been
to
able
Google
to
that
do what
because
they
silver is the best conductor of all.
is the best. Yeah, yeah.
But because it
But
tarnishes, they usually coat it with gold.
right.
He said
The
bronze.
funny part is copper is 90. If you score them from 0 to 100, silver ranks 100, copper at 97, and gold is only at 76. So that's interesting.
Yeah, I agree with exactly what you're saying, but silver's more abundant. It's also more abundant
Well,
than
probably
gold.
copper would be too, but I'm saying because it oxidizes so quickly, they would have to alloy. They'd have to make an alloy out of it, wouldn't they? In order
It's
to
all
get
about
that.
the charge.
Well, I watched this. Like I
It's
was
all
saying,
about-
I watched this science channel where they turned iron into gold.
It's all about the charge.
What is the name of this show? It's an episode. It's one single episode. I don't think it's Future Weapons because that was military. It's a science channel. It was one single episode, and it was about gold. Man. Still to this day, gold is the number one thing every nation wants. Like if I gave you $100 cash and you gave me gold, I'm the one benefiting. Matter of fact, I think it was the same show that said gold and silver is the number one components of modern day computers.
Electrum. Alloy called electrum. It's not actually.
These faster and better computers are because of gold and silver.
Well, no, like back in the day, when they would refine gold, a lot of the time the gold would have a lot of silver in it. And they would notice something with this gold because it has a silver, it would carry a charge. Usually gold doesn't have a charge. That's why it's...
Yeah, gold's the number one best. I thought gold was the best.
That's why it doesn't oxidize as easy.
Yeah, there's
I thought
no
gold
valence
was the
ring.
best conductor.
Yeah, there's no valence rings. Well, actually, silver is a better conductor than gold because it has a charge. It has a valence ring.
Is that like a modern day new discovery? Because it used to be gold.
No, gold is better only because it does not tarnish. So they use that for bonding wires, but it's not.
Yeah, that's the reason why, even though it's more conductive, they don't use it because of the expense of it too.
Right.
Because if you used it for wiring, it would cost you a lot of money. So
yeah, there's a reason why they use
that's why copper ends up being
silver out of the treasury to make wires for the cyclotron and not gold.
Yeah, it was a show where like if you was 2010 through 2008 computer, your business was computers, right? If your computers at that year had the gold and silver that they do in 2019, 20, and 21, your computers would have been better just off of that. That's how this show broke this gold and silver down when it come to computers and how much, not only in computers, but like cell phones, your smartwatch or whatever.
See, the problem with gold, when you get to
the smaller The smaller the microchip, the better the gold and silver.
Well, the smaller micron you get, there's a problem with gold. You have to actually spin it up with silver to make electrum so that it's conductive and it doesn't cause ion leakage.
Gold also melts at a lower temperature.
Yeah, but electrum don't.
Well,
It's different.
What do you mean by ion leakage? Like a battery or something?
No, ion leakage just because the conductors on the traces on the die are so close that there'll be crosstalk. There'll be signal leakage. Like heat stacking is also a problem.
Right. And silver's better with that than gold, huh?
No. The alloy electrum is better at it because it conducts. It allows the conduction of it instead of the buildup on the surface. Because gold does not have a charge, silver does. Right? Silver has an valence ring. That's why
I think I see what
it's
you're
superior
saying.
conductor.
Right.
The only other superior conductor besides silver would be copper because it has an valence ring, but silver has an extra electron in the valence ring.
So, let me just see if I'm getting this right. Are you saying that, like, lifelong you're better with silver? Short term you're better with gold?
Silver tarnishes, so you make an alloy of gold and silver.
Right.
I can't remember what percentages.
I think I see what
think
you're
it's 12% silver. Right.
We gold plate stuff like in electronics and like audio terminals and whatnot for anti-corrosive, longevity for that terminal, so it doesn't develop shmoo on there, which is oxidative shit.
And see, they even have like a gold nickel alloy, right? And they've been using that for pins like way back in the day. A lot of these like pogo pins, they're made out of this nickel alloyed with gold that's gold plated.
But oxidation, isn't gold far less than silver?
Yes,
Like
gold
far
does not
less?
oxidize. Gold does not corrode.
It doesn't oxidize.
It doesn't at all, right?
No, or unless you hit it with the aqua
You
regia.
can't. Yeah, only aqua regia can fix the equilibrium.
So short term.
You need that two-step. If you don't have that two-step, you can't oxidize it.
Well, see, what the
alchemical speak right here. The modern
what the
alchemical.
nitric does, right? What the
But
nitric does, it attacks it, but it doesn't solvate it. So what happens when the nitric hits it? It'll take with it. It consumes the nitric while doing so. It takes the nitric and the nitric attacks it, and it brings with it a chlorine from the hydrochloric acid, and that liberates it and locks it up into a separate thing, and it keeps the equilibrium going forward, and it doesn't allow it to go backwards.
Yeah, that's why. So kind of what you guys are saying is why I always thought gold was better, because of all these things that we're talking about, gold is better in the long duration.
Well,
than
platinum.
Silver will give you, or even platinum, it'll give you a quick, but it won't last as long. Like it won't.
What are you guys making out of it?
The electric current through it
wires?
Reduces its.
Yeah, he's talking about like plating for dies.
Duration. Durability.
You know how we have to get smaller and smaller chip dies, smaller micron, and there's a problem. Like there's a problem that we're reaching right now that we can't. Our lithography cannot get things small enough to where it can allow a proper flow of current without a leakage. It'll have a crosstalk, and then like the chip's ruined. It just zaps it instead. It kills it.
Yeah, and when it comes to that type of
not to mention thermal breakdown
consequence, gold's the best.
The heat stack.
Durability wise, I should say.
You talk about silicon chips, so like.
Okay. Well, yeah, I was sitting there just basically saying what's crazy is, computers, cell phones, it's all run off crystals.
Yeah, but it's so
silicon
thin
chip is a
line.
crystal. But the silicon chip is a wafer of a crystal.
But it's so thin lined, you know what I'm saying? It's
Dude, I
like
thought all metal was like a
if you
salt.
got a component made of silver and you got a component made of gold, it's not like a fucking gold nugget sitting there in your computer. You know, you can go and get $5,000 for. It's so finely. It's so finely made. Yeah, you got to get it.
It's idol worship. You ask it questions and it tells you things. It's an oracle.
I'm lost. I don't know what you guys.
Yeah, like if you just melted, if you just melted a computer for its metal, you're probably going to lose more metal than you would have gained without melting it. You see what I'm trying to say? Like it's so fine.
Why are you melting your computer?
Well, my whole argument is, you know, gold and silver within computers. Gold is the best, but it's also the rarest.
There isn't that
so they
much
can't
in
use
there.
it like they want to.
It's not why it costs that much.
Hey, I'm wondering if Ori Colcum is the answer.
Well, the science show that I was watching, they turned iron into gold. Like right now, according to this show I watched, they have the ability to turn iron into gold.
I think you're
The only problem is the cost it takes to do it is more than the gold you get.
Are you sure it wasn't mercury
It was
or lead?
I know it was the Science Channel. I just can't remember the name of the show.
Mercury to do.
It was the Science Channel.
You can do both.
I just can't remember the name of the show. So I would imagine if you typed in to Google Science Channel Iron to Gold, you'll find the episode where they literally show you the process, how they do it, but it's not worth it. They spend way more money in the process than the amount of gold they get. It was on the Science Channel. I know that. I just can't remember
They want you to think this way.
the name of the Iron to Gold. Science Channel, Iron to Gold. You'll see it.
Yeah, that's
It's like a 45-minute fucking show.
that's like dealing with other things. Yeah,
They use the fusion.
it's not exactly alchemy.
No, it's hot fusion. That's why it costs.
Well, I don't even know. Even after watching it, I
Do you even
can't sit here and
understand the allegory of turning lead to gold?
Iron.
Are you talking to me?
Iron to gold, not lead.
Well, I think you may have a clue, Cyrus.
I think I may.
After all, you come from the land that invented it.
I know, right? So careful.
If you don't have a clue, Cyrus, something's wrong.
I think I do. Has something. I'm not sure. Jacob's ladder, climbing. I don't know. Rhyme. I'm not sure what's going on. Something like that.
Lead is fairly dull, dumb, worthless, right?
I'll type it in. Let me type it in.
Wax luster, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's
I don't
almost
know, I
like
think a fisherman would argue with.
What's up?
It's almost like those that are the profane, you know, these globies.
The lead
these
heads.
atheists. Yes, they're lead heads. They're lead betters. Leroy Leadbetter. Gold.
Could have been led into gold. Could have been led into gold, but I
Either
thought it was
lead or
iron.
Because it's right next to gold on the table.
Only if the profane gets the stone of the philosopher and understands truth can he transcend from profanity to gold, from lead to gold.
It could have
That's
been
all
led
a
to
metaphor
gold.
for a state of mind, isn't it?
I just thought it was iron.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find it right now. It's like a 45-minute show, man. They even put you inside the factory and fucking crazy, dude. Maybe it was lead to gold.
No, what you were talking about was iron to gold. I was talking about alchemy. I saw what you're.
I just wanted to show you guys that so you didn't think I was full of shit. I'm trying to find it.
Sasha, why are you? Sasha, I'm gonna unmute you, bro. Hey, are you just trying to get banned? That's why you're like posting Bible stuff in the live stream.
Oh no, he's trying to make his claim that bronze is superior.
They were asking me to post the thing.
Goodness, man. What are you on about?
Well, he was asking me, so I just posted it because he wanted me to.
He thinks bronze is superior to gold.
Bronze bushings? Yeah, they're great for bushing.
Somebody thinks silver is, but I still think gold is the superior metal.
Gold,
silver
is corruptible.
Silver is
Right.
masculine, gold is feminine.
I think metal is no longer a store of value, and that's
Honestly,
just
bro,
metal started losing their value.
I have a little hobby machine shop, and I don't want gold or silver. Silver solder is okay. I'll take some of that. Gold, I'll trade it in for steel and aluminum. I'll be honest.
Hey, I have been known for buying gold at the scrapyard.
Dude, I'll trade your steel.
The weirdest part about this is aluminum's fourth, right?
What's up?
I said the weirdest part about this is that on the top list, the top 10 of metals and how conductive they are, aluminum's number 4.
Yeah, it's pretty conductive, man.
Yeah, that's why a lot of
Most people don't even think it conducts electricity.
a lot of trailer homes caught fire because of the aluminum wiring inside, so it was banned. Like all of the overhead wires for the transmission going to your house is aluminum until it gets to the weatherhead, then it's crimped on with copper.
Well, just about any metal will conduct electricity. It's just some metals conduct it better.
I'm gonna use some old ass terminology. I mean, old, like 300 years old or so, or 400 maybe. It must be capable of reflection. If you can make a mirror out of it, it can conduct electricity. That's it. So if you can buff it out,
If you can make a mirror out of it, yep.
it'll conduct. So if it's capable of reflection, it'll conduct.
It'll conduct, yep.
Except
It's
for
almost like-
distilled water.
Matter of fact, it's almost like conduction is.
Bro,
Yeah, you have to add metal to the water in order to make it.
Distilled conducts. Trust me.
Distilled
I've done it.
deionized?
What he's saying?
There's no ions for it to
Everything
conduct.
conducts electricity at some high level.
It depends on the dielectric breakdown. It's all about voltage and distance. Air conducts. Everything conducts. What's the
Everything conducts.
What's the gap? Pretty much it. With enough voltage, I'll jump any fucking gap. Doesn't go ahead, just like Tesla style, right? Give me big ass
with the
fucking capacitors and generators and
The
whatever you want.
resistance that it
Obliterate it.
has, the resistance that it has is astronomical.
It's not. You just make the gap quite thin, and you can split.
Oh no, that's wood. I'm sorry.
Yeah, if you got
you can
just like
split water,
lightning,
electrolysis,
like-
and
just
all
like-
that. It's fine.
just like lightning. If you got the right conduction, you can chop a tree in half. I mean, and set it on fire at the same time.
That's kilovolt breakdown. Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't the
Dielectric
ocean
breakdown.
dielectric water?
Huh?
It's
Isn't the water
the energy.
dielectric, or is it?
It's
No.
full of sodium, so it's quite conductive.
It's all energy. It's just some energy works faster.
Oh, I know.
Right?
That's what it is. Water resists magnetism, but it doesn't electricity. That's what it is. I can't forget it.
Water. It depends
Yeah.
on how much dissolved solids or ions are in suspension.
Absolutely true. Right.
Like you don't have to use salt water. You
Parts
can
per
use
million will change it.
sodium hydroxide, which is a base, or you can use like a little bit of vinegar and some water, and that will change because you're adding electrophiles to it.
So, what
You're
is the deal
protonating
with
the
water? What is the deal with water when it
It's
comes
a
to
universal
electricity?
solvent.
It seems if you have a little bit of water, the electricity will go right through it with no problem.
Well, water is pretty cool.
But if you have a lot of water, it won't.
Water expands when it freezes instead of shrinking. Like stuff thermally, like, will shrink as it cools. When water cools, it rearranges the molecules in such a way where it actually grows, which is interesting.
Yeah, the only reason I ask it, because it seems like, if you had a pool full of water, just a swimming pool, regular backyard swimming pool, lightning hits it, whoever's in it is going to have a real bad day. Might be their last day, right?
I'm not sure about that. Depends on how wet they were and and the amount of electricity involved in it, I guess. But I know that sometimes people are wet, they get struck by lightning, it actually saves their lives rather than killing them.
Yeah, but if it was like a half the size or a quarter
because
of the size,
it keeps the electricity from actually entering their body, you know what I'm saying, and traveling down your blood vessels, because the iron in your blood will attract it.
So my point is, like, if a swimming pool got zapped by lightning when you was in it, you would probably feel it, like, pretty good, right?
It depends if the pool.
But if you was in a hot tub smaller than a pool, you're probably gonna die.
It depends on if it's a ground.
See what I'm getting at? Like, has anybody ever?
Yeah, that's the reason why everything.
Has anybody ever done the
grounded, pretty much, right?
Like, if you think about it, water might be better than gold. Just we can't control it when it's in water. You can't send it a certain direction. But it might be better than water or gold if you could, because water will. You don't want to be in water when lightning hits.
Au contraire, my friend, you want to be water.
You want to be water instead of the.
Well, you could be an electric eel.
Be water, my friend.
Trying to sleep, bro.
What if you're an electric eel?
Wes.
Do you know how those work, Sasha?
Not 2 in the morning.
That sounds pretty interesting.
But when an electric eel electrocutes something, does it kill everything in the water around it, or does it only kill something that's
Come
close
home
to it?
at 2 in the morning, and that's okay.
Yeah, I think the stuff that it touches, I think.
But not me, huh?
Skin is like a.
It has to ground to the fish's the surface of their skin, I believe. But I'm not really positive.
3 in the morning. 3 in the morning.
It's got like cells on its body, and like the bigger the differential you're touching, the more voltage you have. It's like an array. It's just like a battery. So it's got like an array of cells, like in a row, right? In order. So the bigger the differential, like from right to left that you're holding, you have more cells from right to left in series. So this is going to give you a higher voltage. It's interesting. So
come on,
right, and your body is made up of how much water?
It's 10 o'clock. You need to be quiet.
Yo, if you ain't got water, you ain't got life. Straight up.
I was gonna say
if you ain't got money, you ain't got a wife.
You should write a song.
You ain't got a wife because of money, then you got the wrong kind of wife.
3 in the morning's just fine.
The bar is leaving speechless. They say that lightning only hits once, but I spoke before, now I'm speaking.
I was thinking about you saying something about not having money and then not having a wife. And I was like, you having the wrong wife if you don't have all because you don't have any money because the role is reversal as well.
Or you could be like me and marry a wife that's actually got more money than you.
Playa.
You know it.
Because what's important is after this life, money doesn't matter.
I'm kidding, of course.
You can't take it with you.
What do you guys believe is after this life?
The rest of eternity.
Exactly.
How do you answer the question?
What do I think is after? I think it's some
you
sort
brought
of...
it up, so you must have an opinion.
Yeah, I think it's reincarnation. I think after you die, you get reincarnated.
Could be, but then what's the point of having us on Earth?
Yeah, the point that we're on Earth is because God wanted to experience subjectivity, so he divided himself into multiple isolated consciousness, and then that's the reason why everything exists, because the holy boredom.
What?
I don't think God was omniscient enough to know these experiences.
Yeah, that makes a great movie and all, but come on.
Well, it makes sense to me.
Fair enough. I think God's wise enough to know the experiences without having split himself up into billions and billions of people. Or do you include animals into it as well?
Yeah, I include all consciousness into it.
So creation is the creator.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Does that make sense, really?
Okay. What was God before?
I mean, we are the universe experiencing itself. We're part of the universe, yet we're still conscious.
There's no do-overs in life, bro. You get one life.
Okay,
I disagree. I disagree. I think it's infinite lives, eternal recursion.
What was your past life?
I have no idea, but
Exactly. So shut the fuck up.
Okay,
So who's in charge of wiping your memory?
You know what your future life is? You don't know your future.
We're arguing about the afterlife now. That's great.
We have
I wasn't
3 lives.
arguing. I was just making comments.
One in the womb, one here on Earth, and then one in the afterlife. Each one lasting longer than the next.
Yeah, I think
You either going to heaven or you either going to hell, bro. Plain simple.
No. Heaven and hell are metaphors, okay? So
No, you can deny that all you want.
no,
That might be a little off
You can lie to yourself all you want.
Sir.
No
Heaven and hell
religion
do
in the
not
live
exist.
stream.
They're social constructs. So when you're reincarnated, if you go to hell, it's because
Listen,
you're a
guy,
bad
if you want to talk about religious topics, you need to go to the biblical area. We're not covering that in the live stream.
Okay.
This lobby's for science and science only.
Did you hear that shit, Sasha? You there?
Yeah, I heard that.
I know you're trying to get banned, bro. I saved you like twice.
Well, I just think it's an interesting topic, and it's late at night, and it's a Monday, so.
It's Religion Monday, bro. I feel you.
I apologize, bad mod. I got triggered.
Yeah, I mean, I do like your guys' perspectives. I think it's interesting, even though I disagree on a lot of things.
How about those Niners?
Grab me a snack. I'll be back.
What did you say, Rookie?
I said, how about those 49ers?
Oh, I love them.
And them Chiefs, it might go. I'm from Missouri and I live in California, so that'd be a perfect Super Bowl for me. Even though I probably won't watch it. Did anybody watch that thing that somebody posted earlier about the Flat Earth kids stuff? It was like Muppets and stuff and songs. Anybody catch that?
What?
Did you see in the live stream voice text earlier? I don't remember what time it was, but somebody posted a video that some of us flat earthers had made for showing children about flat earth facts. And it had like Muppets and stuff in it. It's pretty cool. I think if somebody else has saw it or knows about it or has the link, they can relink it, but I don't know how far back it was. Sorry about that. It was pretty funny though. I liked it. It was really pretty well done.
One of the best introductions to Flat Earth that I've seen was an InfoWars thing. This 10-minute InfoWars video, and it was freaking like, it was really good. Surprised me.
What was it about Antarctica? A good portion of it?
Yeah, part of it was Antarctica. Part of it was how, like, you know, the difference between geocentrism and heliocentrism was like basically a philosophical one.
Yeah, I know the video you're talking about. I've actually handed out thousands of flyers linking people to that exact video on van.video, just because I think it's a really quick way to wake people up to that particular truth.
Absolutely. I've linked a few people to it myself.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay.
I suppose the ironic thing about that is the people that mostly think of that guy as crazy for saying that will simultaneously themselves, you know, swish around with fluoride mouthwash, use fluoride toothpaste, all that stuff. I got xylitol and charcoal in my toothpaste.
Is my sound working, or is it just totally quiet in here?
Oh no, it was just very quiet in here. Hi,
I can
Truth
hear you.
Ralph.
What's up, guys?
What is it you wanted to say?
Just what's happening?
Something tells me there's a little more. I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
I didn't come in barreling in with a purpose, with anything particular to say. No,
All right, my bad.
doesn't mean I don't have things to say.
Right.
Say.
Well, go ahead and say them, girl. Get it,
Stimulate me.
Stimulate you?
What were you just talking about? I don't know.
Like I don't understand why you guys don't think the Earth is a sphere. Like
I don't
it's
understand why anybody thinks it would be. If you got anything, like if the base axiom is that we all see it and experience it as flat and level, someone's gonna claim it's other than that. Like you present something.
So you're disagreeing?
I always thought you could walk. I always thought you could walk in one direction and come back around to where you started from.
So, well, what would that prove? Like, if it were a sphere, you could do that. If it were flat and round, you could still do that. So, if everything is based relative to north, what's that going to prove?
Perhaps you could do it in multiple directions, which could contradict the flat Earth model.
Oh, she's going off the.
Like, perhaps you could do it around the equator, longitude and latitude.
How are you going to navigate relative?
You can't do longitude.
Do you have a separate compass that points towards the equator?
Yeah, you can't do longitude and latitude without triangulation. Did you know that? Like, did you know that you cannot do longitude and latitude without triangulation? Did you know that?
No, I don't think
Like,
that's...
you have to have triangulation.
Why?
That's the only way they navigated the Earth.
I'm pretty sure for there to be longitude and latitude, there just needs to be poles.
No, triangulation. For a certain...
Well, there definitely doesn't need to be poles, plural, because there is longitude and latitude, and there's only one pole, as it were.
From what I understand, longitude and latitude is just something that they use to grid things out, right? To make grids. That it's not. It's just conceptual. It's not even a.
Exactly.
All you have is north. You have north because all compasses point north, and you have east and west directions relative to north.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like on a flat Earth, the west and east directions would be kind of bent almost like towards the North Pole.
I don't even know what you mean by that. Maybe
Well,
someone else
because
knows what you mean.
They're just directions relevant or in reference to north.
like if you're on the equator, it would be perfectly west and perfectly east on the globe, but if you're on the equator on a flat Earth, it would be warping because east and west would be curving since it
It's a circle. It's just a circle.
Yeah, it's a circle, but it curves, like it warps as you go further away from the North Pole.
Well, you're not going further away from the North Pole when you're at the equator. You're still the same distance away from it going in a circle. The going west is just keeping north to your right, and vice versa.
Oh.
It's all relative to north.
Hmm.
And it's a circle on a sphere too, because there's no straight lines on a sphere. Every line would be curved. So it's a circle any way you want to slice it, but the Earth measures flat, so that's that.
Measures flat.
Yeah. You haven't heard this before?
Well, I was curious if it measured flat or if it just disproved the radius.
No evidence of curvature. Disproving the radius disproves the whole ball model anyway, because they would need that figure to do any of the things that they're claiming to do, like to get orbital mechanics or the distance to the moon or the other celestial bodies or any of that. So it's all out the window even if they want to concede their radius.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
Is the
evidence of curvature anyway, so why would you go on making that assumption? All the evidence just points towards flat.
wherever the equator would be located, is that like the midway point of the seasons, like the midway point of the
the equinox.
tropics?
Right, yeah, halfway between the tropics.
Okay, I gotcha.
And the sun is above the equator on the equinoxes.
So in flat Earth model, does the sun rotate above the equator? Is that how that works?
On the equinoxes.
What's the equator?
Circulating between the tropics, right, throughout the year.
How did you derive an equator?
That's just where the sun is on the equinox. That's how. That's all.
You said equator, so how did you derive one?
Yeah, from where the sun is on the equinox.
Yeah, can you define equinox?
Yeah, is it like a parallel? Is it like a triangulation, like a flat baseline? Is that where you start from?
Equinox would be March 21st and September 21st. That's where the sun is.
Oh, so it's based on revolution, or the sun revolving around the Earth?
Yeah, well, that's where the sun appears to be at that time of year, right?
So no matter where the sun is, at no matter what time of year, do you gain that knowledge with triangulation, like a flat baseline? Do you acquire that mathematics with a flat baseline? Or like QE and everybody says, do you acquire that with a curved adjacent?
That's a good question.
Well, that's why they ask it.
I don't think it acquires it with a curved adjacent. They know it. Everybody knows.
Well, if you're going to say the Earth is curved,
no, I wouldn't.
So you're kind of
don't you require a curved adjacent? Like no matter where you're standing. Like if somebody's antipodal to you, and where they're standing on Earth, their feet's upside down to yours, like your feet are touching each other, the bottoms of your feet. You're saying the proof of that is what?
Yeah, I was never claiming any proof of that.
But you did earlier, like you said, it rotates around the equinox, which was
What are you talking about? I'm talking about the sun revolving above us.
I'm just saying that there's no proof of that.
Well, you see the sun moving around in the sky, right?
Do you have proof
the sun throughout the year? Well, I have proof of it in days, so the sun is moving.
Do you have proof that people in Australia are standing antipodal to you?
What are you talking about? I'm not defending the globe. I'm saying that the sun moves around.
But when you use words like equator and equinox, like
those are latitude lines. You can draw lines on a flat equidistant map. Anybody can do that. It's just a reference to where the sun is at a given time during the year.
Yeah, but it's like you're giving credence to what they're saying.
Yeah, true. I guess equator is sort of a spherical term, but it's still just a line on a map to describe a position, right? And well, we still have latitude anyway.
Well, the only time you've ever seen a sphere.
Okay, yeah, you don't need to tell me. I'm with you. The only time we've seen it is on TV. We experience a flat stationary plane. I get it.
Central Banker, let me ask you this. Did you celebrate New Year's?
No.
So you don't celebrate New Year's because it's a global holiday?
I would kind of consider New Year's for me to be maybe December 26th, when the sun starts circulating back from Capricorn, because I'm in the north, so that's when it all begins.
Yeah, it just feels like the ethos of New Year's is just like globe central, because it's about rotating around the sun, you know?
But it's all relative, man. We can no more prove that we're rotating around the sun than the sun is rotating around us. Yeah, first I would say substantiate axial rotation, or else I'm just going to go with what my eyes say, which is that the sun's moving. But to substantiate axial rotation, you're going to have to get me R. So that's a whole lot of requirements that just haven't been met. And I don't think they're going to be. They would have been by now.
Substantiate axial rotation through...
Yeah, but start with R first. Because to even have axial rotation, you got to get R. To have a ball, you got to have R. So let's do that.
Sir, you can observe rotation without having the radius.
Well, axial rotation, you're going to need the ball. But,
well, what's the difference between axial rotation?
So you've measured rotation of the Earth?
I've observed it.
Okay, how'd you do that? You just pointed and declared?
Well, I don't know if I want to get
and you just declared that it was the opposite? So
I don't know if it would
if I smacked you right now, would you say that you walked into my hand?
Wait, did you just say you flat smacked me?
No, if I smacked you, would you say that you walked into my hand?
No.
Yeah, well, that's kind of what you're doing, because it's the sky that observably moves around, and you're saying that it's exactly the opposite thing occurring.
Well, don't you think it goes against Occam's razor to say the sky is moving rather than the Earth is spinning?
Occam's razor. So the simplest explanation is that the Earth is spinning?
We actually lack the frame of reference to tell what's moving.
In other words, you disregard what you personally see of the Earth and the life that you live, like how, you know.
Since we're inside the reference frame, we lack the reference frame to say which is moving, the stars or us.
But you disregard that for something you can't verify.
Yeah, exactly.
And you hold to the thing that you can't verify. That's what scares me.
Well, when the best proof of rotation is pendulum parlor tricks, I'm just going to say that they got nothing.
It's really scary.
And all this time.
To me, it's scary, though, that people would do that.
Well, sir, if you're a flat earther, you realize your objective should be to disprove the flat earth. You know what I mean? It should be to disprove it.
Yeah, as a flat earther, your purpose is to...
Yeah,
as a flat earther, your purpose is to disprove the flat earth. And that's the thing, though. That's another one of the things. Like, globe earthers don't do that. They just look for the things that cling to those beliefs, as opposed to, like, I agree with what you're saying, but the opposing team doesn't do that. They don't use an open mind, right? They just use a closed mind. Like, the world is what I've been taught it is, and that's what it is. Fuck you.
Well, the framework for evidence for
that's
either
what it is.
side would be, measuring the supposed curvature or flatness relative to some sort of straight standard. Has the globe done that? As far as I can tell, no. But the flatties have done laser tests, long distance and
No, no,
infrared. So it looks like they've at
no.
least tried to pull out.
Stop saying no while he's talking, dude. Go ahead and finish, Lemon.
Just really quickly, at least the flatties have tried to measure the supposed flatness against some sort of straight standard. The globers haven't. So let's see what we can find flat around.
But there are other ways to prove curvature rather than direct measurement.
Which means there's ways to prove curvature.
Well, I can explain it to you if you would like. So, imagine if you were standing on the North versus the South Pole. You should technically be facing two opposite directions if you look up on the globe. So
You sound like a complete idiot,
That's an
bro.
assertion. Listen, this is an assertion, not a proof. It's not a physical.
How is that not a proof? Like,
your proof presupposes thing you're trying to prove
to
just
yourself. Hold on, guys. You said this is a way you can prove to yourself. Just imagine. Imagination and asserted words, not backed by experimentation or direct measurement, can be thrown out with it without the same.
Well, it's a thought experiment.
That's why he just like completely.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Yeah, but you understand that
it's just a story. It's not a proof.
You're replacing direct measurements with thoughts.
Oh my god!
You're not hearing what Helios said. Say it again.
If you were to do this experiment, what do you think your results would be? Do you think you'd see?
It's not an experiment. First off,
if we were to sit here and mentally masturbate with you, what would the results be?
It is an experiment because
it's not an experiment.
You're manipulating where you stand on the Earth.
What's the control variable?
Earth.
I have no idea, man. Keep going. Keep going.
It's not an experiment, guy.
Well, it's an observation.
Let them know, man.
No, it's just what you said. It's a thought experiment.
Well,
Pseudoscience.
I like your thinking, dude, but if we're on a flat surface, which is probably what we're on, they would just be both looking up. So I can give you another thought experiment. We could try to see if there's a ball or something flat. We could have 6 locations, 3 that are antipodal to the other 3 on the supposed ball, assuming it's a ball. Have these 6 locations, shoot a laser straight up, and have a plane that's high enough in the sky, let's say 50, 100 miles, and see if they can see all the streamers, the laser streamers from these 6 locations. If you see all 6 of them pointing straight up, we're on a flat plane. If you only see 3 of them and the other 3 are hidden by the supposed ball Earth or whatever, perhaps you have a ball. How about that for a thought experiment?
Yeah, I think that's a great.
Sasha, 2.0, the fact that your sentence starts off with "let's imagine," that's the problem.
Yeah, it means that your proof is imaginary.
No, it means it's
it does.
It's an idea for.
Let's not imagine that we got fucking horns on our heads and call ourselves unicorns and fought out fucking shitty fucking color rainbows.
Let's try to see if we can get an experiment where we control the variables, see what happens, make a hypothesis and some sort of a prediction if you want to go with like a more scientific experiment. But a thought experiment is, I guess, the first step. But as far as we can tell, when we do laser tests, long distance imaging and infrared, it's flat.
Yeah, but
they've been peddling this globe dogma for 500 years now. I mean, they should have done the first step by now.
It takes a long time to put down the dogma and take up reality.
As we can see.
You're only gonna
500 years is a long time. People are going to need time to adjust.
I'll give them that.
But when you look at the horizon, it looks flat. And I feel no movement underneath my feet. Once I did a double take, I went from believing the globe to believing something flat and
motionless. Sasha, we entertained your thought. We just don't accept it as a proof. So What's your point with that text?
Well, you guys didn't even accept it because you guys didn't even entertain it because I said imagine at the beginning, so you don't listen.
No, we listened to what you were saying, and we've heard it 1,000 times. We have entertained this thought. We do not accept it as a proof. One at a time, please. We've entertained this premise from 1,000 Globers. We just don't accept it.
So, Sasha, why don't you just go get some direct measurements of Earth curvature instead of talking about your imagination?
Yeah, and try to remember you're coming
Perhaps you should
into a
get some
7-8-year-old argument, and you're probably the 100,000 to 200,000 person we've talked to. You'll bring nothing new.
Okay. Well, central banker, perhaps you should get some direct measurement of flatness.
They're all over this blood.
We have one or two. He said we do laser experiments, right? How come nobody posted the PDF?
He's seen them all 1,000 times. He's been in here for weeks. He's seen the Black Swan. He literally said that he would handwrite it. He didn't even have an argument. He just said...
I was referencing the laser survey.
Okay.
By Field Corps of Engineers.
He's seen all this stuff. We've shown him over and over.
Have you seen the PDF for the laser survey?
Not the PDF, but
It was just linked in the chat at 12:54 after the hour by 9,000. FE core experiment description, final version PDF.
wait, the assumption is there is a flat Earth?
So I would like to point something out, FE Core. No, there's no assumption. We're testing the GSW84 model, which is an ellipsoid model, and we're looking for the curvature that it predicts. But FE stands for Field Engineer Core, not Flat Earth Core.
Well, I'm looking at this PDF right now, and it says making assumptions, and the first assumption is there's a flat Earth.
That's the Flight Dynamics Manual.
I can't stand people who read one sentence and then want to comment it. Can you take it all in?
He's not talking about your PDF. Someone posted the Flight Dynamics Manual, and that's what he's talking about.
Right. And for the flights dynamics, you consider that you're flying over a flat local plane. Yes, that's how you reference the plane under which you navigate.
But we were also talking about the PDF from Field Engineer Core, which is a laser test over Lake Balaton. They shot a laser over 25 miles, flat, basically. That's what we're talking about.
Well, there is no assumption, guys. There's no assumption.
I guess
trajectory.
What piece of evidence would you guys need to see to be proved it's a globe?
Oh my God! Are you just going to ignore? Hold on. Are you just going to? He asked for a measurement, a direct measurement. Now you're just going to ignore it and move on to the next dumb question?
Well, it's like in like a 50-page PDF, dude.
And
there's no assumptions of the.
Well, I'm not going to read a whole 50-page PDF right now.
We're past the assumptions, guy.
No, there's no assumptions of the mathematic
We're past that.
trajectory.
We already know that.
A page a minute, you'd be done.
He's talking about a different article.
Well, then you would know. Well, then you would know that it's a flat Earth if you're past that. It literally tells you.
James, you're
there's
talking
no
about Ahmad,
assumptions.
dude. Listen.
No, I'm talking about NASA.gov that literally tells you there's no assumptions of the trajectory, meaning it's a flat, motionless plane that the object trajects off of. There's
Well,
no
I'll tell you what,
assumption
bro.
of the
If you
trajectory.
get a chance to read that PDF, you can come in here and me and you can go to a private live and talk about it.
Yeah, I'm just talking about NASA.gov, man.
Well, have you guys read the whole PDF?
There's no
I have.
assumption
I have,
of the
yes.
trajectory.
But can you keep up with the conversation, bro?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Well, we're not talking about flight paths over Earth or trajectory. We're not
You was talking
the
about
NASA.
trajectory.
We
Not
posted
flight
the
paths, but
laser
he was talking
experiment.
about
He opened a different article and thought it was the laser experiment. We got past that 5 minutes ago. That's what I was talking about when I said we're past that. He realized
no
he was
lasers.
reading the wrong article.
I could have been off subject. I apologize. All I know is there is no trajectory other than a flat line.
What my question was
All trajectories.
Sasha's question.
Whether it's a jet off of an Air Force or an aircraft carrier or a nuclear missile, all trajectories are based off a non-rotating stationary Earth. They don't traject any movement of the Earth in order to hit their target.
So your question about the standard evidence, is that what you're talking about? What would it take?
Yeah, I was trying to. I didn't want to
James,
go off
I'm asking
topic.
Sasha. I'm asking Sasha. You ask her question.
My question was, what would be the one thing what would be the evidence that would contradict the flat Earth model that would make you guys become Globers?
Evidence that meets a scientific qualifier. That which is testable, repeatable, observable.
So it would have to be repeatable by you?
There was real life evidence.
This is the scientific standard. This is the scientific
right.
standard.
Well, like, we could say NASA, but obviously that's not repeatable, right?
He said repeatable. And no, they're not.
What is the standard for scientific evidence? That which is testable, observable, and repeatable.
Repeatable.
Well, I was just like clarifying what you mean by repeatable. Like repeatable by the average person.
You get the same results repeated by anyone. You get the same results over and over and over again. Do you not know the scientific method?
No, I know it, but like, say you went to space, obviously
So
the
if
average
you knew
person can't repeat that.
Bro, if you knew the standard for scientific evidence, then why are you asking? That's where I'm lost.
Yeah.
One doesn't prove the other. It doesn't logically follow that you already know the answer, but you still ask the question.
No, I understand your answer. I was just clarifying what you meant by repeatable.
You don't have to be a scientist to do scientific experimentation. All you have to do, science isn't a person in a white coat. It's a method.
Yeah, it's almost like you do one experiment and you were so close to being right on what would happen, so you did it again and again, and you finally was right. But systematic experimentation is what's required for science.
Yeah,
You don't do
just over and over.
Yeah, you
sure it's not a one-off.
you don't do one experiment and you're like, oh, this aligns with what I was thinking. No, you do like hundreds of experiments, and then you're like, oh shit, I have no idea what I was thinking.
Well, I would make the argument that there have been hundreds of experiments, yet you guys don't believe it.
But not to the Earth though. Not to the Earth. Like when it comes to its physical form, because you would literally, like QE says, you would literally have to have a tangent line. You would have to stretch a line across the Earth in order to get a circumference.
What experiments would you be talking about, Sasha?
Right, if you're specific, instead of making blanket comments, we can cover them.
Well, maybe not experiments as much as observations.
Okay, which ones?
Observation is the first part of an experiment.
Well,
yeah, but it doesn't make up the entirety of the whole. It's just one part.
It's just good to let him know that, in case he didn't know it.
Yeah, there's a 24/7 International Space Station live stream.
Oh my god! Listen, can you repeat that? Can you verify that? Can we actually verify that is where they say it is?
No, but it's. I mean,
So then that's not a scientific evidence, then, right?
Yeah.
well, it's an observation. Well, you can repeat it. It's just
Not an observation.
You
Sasha,
can
that-
do whatever you want, but it doesn't meet this quality standard for scientific evidence.
There's video of Godzilla, Sasha. Is that an observation of Godzilla?
Well, it's repeatable. It's just very expensive to repeat.
It's kind of like what you're saying, though. Helio.
Listen, by that logic, Bigfoot's real. We got photos and film of him.
Helio. Correct me if I'm wrong on what you're trying to tell him.
Helio.
Correct me if I'm wrong. What he's trying to say is, like, you believe that Superman is real because you've seen him on TV, right?
Pretty much. That's what
I never said that,
logic
sir.
is.
Well, that's the only place you've seen the spherical Earth is on television, right?
YouTube.
It's the only place you've ever seen it.
No.
So you've seen the spherical Earth with your own eyes?
Yeah. When do you see
Tell
this
me where I can go
Well,
to
I
see
believe
that.
we're living on a sphere, so every time I see Earth, it's a spherical Earth.
No, you've only seen it on television, dude.
That's a belief.
You've only
So when-
seen it on television, and they have you
when
believing
in every
that.
hold on, John. Hold on, James. When in everyday life can I go outside and observe curvature of Earth? When and where?
Well, I mean, you can see airplanes in the distance that look like they're going vertical.
Yeah.
Helio's got him. Let Helio go. He's got him.
Listen,
He's
that's
got
not seeing curvature. You're watching an airplane fly. I really want to answer this question. When in everyday life and where can I go out and observe the Earth to be curved? Just like the things I see in the sky.
I mean, you can look at every celestial object to ever exist.
That's an observation. Listen. Hold on, guys. Please don't overtalk me. So we can look at this sky and we can see circles. But for us to logically say we live on a circle, we need to see some evidence that this too is also a circle. Then it'll be a logical thing. We have to compare them and see that they have similarities. Without similarities, with no viewing a similarity, there's no logical reason to say that which we see in the sky is that which we live on.
Neil Armstrong had a good viewing and observation.
on top of that, a circle is.
Okay, can you verify that? Can we test it and repeat it?
Why would
It's
they lie
eight-
about something?
Well, Russia tested and repeated
Stop
it. And
interrupting
they
people.
concluded with
Go
it.
one at a time.
Why are you
What-
able
go.
to image the International Space Station through your telescope and see detail on it?
Yeah, exactly.
Listen, dude. Stop interrupting people. It's one question at a time. We're not going to do this shotgun bullshit. 5 questions at a time. We're going to ask one question. We're going to go all the way to the end of it, and then we'll move on. Anything else, and talking over other people, will just get you removed.
Okay, so can you explain how we can see the space station through our telescope?
We can
done
see.
that, Sasha.
Listen, yeah, I've watched.
It's so. How long have you been here, Sasha? What? I mean, are you going
If you can see a space station or a satellite through a telescope, can you tell me
how long I've been here is a red herring.
Hold on. Can you
That's a
tell me
red
how?
herring.
Can we stop changing the subject and talking over other people, please? I'm starting to get frustrated.
Well,
Roger.
even if you can see that, how does
Don't
it
make
prove
me
the shape
mute
of
you,
the
bro.
Earth?
Roger,
Muted.
go ahead, bro. It's not a productive conversation when 5 different people keep changing the subject. And I'm trying to be as polite as I can about it, but I'm losing my patience.
I understand. It's just Sasha has been here for a long time now, and he knows. He's still doing this.
Well, I never heard the flat Earth explanation. For that.
It's such a boring thing that you do, Sasha, man. You've been here so long. Come on.
I've never heard an explanation for that question, though.
Of course you did.
Okay, so what is it?
What's the
Have you done this, Sasha? You've done this looking through your telescope?
Yeah.
No, you did.
I have.
I actually
kind of
did with my
telescope
science
you got?
teachers. My math teacher had a telescope, and we went on the field and we saw it. So
And I also seen the International Space Station with my naked eye. You can see it as a dot going super fast.
Yeah, you've seen a light.
Oh yeah, that's a real verification there. You're a real bright one.
I have a 7-inch Dobsonian telescope. I've seen Jupiter, Saturn's rings. They're all around. I've seen Mars, the polarized caps. It's
See. My main question is why can
You only seen them on a two-dimensional.
why is Earth the one exception for?
We already covered this. Where do we see similarities on Earth between what Earth is and what you see in the sky? It's not a logical thing to say that we live on what we see in the sky.
Well, it is logical.
If you
because
fucking interrupt me again, motherfucker.
Well, you're making a fallacy.
I'm not making a fallacy. The fallacy is there's circles in the sky, so we must live on one. That's bullshit. It's idiotic.
No, it's not.
Okay, can I
It is idiotic. It needs to be logical. We need to see similarities.
Very idiotic.
Well, first, everybody, I think if we're going to have a constructive conversation, we need to stop getting mad at each other.
Yeah.
Well, I think Helio's absolutely right, though, at the same time, because...
No, okay, it's logical because you can assume that gravity made those things a ball, so gravity would also make Earth a ball.
The question if Earth's a ball, then should we be able to measure curvature?
What similarities can we see between the two? That's my question. Otherwise,
for
it's not a
instance,
logical inference.
Say you're looking at Jupiter. Not Jupiter, excuse me, Mars. On its pole, it has white. On its south pole, it has white too. Now, if you go to either pole of Earth, what does it have? It has white. Why? Because that is where the sun reaches less.
The similarity is they both have light.
No, the similarity is that somehow on Earth and on Mars, the poles look exactly the same, but the shapes of the planets are
We don't know
somehow
that
different.
to be true because we live on Earth. You haven't left Earth and looked back at it and say, "Oh, it's the same thing we see in the sky." I swear to God,
He's talking about the poles.
What pictures of Mars's poles is this kid talking about?
I've seen them I've seen the polarized.
Okay, that's cool.
You can point your telescope up at Mars and you can see the white specks up on the top and the bottom, and you can easily see.
And what does that say about the ground that you're standing on? And why are you talking about that?
Because when we
shut up. Why are you talking about?
Damn it, dude! You're gonna get muted, all of you.
Why are you talking about the so-called poles of Mars if you can just measure Earth curvature directly?
Is my mic
because
not
you guys don't
working properly or something?
You guys say NASA's lying.
Your mic's working just fine. I don't know why anyone else is talking if you're trying to have a conversation with Orbit 3.
I want one person to have a productive conversation with this guy. I don't want 10 people to keep jumping in on both sides and change the subject. Can you cover one subject all the way to the end? Or is it beyond you?
You're talking to me.
Everybody, I'm talking to everybody. We went through 30 different points in 5 minutes, dude, and it's not a productive conversation. It's just one person that wants to shotgun a million questions and act like none of them have been covered. They can be when you shut the fuck up and let people talk.
As far as I can see, they're just trying to get away from the very thing in question, which is the curvature of the Earth itself. If you could directly measure that, you would never have to talk about what you think the lights in the sky and then try to derive some kind of illogical conclusion about the Earth from those.
I agree. You ask about curvature and you point to circles in the sky. You ask about curvature on Earth and you go to, what, Venus? The rings of Saturn? As if somehow that proves the shape of what we live on.
But you realize it's not illogical because if gravity made those things a ball, they would also make Earth a ball, right?
Yeah.
But I was just wondering about Earth. It just somehow
Gravity
magically the
hasn't
one
been
exception.
empirically proven through experimentation either. So if this one fairy tale is true, then this next fairy tale is true, is what you just said. Correlation equals causation.
You realize why we haven't proved it through experimentation, right? Because we can't manipulate gravity, right?
Yeah, you have no anti-gravity, so you have no gravity, so you have neither.
We do
So
have
you can't. So you
anti-gravity.
can't prove gravity shapes anything in the balls. No, you don't have anti-gravity. We can simulate it with free fall.
I mean, like what is? Okay, so in a flat Earth model,
Can you
what
make a
causes
thing
everything
float?
to fall? Per se?
No. Can you make a thing float?
No, because we have, well, in the round Earth model, we
Because
have
you have
gravity.
no cause. You have no cause. That's why. So you want to act like we have to replace your theory before we can debunk it, and that's not true. Falsification is independent of replacement. I don't have to replace your theory. I don't have to have an explanation for why things fall. We observe they do. I don't need a fairy tale force or time-space fabric that I can't prove. I don't need a security blanket. I'm perfectly fine with ambiguity. So you said if gravity shapes things into balls, which that's a big if because you can't prove either of the two, then we
Well,
live on a
personally,
ball
I don't
too.
believe in evolution, so I don't really believe gravity shaped things in the balls.
Yeah, I mean, if that was true, then why isn't everything spherical?
Well, because why does everything need to be
Because
spherical?
gravity can shape these megalithic things into spheres, but it doesn't shape me into a sphere. So is gravity selective?
No, like I said, I don't actually believe gravity shapes anything. I don't believe in evolution.
So then you believe that math attracts mass.
I believe in what?
Sorry, battle mod.
No, it's cool. He said, so you believe Newtonian. Your model has more than one gravity, and neither one of them unify with the standard model or the atomic realm. You have Newtonian physics and Einsteinian physics. Neither one of them are unified theories.
I mean, my thing is like another thing about like the flat Earth model in general.
What
why
model?
the flat Earth model?
Who gave you a flat Earth model? We don't. That's a straw man to us. We didn't give you a model.
I'm
We
looking
say,
at a picture right here.
well, that's
that
not a
I
model.
can
Is a
see on
picture a
Google.
scientific model?
Well, no scientific models
no.
have this. It's the ice wall, correct?
Well, that's not my model. What are you looking at? An AE map and calling it a flat Earth model? You know that's a global projection, right?
Well, what's a good source to get an actual flat Earth model? Like,
I already said we don't have a flat Earth model. Do you actually pay attention when other people are talking, or am I wasting my time? We're not the Flat Earth Society. Here at 24/7, we don't believe we're a disc rising in space. We don't believe in that shit.
so you're trying to prove something without a model to prove it?
We're not trying to prove anything other than the globe model doesn't work out in reality, and it's not backed by science or experimentation.
Well, I mean, you can do it pretty easily with just visual on the moon.
If you imagine.
So how does?
So if I imagine this, I don't imagine. So none of your imagine this works on me. You have no science. You have no proof. You have nothing. If I want a real scientific experiment to prove everything you're saying, you're lost. You couldn't find me one.
Well,
I could go through them one by one and just destroy them and show exactly why they're not experiments.
Okay, you can try to destroy this, which I want to see if you can. So when we look at the moon, we see different phases. All on the same day, we see different phases. It doesn't matter if you're in Australia or India. You're going to see the moon in the same phase at the same time.
Yeah, phases don't destroy the flat Earth and they don't prove the globe. You know why? It's an assumed. This is an assertion. Like I said, nobody's went up there and watched the full phases of the moon from an outside reference frame. We live within the reference frame. So you have no scientific proof that the sun's shining around a globe that's blocking it, so you end up with a crescent moon one time and a half moon the next. Or that an eclipse is caused by a shadow. You have no scientific proof to prove there's even a shadow covering it. These are just assertions made based on your model. They're not scientific.
What is the scientific proof that we live on a plate?
We have laser surveys. I tried to cover that, but nobody. I see not one of you read a PDF, so it becomes why give a proof when people wouldn't read them anyway? They'll Google. They'll just Google and repeat what they read on Google, and they think that makes them sound intelligent or educated.
I never claimed to be educated. I am going off my own thoughts, trying to figure this out.
Yeah, so every day you walk out your house, you observe a flat local plane. Not one day will you ever go outside and say, there's the Earth's curvature right there. So we are on what we see in the sky. You guys already did it. When I asked for proof of curvature, you pointed to the sky over and over again, but you can't see one thing here on Earth that says the Earth is curved.
Well, again, I have... what's the explanation to why we see airplanes vertical in the distance?
Well, explanations aren't, scientific experimentation, dude. We're just saying, based on our model, this is what would appear, and it matches with our model. All that is correlation. You're saying, this correlates with our model, but you have no causation. You can't prove that your model is actually the cause of the jet looking at an angle. So there's many things that affect what you observe and how you see it as it goes through our sky. From your eyesight to the layer of atmosphere which you're looking through, or how many atmospheres you're looking through. So we were talking about stars early. When you're looking at a 45-degree angle, you're looking through 3 atmos, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the atmospheric obstruction there is great. Distortion can come from not just weather patterns or particulates in the air to heat rising off of Earth. There's many forms. Or the density of the layer of air you're looking through. On a foggy day, you're lucky to see a mile. On a clear day, you might see 30, which is impossible on a globe, but nobody accepts that. So,
okay, so say I go to Mount Ararat, and I look southeast to Nepal. Why can I not see Mount Everest?
Why should you be able to? Do you not know that things decrease in angular size as they get further away in distance? And it's ruled by the inverse square law. So proportionate to distance from you to that, your angle of view to that object is decreased, exponentially inversely squared. The further away it is, the smaller it gets till it just goes into nothing. So there would be no reason to predict that just because the Earth was level, you should be able to see for infinity, because your eyes can't see for infinity.
Well, we can see stuff in space.
You can see lights.
And those
You can see lights on a black sky, and light travels through your eye.
But we can also see, the
only nebulae. Reason you see it is because the light travels to your eye. And you can't blind eye, naked eye, see any nebula. No offense. You need optical aid.
Yes, you can see the Orion Nebula.
But when you're looking
through naked eye,
when you're looking straight ahead, through the thickest atmosphere there is on Earth, right here at ground level, why would you predict that you could see for thousands of miles? This is the most amount of atmospheric obstruction that you will get right here on the surface. I wouldn't predict to be able to see, well, no matter what shape it is, hundreds of miles unless I could calculate it, but you can't calculate it because our atmosphere is not, it's a fluid medium, not a consistent medium. It changes constantly. It can be this dense right in front of you and less dense further in front of you and more dense further in front of that.
So let's take a food plate and put a piece of glass right through the middle.
But we don't think we're a disc.
Okay, it's, what are we, a square?
Well, I wouldn't make any presupposition on what the shape is.
Okay, well, let's just say we have a flat surface then.
So, but one second, Corbett.
It's not flat.
Corbett. Can you concede that you can't see forever? Shit shrinks in the distance. Is that something you concede on?
I'm sorry, I don't know what you just said.
So, you said, why can't I see Mount Everest from yada yada yada? Battlemod explained it. Shit shrinks in the distance. You can't see forever. You are not Superman. Can you concede on that?
I mean, I can see how. I mean, obviously, yeah, we can't see forever because eventually things will shrink out of view. Yes.
Okay, so you wouldn't see forever on a flat surface, right?
Right.
Right. Continue.
Okay. So say we get a flat surface or whatever. We get a piece of glass. This piece of glass has different levels of fog in between each pane. We put a germ on one side of it, and then a germ on another side of it. Those germs will be able to see each other. Okay.
How do you know this?
Because when I can see
germs
through
have
the light,
eyes? Do germs have eyes?
I'm just taking a size reference scale. I'm not talking about a literal germ.
Oh, so German. So now you're racist against Germans. I'm
didn't you just?
Yeah, I know.
You just conceded, right? You just conceded that you cannot see forever on a flat surface. Why are you continuing this?
Yeah, that answers the question of why can't you see Mount
the distance
Everest?
between Mount Ararat and Mount Everest is not forever.
No, it's not forever, but there's a lot of weather and atmospheric obstruction in between you and that object. Not to mention the reduction of angular size of an object in the distance inversely squared proportionate to the distance of the object.
Well, when we see the moon rise on the distance, isn't there a lot of atmosphere between that?
Here. Can you listen? So when you're driving down the road and you see telephone poles way off in the distance, they're small, right?
Mm-hmm.
They get larger as they get close to you, and then eventually they disappear in your rearview mirror. Right here, in America, in a 30-mile strip on the highway, you're talking about thousands of miles. Come on, you can't see your friend coming 4 blocks down the street from you. But you're asking why
the inverse square law means that you'd have to go 4 times the distance to have the to have the
we can't really talk on that because, like I said, we don't have a standard.
I mean, you can make the
obstruction. There is a scale for atmospheric obstruction, though. We could come up with an equation. I'm sure it would agree with 100 miles being the furthest you could see an angular reduction.
Yeah. But we just agreed on the inverse square law being like the gold standard for how optics work.
The inverse square law means it's inversely squared proportionate to the distance. Now we don't know the rate of attenuation or the rate of angular size change per mile.
But we did say that.
No, we didn't.
But
listen,
my thing is you see
the inverse square law doesn't cover the values. It gives you an equation with which to equate it once you have the values.
Wait, what does that mean?
What does that mean? Okay, if it reduces 5% within 1 mile, now we have a standard, a variable for reduction. And we can inversely squared equate that proportionate to the distance we actually are. In other words, so we got a standard for 1 mile. Now we can say at 30 miles, this is how far it should reduce.
But see, if you're standing, say,
the inverse square law is a formalization. It's not a complete. You have to input the variables.
Okay, but now returning to the other, talking about viewing for infinity. The Earth isn't infinitely large, is it?
I wouldn't make that presupposition. I haven't traveled Earth for an infinity.
Okay.
But I know damn well I can't see forever. Hell, I need a scope just to shoot a deer from 100 yards in an open field. You're acting like I should see a mountain that's thousands of miles away from another mountain.
You deer hunt too, that's nice.
It's ludicrous to me. Have you ever seen a deer that was on the opposite side of a hill but got refracted up there where you could see it and you thought it was a deer and you shot at it, but it was just a mirage?
No.
Neither have I.
But another thing is you can say obviously you can't see forever, so things will get smaller and smaller and smaller. So that also depends on the size of the object too. So, say I'm sending 2,000 miles
Do you
from
know
Mount
why
Everest.
they get smaller?
They get smaller because you're getting further away, and that object is
But
a
there's
certain
a
size.
reason why. Your angle to view.
But yeah, viewing angle that's exactly explained by the inverse square law. Like geometrically, you could
Angle
sit down and draw.
resolution.
Yeah, you could draw a picture to show that the inverse square law is the way that light travels.
Okay.
It's also the reason angular resolution of your eyes and its capabilities is the reason objects reduce in angular size. Because you have a tighter and tighter angle, the farther it gets away. Our eyesight is conical or cone-like.
Right. Okay. So then, if optics obeyed that law, and we can't see forever because there is some degree of like opacity to light or to the atmosphere, then there should be some middle point where we would be able to see very far away objects, but they would still be milky.
Oh, there is. Have you look at long distance, world record long distance photos? Have you looked at them? 300 miles, 320 miles, 340 miles. We do see that.
So why can't we see taller objects that are behind them? There must be some distance where we can see
objects
the
behind
milkiest
other
mountain.
objects. So when you're viewing, you see what is closest to you takes up most of your view, and the things behind it take up less of your view. It's called forefronting. So with this, we can make a little G.I. Joe guy look taller than the guy 30 foot behind him. He has to be closer to the camera, that's all. Because the guy 30 foot away, he's going to reduce in angular size because the angle to him is tightened.
Okay. So, like, what in the flat Earth model is a star? Like, what is it?
Stars are points of light, references of light in the sky. That's what they are. You keep saying model.
Why?
We don't have a model. Why? Because they put off light.
From what?
I mean, do you not look? I don't need to know what. I'm fine with ambiguity. Do you not see light?
We do just have a natural curiosity to discover new things, so.
Well, we do, but until you can tangibly experiment on why this puts out light, all you have is a fairy tale of why it puts out light.
A fairy tale? I mean,
you have no tests. You don't have samples of anything. You can't say this. We've been there. This is.
Do you guys believe? Do you guys believe the sun is a star?
The sun is a light.
The sun is a what?
A light. It puts out light.
Okay, but do you believe it is the same thing as a star? Like it's the same concept, basically.
So you want me to wrap a flat Earth model around your globe Earth model and give you a fairy tale for everything you see, so you can have a security blanket so you can sleep at night?
No.
No.
So I was basically just saying, like,
curiosity.
Because
listen, I'm human. When I look up in the sky, I see the same damn thing that you do. I just don't accept all these explanations from people who've never been there, never tested it, don't have soil samples or gas samples from it that say, I know what it is, but they really don't. In truth, empirically, we don't know.
Well, I mean,
neutrinos are the best evidence you have for a helium reaction. But you're actually missing neutrinos that would be present if it was true, and those are the main ones we can't find. Helium neutrino 4, helium neutrino 3, we can't find them. But this is supposed to be a what reaction? Do you know your model?
I do know my model.
A fusion reaction?
And I also, another thing in my model is that, so today I'm sitting at one end of Walmart and the other, okay? You already explained this. Yes, we will see a different set of lights, correct? Yes. But in the distance, you'll also see the same light, right? So if there's a blue light at one end and a red light at the other, no matter which end you're standing at.
That's because it's not far enough away in Walmart to attenuate. But in the atmosphere, we have what is known as the extinction of light It's atmospheric extinction of light. Light attenuates in the atmosphere to the point that it extincts, and that's it. That's dictated by the inverse square law also.
Okay.
So, I mean, I can give you a link on that if you want, but it's the reason why some stars aren't visible at night. Atmospheric extinction of light. And it depends. Like when it's over there, when you're looking at an angle, say I'm looking to the right at an angle of 15 degrees, I'm looking through 12 air masses. But when I'm looking straight up directly ahead of me, I'm only looking through one air mass. So the things above me are traveling through less obstruction, their light, and they come right to me. But the things that are on the horizon, all the way out in the east, well, they're traveling through more air and they attenuate more. So they come to a point of extinction more. This is also what causes light to twinkle. The stars in the sky twinkle because of attenuation, depending on the angle that you view them from.
Okay.
So the sun is recently, like, we're pretty close to the Earth then?
Would I give a position? No.
Okay, well, thank you everybody for answering my questions, but I gotta go now. It's getting late for me, so.
Yeah, no, take care.
Yeah, thanks for being cordial.
Yep.
We don't normally get that. That's uncommon.
So if, like, the only way that this attenuation could be different within different places on the Earth would be if the sun was, like, decently close to the Earth, right? So we all see different angles.
No, it's how many atmospheres are you looking through? Each layer of atmosphere has a different density. If it's all the way on the horizon to the east, you're mostly looking through the most dense layer of atmosphere there is. So the attenuation is going to be higher. It's going to become extinct quicker because it's on the horizon and you're looking straight down the horizon through terrestrial atmosphere, the low stratosphere, the lowest layer of atmosphere. It's the thickest. It's the hardest for light to propagate through.
Right. Yeah. So, but then all parts of the Earth would be getting the same angle, right? Because
no,
I mean,
this isn't true. Why would they get the same angle? Things further away, light attenuates. I just explained this. The further away from you it gets, the quicker it attenuates because you're viewing it at a tangent line.
Right. Exactly. But if the sun is,
well, he's also assuming a tangent line to the Earth. I'm sorry, I'll mute. You can't just assume the Earth is, like, you're already of the assumption that the Earth is curved.
No. I mean it. No, in a flat.
The guy that you're talking to is trying to alleviate that assumption.
Oh yeah, no.
You already assume the Earth. I'm sorry. I'll leave you two alone.
I am agreeing. Sorry. That, like, if you have a triangle with, like if you draw a long triangle, for example, then with the sun all the way at the farthest point, and then the bottom is perfectly flat, and that's also the Earth, right? And the two different points are, two different places on the Earth. Then the angles get pretty similar the farther away the sun is, right?
But what he's asking you is, where are you getting your angles? Like your argument right there was all about angles, right?
Yeah.
Where are you getting those angles? Where are you getting those from?
Right. Okay. So if you put two different people on different parts of the Earth,
because you can't get an angle from a sphere.
Exactly, James. Listen, I'm within the angle he's talking about. Is if I'm viewing all the way east from all the way west, I'm getting a different angle to light source than the person who's all the way east. They're looking straight up.
But the only way you can get an angle is two straight lines. So this whole argument is based off of two straight lines.
That's not his point, though.
Yeah, no, two straight lines.
But that's not his point. That's my point. Like, listening to you guys, his whole point is based off two lines, Helio. So I'm on your side.
Let him
It's just
finish.
you're not acknowledging what he's. Okay, I'll be
James,
quiet.
let him finish, and I'm not Helio for the 5th time. I'm Battle Mod. Thank you.
You sound like him. Okay, my bad.
That's not even true.
Yeah. So I'm using the direct lines. One of them just being completely. I mean, the two different people on different parts of the Earth with a straight line across the surface of the Earth, right? And then the sun off at either a very far distance or pretty close by, but I mean the direct line of sight are the other two legs of the triangle, right?
Yeah, but when you say across the surface of the Earth, aren't you already assuming one?
Yeah, like the flatter surface of the Earth, right? Like
so you're assuming a flat Earth. Okay.
Yeah. I'm humoring the idea, right? Like, or I'm trying to like wrap my head around it.
At the very least, right? Okay.
Yeah. So if you put the sun too far away, then the two angles are really similar, right? And you wouldn't get any effect from the views getting different angles and different densities of atmosphere going through them, right?
I agree with that, but it also doesn't mathematically. You can put the sun as far as you want.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
If you're just dealing with math and not science, you can put the sun as far as you want.
Right.
Or as close as you want.
Right. So if you did it pretty far, like sufficiently far that it didn't matter.
Yeah, you're assuming it's far.
Yeah, exactly.
You're assuming it's far. But if you put the sun close, you're assuming it's close.
Exactly. So as to prove against the far sun model, then you would get the same angle and you wouldn't have different phases of night and day and stuff like that, right? So it couldn't be too far.
Yeah, but when it comes to me, like the phenomenon of the sun is unexplainable. People can try to explain it all they want, and you might be able to get half the population of Earth to agree with you. But I never will. There's no way to explain the sun. Nobody knows what it is, what it's made of, how it does what it does. They just assume they do. And based off those assumptions, they believe they're correct.
Right, okay.
So, I'm sorry if I cut you off. That's how it is to me. It's like, how could anybody on Earth claim they know what the sun is, how it works, its course, and its everyday? Like, nobody fucking knows that shit, dude.
Right, yeah.
The sun is an absolute phenomenon that fucking nobody can explain or create.
Wouldn't you say that
create this? If they could create the sun, it would overtake the nuclear bomb.
Sure, we don't know what it is or where it is exactly, but we can observe its course in the sky.
Yeah, you could just plan a sun over this nation's. Like if you was at war with them, you could just be like, "Hey, we'll just create a sun over you and burn you to death." Like nobody can do that. Nobody knows what the sun is. They think they do. They think they can give scientific evidence to other people to persuade them in their same philosophical ideas, but they have no idea what the sun is, how it works, how far away it is, how big it is. It's like a rainbow. It's like a rainbow. You think you know how close it is, but you don't. You think you can get to the end of it, but you can't.
Right, so it works optically different than like a distinct object.
It's just people with PhDs behind their names that makes people believe They know what they're talking about. Therefore, they know because of them, they now know what the sun is. Come on, dude. The sun is fucking an absolute, so much an absolute phenomenon. Nobody can create it. If any nation could create the sun, they would rather that than a nuclear bomb.
Right, yeah. But I mean, I guess that assumes that you could easily make it if you knew what it was. And
Yeah,
that
that's
it
what I'm
wasn't
trying to
like
get at.
huge or anything, you know.
Yeah, that's exactly.
You wouldn't have to have
good
like
point.
way too much stuff.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to get at. Like, they have no idea what it is, but they're telling people what it is, like they know. And the people believe them like they know what it is. That's what's scary to me.
Yeah, but
That's what's
if it was
scary to
hard
me.
enough to make, then I mean, even if you knew what it was, you wouldn't be able to wield that power.
Well, if you knew what it was, you would be able to wield that power. It's called reverse engineering, right? Like that's
but what if
that's
it
my
took,
whole
like-
point. That's my
yeah,
whole
but what
point.
if it
They
took,
have
like,
no
a
idea.
lot?
If they knew what the sun is, they would be able to create one. But since how they can't create one, they have no idea what it is, where it is, how far it is. Its position in the sky, its position to the observer.
The Bible tells you what the sun is.
Like if you looked at the sun, and I looked at the sun standing next to you, we're going to have a different perspective. I'm not going to see it the way you see it. You're not going to see it the way I see it. And that alone should stand for something.
Okay. What about like being able to see like an airplane that's flying from like different parts of the earth? Like I feel like you'd be able to see airplanes a lot farther away if the earth
Yeah,
was.
but your idea of flying in an
Hold up.
airplane.
Does the
But
atmosphere
your idea,
change? No, wait a minute.
your idea of flying in an airplane
Listen,
in
bro.
a different
The
part of
reason the
Earth
airplane
is
disappears
not
is
like the same
they're
as
up
another
there in the
person.
cloud layer. So does the atmosphere change just because it goes from flat to round? The ideal of it? No, it's flying through some of the thickest portions of the atmosphere, dude. Why would it look different?
Wait, wouldn't they be thinner up farther up?
Yes, until you start looking at it at an angle. When it gets out there on the horizon, you're looking at a 45-degree angle to a 35, and every time you decrease your angle, you're looking through greater amount of air masses.
Okay. So wait, would that distort the image more so than like obscure it, or?
If you're looking through 7 air masses, I would expect more atmospheric obstruction than I would if you're only looking right above you, 1 air mass. And you can learn how to calculate how many air masses you're viewing through by studying astrology.
Okay. Yeah, because then.
But they won't do that. They won't do that.
Well, I posted a link to the atmospheric extinction of light, and it's from an astrology professor.
No, yeah. So, I mean, in that situation,
refraction is the reason that it becomes extinct, because it's scattered and refracted to a point of extinction. Or an extinction means it lessens and lessens and lessens in intensity the further you are from it until it becomes extinct.
All right, but in the transition between being perfectly able to see the airplane and the point
when
where
it's right above you,
scattered, yeah, exactly, and when it's scattered sufficiently, to where you can't see it, right?
That's a large difference in air masses.
Exactly. What about the middle point?
In either situation, do you see a curve?
I would assume it to be in the middle of the scale. If the scale being from where you can see it perfectly at azimuth right above you, or it disappearing on the horizon at a 35, somewhere around a 30 to 35 degree angle is where we actually predict things to disappear, and it's because of how many layers of atmosphere you're looking through.
Right.
Or
But
one arc
scattering,
minute.
yeah, but scattering would cause like fogginess and like a dip in like brightness instead of like
Yeah, arc
becoming
minutes would
smaller.
cover
Right?
the reduction in angular size.
It's about the same as you was saying, not quite, but about. That's the only reason why I brought it up.
So the atmosphere is the entirety of the reason why things change view or look different as they go through it. It's a medium.
Right, but the lensing would end up, or like what you're saying is it would scatter more so than
Light does scatter, it
lens.
diffuses also.
Exactly. So that would make things go foggier until they went dark instead of like changing angular footprint.
Yeah, it also
Yeah, but
depends
there's
on the capability of the person. What's your eyesight? Mine's greater than 20/20. I don't know if you need glasses, but I can see things for a long way.
Right, but you could use.
I would say his eyesight. I would say his eyesight doesn't matter, but the arc minutes does. At least he acknowledges that, right? So in arc minutes,
Listen,
where do they determine? Where do they determine?
It takes a lower amount of arc minutes for it to disappear if you have crappy eyesight.
Yeah, but they determine arc minutes off of what?
It's visual.
Go ahead.
But yeah, our arc minutes tells you how big something is in the sky, right?
Exactly.
No, an arc minute is what?
It's like an angle. It's
a distance.
Mm-hmm.
What's an arc minute?
An arc minute is a ratio
It's a
between.
distance.
I think it's unitless.
Well, you could picture it as an arc all
It's
you
not
want, but
unitless. It is a unit.
It's a distance, a unit.
Oh,
it's like nautical miles to land miles.
It's an angle measurement.
Yeah, it is. It is an angle.
It represents.
Thank you.
One
Angle
arc minute
requires
one arc minute is 1/60th of a full angle.
Yes,
or 90
requires
like a degree. Okay, yeah, perfect. So
requires straight lines.
Yeah, but when we're already covering angles, we're pretty much speaking in arc minutes anyway.
Right. Yeah. So
it's just easier for a person that doesn't know what an arc minute is to understand.
Right. So if
people hear arc minute and they think arc or sphere, arc sphere, half of the sphere arc. It's like no, that's not what an arc minute is. That is not what an arc minute is.
He knows what it is.
It's based off of a flat tangent.
A 90-degree angle is what it's based on.
You don't get an arc minute without a 90.
You break up a 90-degree angle into 60 sections.
Yes, sir.
And that's one
yes,
arc
sir.
minute.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't get one without a 90. You don't get one without a 90.
Listen,
You
just
have
get
to have
the
a
point out
90
there.
for an arc
Listen,
minute.
what James keeps pressing is you can't get a 90-degree angle on a round Earth because you don't have a tangent baseline.
Well, even an arc.
Yeah, no.
If you want to give them the benefit of the doubt of an arc minute or an arc,
You should have let him
however
absorb that for a minute, James.
it always comes to a 90.
Yeah, I'm
It
still
has to
still
come
talking
to a
about
90.
like a flat Earth. Just that, like I get a round vision, right? Like I can still, I turn my head and like I'm looking at I look at a sphere, right? In terms of like what's nearby me, what's farther away, right?
Yeah, that's your circle of view or your sphere of view.
Yeah, your sphere of view, exactly. So the angles by which like the angle, how big something is, whether or not it's close and small or like far and far away, as long as you maintain that how big of a footprint it has on your sphere of vision, that can be measured in arc minutes, right? No matter how far away it is.
But how do you measure arc minutes?
You will. It is an angle, right? It's
Bro,
like
you tell him you
how much
got
it
the
takes up
point.
in your view.
Hold on, he's getting there.
James,
he's admitting
I told him he already got there. You can't make a straight
He's
line
admitting
on a
it.
globe.
He's
There's no
admitting
90.
it takes angles.
Bro, man, you got to quit interrupting other people.
All right, I'll be quiet.
Yeah, I'm still saying this. Like, imagine, like I'm
He wants to
saying.
drive that point home, bro. Can you repeat it for him? You can't
Yeah,
make a 90-degree angle on a globe.
Right. Yeah, I'm saying like if I do this
So you can
experiment
see
here,
that.
yeah. If I do this, yeah. If I take if I do this experiment on a flat Earth, like here, if I look, and I only look, on the plane of, the Earth, right? Because that I know to be flat. Then even then, if I take something that, skinny up and down, or like horizontally, it's skinny, and then I take something that's really fat and I put it far away. As long as I keep the growth the same and they both take up the same amount of space in my vision, then that's the same arc minutes. Like that's the same angular, like footprint that it has, right?
Well, I don't mean to sound like an asshole, but it sounds like you don't know what you're talking about when it comes to arc minutes.
I would say without the image,
I'm sorry.
I wouldn't be
I
able
apologize,
to answer that.
Sounds like you don't know what arc minutes are.
Well, they're similar triangles, right? Like when you draw it out.
Well, they are triangles.
Yeah, if you have the same, like triangle, and then you just draw a line out to infinity, and then the other line at the same at like a angle off to infinity, and you just connect.
Yeah, your arc is based off the triangle.
Exactly.
So you
no matter.
Have to have the So you first have to have the triangle.
Or what you can do is you can constrain
the thing that gets me
angle at a certain distance, and then that's a triangle. And then that's, that if you're talking about, how much it takes up in your field of vision, then the angle is what you're talking about.
Or your triangle or arc vision.
Exactly, yeah. So how would a different, increasing distance or changing the atmosphere, how would changing the atmosphere change that angle?
It doesn't change the angle, it obstructs your view. The density of the atmosphere, that's what I'm trying to say. And I said it earlier, don't interrupt me, James.
Exactly.
There's more than one variable when you're talking about looking at things in the atmosphere.
Right, so that wouldn't change how...
One is how your eyes work, and two is the fact that the atmosphere obstructs your view.
Right, so that wouldn't change the arc minutes, in another way of saying it.
No, it would change the arc minutes, but let him go ahead.
No, yeah, but it wouldn't.
Atmospheric obstruction.
Arc minutes, man. Yes, it would absolutely change it. Think about it.
Listen, it wouldn't change the size of an object at 10 foot, no. Or at 100 foot, no. It would only obstruct my ability to see it.
To your ability to see it, thank you. And that's what creates arc minutes.
It doesn't change the arc minute.
That's what makes me mad about people.
The arc minute is the angular size of an observed object from a distance. That's the arc minute.
But exactly,
they don't understand what creates the arc minute.
The arc minute is the triangle,
it's the
right?
Angle to whatever the fuck you're viewing. I posted
exactly, yeah.
I posted
how wide it is across, divided by how far away it is.
And this is due to your vision being conical.
Exactly.
And
yeah, because it's conical.
There's no curve. There's no even though it's not the same topic.
It doesn't matter because you're talking about what you're observing. That angle that you make to what you're observing, it doesn't include the surface of the Earth. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I agree.
It's not the same topic, but there's no curved adjacent. There's no it ain't the same topic, but there's no curved adjacent.
Well, there doesn't have to be for an arc minute to work.
In other words, to get an arc minute, you need a 90. Can you believe that?
No, you don't.
No,
you have to have a 90 for an arc.
Did you see the image I just posted, dude? You don't need a 90.
Think about it.
I just told you it doesn't.
Listen,
you're making a 90-degree angle from what? Your eye?
You have to. You have to in order to get an arc minute.
No, you don't make 90-degree angles from your eye to what you're viewing. You make a cone. And you
to get an arc minute, you have to have a 90.
Look at the image I just posted. No, you don't. You make a cone.
Because your arc's based
that cone extends to whatever you're observing. You measure the angle in between the two tangent lines.
Tangent, 90s. I agree with you.
No, a 90's not.
Trust me, dude.
Yeah, tangent
horizontal,
is inline.
Fucking vertical. Christ.
You cannot. Okay, I'll stand down
But
tonight.
look at the image that I'm posting.
I'll back myself up.
I can't
I'll
explain
look
it
up
any better
and
than
back
that.
myself up more. I'll stand down tonight. You cannot get a fucking arc angle, an arc, whatever they want to call it, right? Without a 90.
You don't need a 90-degree angle to measure
You
an
have
arc.
to have a 90 to get an arc.
I don't think you do. It's you know, it's
Yeah,
just
you
based
have to have a 90 to get an.
but it's just an angle, isn't it? It would
Did
be
you
like
two
saying
look at the image I posted? I want you both to look in live stream voice text at this
Yeah.
image in the angle of view or the arc minutes to the sun. How it becomes 32 arc minutes. Do you see a 90-degree angle? Are we including the surface of Earth in
Yeah.
our view of the sun?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's perfect.
No, the answer is no, we are
Yeah,
not.
you're right. Yeah,
Well,
there is no Earth. Yeah,
Listen, I don't
just
want to be
talked
put
about
in a basket with people who don't understand what they're talking about, but they're actually talking about it.
Battlemod, you realize Quantum Eraser was making the exact opposite argument earlier today.
He's telling you how to use the sextant. He's not telling you how to.
How do you get an arc
Stop
minute?
fucking interrupting me. He's telling you how to.
How do
use
you
the
get an arc minute?
He's telling you how to use a sextant. And for a sextant, you need a 90-degree angle. But for arc minutes of viewed objects, you do not. You need a cone. That cone is made up because your vision is conical or conical.
Exactly.
It works just like a fucking cone. And you measure the angle between the two lines.
Right. So in this case, like this is perfect. This is exactly what I was talking about. Yeah, it's just how wide it is divided by how far away it is, and gives you an angle, right?
Yes.
You know, it doesn't change.
No, you got it, dude. He's confusing one argument with another.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so in this case, how would the scattering? So if I put something that was farther away, you know, or if I kept it the same, right? And then this is saying like, okay, I'm
Scattering
seeing
doesn't
a plane that's
affect
off
the
in
arc
the distance.
minutes of the sky if you don't use
Exactly.
If it
So-
does,
I feel like
it
what I'm
affects the
saying is
sun.
gonna be the new
They
thing
say
on the
if you
block.
don't use this fucker. They say if you
can't
don't
get
use
a
the solar
angle.
Bro, do you not hear me talking? So if you don't use the solar filter, you'll get a greater than 32 arc minute sun.
Exactly. But so
And when will this happen? It'll happen when it's on the horizon, either
Right.
east or west, because you're looking through the most air masses and there's largest amount of scattering.
Right. So the scattering wouldn't change the angle, but it would. So it wouldn't change how big it looked. It would change how bright it looked, right?
This is their explanation to why the sun actually does change angular size throughout the day. Because you didn't use a solar filter and you're measuring glare. So yes, it would make it, the more atmosphere you're looking at through, can make it seem to enlarge because the glare is being diffused, refracted, scattered. You know what a solar filter is for your camera, right?
Right.
You know why
Okay,
they
so-
use
so-
them.
Right. So if you eventually made your filter dark enough, then you'd get only the sunlight that wasn't refracted, right?
No, you get a clearer view of the object. You don't get the overglare because what's scattered has less intensity than
Yeah, just like like sunglasses and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, they're just blocking out the glare.
Right. So, but in this case, if I put on sunglasses and the sun, that doesn't make the sun change size, like within our model.
Listen,
right?
dude, the sun doesn't change size, but yes, it looks smaller when you put on good sunglasses. I work on the asphalt all day long. I own a paving company. I wear sunglasses all day long. Yeah, the sun looks smaller when you put on glasses.
Right. Okay. So if you put on sunglasses, if the sun was the same size all the time, right? And what changed,
doesn't.
Whether it's sun or, like light or dark, was the scattering.
Listen, it doesn't look the same all the time. It changes size in arc minutes, but they have an explanation for why that is. and that is scattering and refraction. So you have to use filters. If you use a filter, then it doesn't change, even if it's right above you.
Right, but the angle in arc minutes, like what changes the actual size of the sun, you said was scattering, right? Like the
No.
apparent size of the sun. Then what would it be then?
Well, yeah, the apparent size of the sun changes because of scattering. Yes, because it's a light source.
Right.
But on other objects that are not a light source, it won't affect it.
Right. So if you blocked out the scattering, then you would see the true size of the sun. But if you ran that experiment, then you would see that the sun doesn't change size depending on whether it's straight above or horizontally, like off in the distance.
We can't really say that because we can't remove the atmosphere. But if we could say that if you remove the atmosphere, you would get a true view of the sun. I would agree with that. I wouldn't make any presuppositions about whether it'll get larger or smaller throughout the day because I don't know until I remove the atmosphere.
Right, but you could make the guess that like for the like hypothesis to your claim, right? Just to make sure that you're following the scientific method, then you'd be able.
My hypothesis would be that we could see what is actually going on. I wouldn't make any prediction other than that.
Okay. So just to recap, the sun changes size based on the angle because that coming out of my mouth? Because that changes the angle, right? Like the how far up in the sky it is, and
apparent size. The apparent size. It doesn't change any angles. Scattering changes the apparent size.
Okay. And how much scattering you get is dependent on how far up or down the sun is in the day.
Whether it's, I don't say up or down, whether it's directly above you or whether it's on the horizon.
Yeah, exactly.
Your angle to view it.
Okay.
I mean, think about it. If the sun looks like it's melting to the ground, then your angle to it is almost absolute zero. So it's actually leaving your view.
Okay.
By the mathematics for angular size reduction, the angle to the object decreases to a point where it becomes unresolute.
Okay.
That's why it's called the angle of resolution.
That makes sense. So the sun needs to be directly above the Earth and pretty nearby it so that everyone gets a different angle and you get, different times, right? Like you get someone, like seeing the sun.
No, I'm not saying that.
Not seeing the sun.
But you're saying that. I'm not. No.
Okay. So where would the sun lie then?
In the sky where I view it. Do I know the distance to it? No. I see the same things you see, bro. We don't look at two different skies.
Right.
The thing is, we just don't give assertions and explanations and expect the entire world to accept it, even though we couldn't prove it with science if we tried. We came up with a standard of knowing facts, and that's demonstration through the scientific method. But somewhere down the line, we wandered away from that, and we can now go on these thought experiments and call it a concrete reality. This is absolutely 100% against science. Then we have other people that say this is the way it is. Science proves it'll never change. That goes absolutely against the very nature of science, because science is the study of change. So the only constant in the world we live in is change, and we know all things will change. So we say this is our current understanding. There's no 100% in science. Just like boiling water, water boils at sea level at a certain temperature, but that's because of sea level or atmospheric pressure. So if the atmospheric pressure ever changes, then the temperature at which water boils will change too. So we don't say this is 100% sewed up, always going to be that way. Because change is the only thing we know that is constant in this world.
Right, and so we make experiments to account for the nuance, to understand where the variations from the model exist, and update our model accordingly.
We should be, but that's not always what's done, though. A lot of times you get these, if you can imagine this, let me take you on a journey of the mind. And you have to understand, you're in a cosmic journey. Your mind is an infinity. Anything you can conceive of, you can believe of. But do you want to know where you live?
Right.
Or do you want to live in your mind? That's the thing. We don't claim to have every answer.
Right.
That's not our claim. That's, there's people right now that think we're the greatest thing in the universe. And if we did a percentage, one out of 1,000 of what we know about everything in the universe, we wouldn't even have 1% yet. The human race, when I mean we, the human race, we're not as smart as we think we are. We use electricity. Do we know where it comes from? No. Energy, we use that. Do we know where it comes from? No. Like combustion, atomic energy, nuclear energy, we don't know where none of these things come from, but we know how to manipulate them and harness them and use them. This we can do. Everything we know about electricity doesn't sum us up to we can tell you exactly where electricity comes from. In our realm, we don't know. Generators, they don't generate electricity. They collect it from the atmosphere and put it in a form which you can use and harness.
Yeah, but just the same. I mean, we had our, we had our moments where we didn't understand what was going on, but like once we wrote down the rules of it and just continued to to see it. Yeah, exactly. There's
This
like the
is my
slight
point.
variations here
We
and
still don't know what the hell's going on. We just know a little more than we did in the beginning.
But we can measure these, like according to our model, like we
that
can measure
doesn't
the
make
things.
it any more constant, concrete, or true. Just yes, we know very little. Can you harness a lightning bolt? You know where the lightning bolts come from? We can give you the process, but the process is just a process in which all things work together to collect the electricity. We don't know where it comes from.
But well, we did have we do know how it, how where the electricity, like what makes the things move, and we can
Now
conduct
you're
an
talking
experiment
about
the models that
circuits and
it follows that.
triggers and magnetism. Yeah, we know how to manipulate it, but we don't know everything about how electricity works or where it comes from.
But we do, like the
we don't.
Electrons follow field lines, and we know this stuff, right?
We don't know where electrons come from.
Well, they're in the matter, right? Like they're in everything.
Define matter. You know how many different definitions there are for matter and mass?
Yeah, well, that's because there's different ways of observing the effect it has.
What put it in the matter?
How do you mean?
You said it's in the matter. How did it get there? Where did it come from? That's my entire point.
It is a type, it is one of the 4 or 5 components of everything.
Listen, bro,
right?
I know this. Nuclear, strong, weak, gravity. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Magnetism. So we know how to use these things. We don't know where they come from. I've got a bachelor's of science in engineering with a major in mechanical. I absolutely know. We don't know where most of this comes from, where energy comes from. We don't know. We just know how to manipulate it, harness it, and use it, like the combustion engine or the circuit or the transformer. We can conduct and transform electricity. We don't know where it comes from. We can explode molecules, atoms, but we don't know where the energy that's released from this comes from.
But you can track it, right? There's there are equations, you can see it, and you rerun the experiments, and the basic
Does that
4
change
equations.
what I said?
No, but there's
now we're getting into kinetic energy. We know there's kinetic potential and kinetic energy everywhere, but I'm still going to make the same statement. We don't know where it comes from.
It comes from the once you.
Bro, you're trying to answer a question that would get you a Nobel Prize. I'm serious. My professor
No, yeah, I know.
would just end this conversation right there and say, when you figure it out, let me know, because I want to ride the shirt tails of your Nobel Prize.
Yeah, I know. There are still things that we need to know within like AMO, but like it's still there are still like very few equations that govern the way that everything works, you know?
Well,
I mean,
those
you're talking
equations, listen, those equations aren't absolutions, they're approximations. You understand that, right?
well, but they explain things off to like 20 decibel places, you know?
Well, listen, those are orders of magnitude. Now, do I have to get into the thousandths, millionths, and 10,000ths and 100 millionths? I mean, do I really? We can't
Yeah,
make
no, but
minuscule. We can't make minuscule what is 100 millionth away from absolution. That's not minuscule. That's orders.
right, but they're so
orders of degree.
they're so simple and they like are obeyed always, you know? Isn't that to a
Do
certain
you know
degree
what they're used
undeniable?
for? Like kinetic energy. We use kinetic energy to see how thick we have to, the equation, how thick we have to make an engine block wall. So when we release this explosion from electricity and gas, we just don't blow a hole through it. But it wasn't
Right, yeah.
perfect. It wasn't perfect. And we know it gives us a starting place. So the first 5, 6, 7, 12 engines that we built, they just blew up. So we had to keep on going until, okay, this is how thick we need for this many horsepower with this piston and this amount of combustion. So application doesn't give us absolution or concretism. It gives
right.
us application. The ability to harness something doesn't mean we're like, wherever it comes from, we know.
Right, but those are the approximations, you know, for engineering that you make reasonable assumptions to, you know, like make the equations easy enough so that you can manipulate them and get something nice, right?
Yeah,
But
that's what I
if you
said.
stop, yeah, exactly. But if you stop approximating, that's what the standard model is. Like they have
Listen, here's the thing. We're getting all off in this philosophical shit. Approximation, formalization, these are fine for application to make technology that makes man's life better. But it's not fine when we're building a concrete reality of where do we come from, how did we get here, and what do we live on. It's okay for you to get to the grocery mart quicker and with less gas, yeah. Or me, I need horsepower, so it's okay to boost up my horsepower and get race fuel from the airport and then go drag my car. Yeah. It works for that, but it doesn't build a concrete reality for us. It just helps us make technologies that sometimes help man and make his life better, because it's not always true that technology makes man's life better. It makes him dependent.
so then what are like the holes in the standard model that don't make it an absolute reality?
What? The standard model? Well,
Yeah,
how about gravity doesn't unify with the standard model, and the fact that the Big Bang says everything came from it, and spheres were shaped by it, but we can't even prove it. The day we know what gravity is will be the day we can float around on a rock and have anti-gravity. Just hook it up to a rock and we'll make that our ship.
Yeah, but I mean this like, you know, things being spherical is like a classical mechanics problem.
Newtonian physics. They only work on the scale of living being things, moving things, tonnage. You take it down to the standard model into the atomic level, it doesn't unify with that. Neither does Einsteinian. So they should be teaching you this in school. They did when I was in school, but nowadays they teach people that science is absolution, and it's not. Nothing's ever absolute. Change is the only absolution. And we've known this for a long time. They want to be your priest, you their servant. They want you to follow them because they have all the answers to make you feel safe about where you live. If you think there aren't people out there that are so greedy that they want to rule the world, you're crazy.
Right, but how do you profit off of, you know, Maxwell's equations? You know what I mean?
Well, how? Well,
how do you profit off of, like, you know, like basic?
When Maxwell's equations are applied to technology and application and increases technology, that's how you profit off of it.
Right, yeah, but that just means that it's accurate, right? That doesn't mean that you're selling a lie. That means you're selling something that actually works.
No,
Right?
it's when you actually apply Maxwell's equations to a theoretical problem or trying to build the concrete universe we live in and say we know more than we do. In this infinite universe, we're just a speck, a pinpoint, and we don't know shit when it comes to the whole. We're not even 1/1,000,000th of a percent of the whole.
Right, of course. But what we do know are, like these, 3 or 4 things, right? That, apply. Like Maxwell's equations, the strong force, the weak force, stuff like that. Because we've measured it, obviously, like concretely, and they're right.
Oh, it's not always that we measure it. Some things are unmeasurable. We observe it and base an approximation over time and distance.
Right, but we've gotten to like the limits of measurement, and it's been correct.
No, we got to the limits of our measurement. That'll increase. One day we'll be able to detect a lot of different things. One day there'll be more than 4 fundamental forces. I'm sure of it.
Yeah, no, I agree. Hopefully, right? Or hopefully they get unified under one.
Yeah, we don't know as much as we think we do. And we deal with high school kids that think this is absolute, it's never going to change. They tell us we don't know science when we know science is meant to change and keep up.
Right, yeah, but they're honing in closer and closer to like how things actually work, and they've gotten really damn simple so far,
Why don't they teach the kids that? Why are we teaching Common Core education in America? Common Core.
I gotta agree with you with that one. Yeah, it's kind of stupid.
I homeschooled my last. She's 16. I got a couple more years of homeschooling her. I won't send my children to Common Core where everybody gets a prize for completing a math quiz. You know what I got for completing a math quiz? 3 more math quizzes.
Yeah, well, I mean, answering question in the live stream voice text. I mean, you can do experiments to measure gravity relative to 2 decently heavy objects on the surface of the Earth, like between each
Heavy
other.
objects. So what you're talking about is we can detect the weight and assert that because we said gravity causes weight, that we're actually manipulating gravity when we haven't proven that gravity causes weight.
No. I mean relative to each other. Like it's not only
I know that.
the ground, but to each other. You can see how they attract each other.
Gravity's 2 rocks attract each other, huh?
Yeah, obviously at the
No, is that what you're saying? 2 rocks will attract each other, or do I got to set up a...
Yeah, they do. It's just that you have to have sensitive enough equipment. But if you do it, then sure enough, you see it. You see 2 sufficiently heavy objects attracting each other right here on the surface of the Earth.
You got a citation for this experiment where somebody's done it?
Yeah, let me look it up. I think it's something to do with like oil or something was involved in like getting the precision down to it.
Well, Earth's always under vibration. There's constant vibration on Earth. So vibration can move things around, and I would like to know how they eliminated that as a variable.
Right, yeah, but like on average, you would see it. Like if the vibration is random, then over long time scales, the vibration goes left just as much as it goes right, or else we'd be moving or accelerating in that direction, right?
Sure premise.
But yeah, but we pointed like when they measured it, they made sure that it was straight up and down away from the acceleration. So you got the attraction horizontal perfectly.
Nobody's ever shown one rock attracting another rock, dude. Unless they're magnite stones. Then they're magnetized. rocks have ferrous and non-ferrous metals in them, right? Or metals that are magnetized and metals that aren't magnetized. You can get a magnite, which is a rock, a natural rock, naturally formed rock that is already magnetic. Electricity, why are you muted? Cyrus, what are you doing? You smoking with me?
Yo, I'm watching Mike Tyson's All Knockouts here.
On YouTube?
Yeah.
I bet I already watched it.
I bet you have, man. I'm almost done with it.
Yeah, I've seen that.
It's so fucking good.
I still got a VCR tape from the 90s, Mike Tyson's greatest hits from Sports Illustrated.
Dude, just starches motherfuckers, man.
Okay, I found the experiment. It's called the Cavendish experiment. I'll drop the Wikipedia link.
That's not an experiment. It's not rocks. And
yeah, it's two lead spheres.
Yeah,
what was he trying to do with that?
Cavendish is an experiment. Yeah, but what was he trying to do with it? Was he trying to prove gravity, or was he attempting to weigh the mass of the Earth?
No. It was the two lead bodies attracting to each other.
No, I'm asking, what was he trying to prove? Was he trying to weigh the mass of the Earth, or prove mass attracts mass?
No, it was mass attract mass.
That's not what he was. No,
man. Sorry, bro. Incorrect. He was trying to weigh the Earth. He was trying to get the density of the Earth, man. So that way they can figure out the mass of the Earth.
And it wasn't an experiment. He had no prediction, no hypothesis, no control.
No. Like what he did was calculate the constant completely separately, and then using that to figure out how dense the Earth was.
No, it wasn't even him that calculated the constant. How about that?
Nope, it wasn't.
Yeah,
right, yeah.
Right.
No. Like, but it doesn't matter as long as he makes the measurement.
It wasn't an experiment.
But haven't you read it? Like you could see the fact that he doesn't use the Earth.
Cyrus, you want to tell him who actually quantified it, so he can know that we know more about Cavendish than he does.
I forgot about the dude's name.
I mean, yeah, dude, you're not the first person to come here and go Cavendish. You think I could get a bachelor's in engineering without knowing about Cavendish?
Here, bro, look at what Roger posted. Can you read that?
Yeah, I mean, but like that was the motivation behind the experiment, but not really what the experiment did itself.
It's not an experiment. Can I get the datum for that experiment? The prediction, the control, the independent, the dependent, and the manipulation?
What's the observed phenomena? Let's start with that.
The observed natural phenomena. Go.
Mm-hmm.
On his man-made rig.
Yes.
At best, you guys explain the fucking phenomenon, or the what do you call it? Not the action, but the fuck. Anyways, I forget.
The effect.
You don't. The effect. They're not using the cause, right? They're not finding the cause. They're just defining the effect.
At best.
For this guy.
At best. They don't even know what would cause.
But I wouldn't accept it.
Yeah, exactly. But you can
accept it as the effect. It's the effect of man-made mechanical builds. So it's only effect of the rig that man built.
No, but it's not a natural
phenomenon.
But you can't say that just because someone built something to measure like a tangible phenomenon.
I gave multiple reasons why it's not an experiment, and not being a natural phenomenon wasn't any of them. Cyrus brought up the fact that it wasn't a natural phenomenon.
So can you tell me the oscillation of the lead balls and the torsion in the string? How can that correlate to the density of the Earth? Please.
So what they what he ended up doing was he went through all this trouble to observe this one phenomenon to eventually finally.
Hold on, what phenomenon was that?
Well, so the phenomenon was the attraction of the two lead balls to each other without any other explanation of it, right?
So the lead balls would be attracted to each other before he started? I don't get it.
Yeah, because gravity, right? Like that was the whole point, right? That like
where
things attract each other.
Wasn't the whole point. He was attempting to weigh the density of Earth.
No, but no. He was that's what he wanted to do at the end, right? Like it's just like how I would say, like I want to get rich as hell. I didn't get rich because I wanted a Ferrari. I got rich because I worked hard, and then eventually you go ahead and you buy that Ferrari, right? Same way here. What he did was he measured he went through the entire trouble of finding a constant so that then he could plug it into Newton's.
It's not a constant. That's the thing. It's not a constant. How many people repeated it to prove it's a constant?
Oh my God! The amount of times that this experiment has been repeated, like since that time, like he was the first person to do it. But
listen, I did this in college. Hold on, I did this in college and it failed 10 times. On the 11th time, we got what we were looking for. So that's the only time we accepted. So my point is, what makes it 100% certain that this is a constant when 9 times out of 10 you get a fault? You have to start over again.
That's just a bad setup.
It's not a bad setup. We're talking about Michigan State University Engineering College, one of the best engineering colleges in the nation.
Can you identify the independent and dependent variables in this experiment then? That way it can actually be an experiment, right?
And
right. So the independent variable is how far away these balls are to each other, right? And the dependent variable is the measured force between the two balls, right?
He measured no force. He only measured movement.
No, hold on.
That's just it.
You have to manipulate the
right, but is it like the acceleration is proportional to force?
Listen to Cyrus. You're saying there's a cause. Mass attracts mass. You have a dependent and an independent. In one run, you manipulate the independent, the cause.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah.
And
No. You measure the dependent, right? Or Yeah. You change the independent.
Attraction is dependent on mass attracting mass. So no.
Yeah. Exactly.
Cause effect relationship, right? We're trying to establish here. So you have to manipulate the cause, right?
You manipulate the masses themselves and how close they are to each other.
The masses. So you're manipulating the distance. So distance causes. What exactly?
On his rig, less tension or more tension?
Well, let me fully understand the setup right here. Let me just make sure that I'm 100% like...
Cavendish, bro. Welcome.
Oh my God.
But you hang balls in shed, you find Earth gravity.
Nowadays, they would put you in the asylum for that. Hang balls in shed.
I need puff.
Yes, guys,
puff.
we know things fall to Earth, but what causes the Earth to sucky things down?
It is gremlins.
And why only balls?
So
shit, we broke the internet.
So mass attracting mass, the balls attracting each other would be the effect, right? And the cause.
How many of us didn't know it? Yeah, how many here didn't know he was going to come back with Cavendish?
I did. I called it.
Well, yeah, that's a given.
Wait, I had no idea that this was something that people came back to like frequently.
It's the only attempt you have to say you have an experiment, and it doesn't meet the scientific standard of an experiment. There's rigorous standards for what can be called an experiment. This doesn't meet it.
We can shut it down like 10 different ways because we always do, but we're letting you slide because that's not gravity anyways. But anyway.
Yeah, we're way more aggressive than this, but we just want you to understand that he in no way manipulated the cause.
Because you have to manipulate the mass of the ball. If the mass is what's causing the bungee attraction, right?
I still don't know where the oil comes in, though.
The oil? Oh,
you mentioned something
that's
about oil.
weird. Oh, that's
yeah. No. Sorry, I thought it was like. I thought it was like a
thinking
scale.
about balls. He thought he needed lubricant. You know, it's logically follows that your balls are going to slide easier.
Yeah, no, I might have gotten confused with another experiment. They used it, like the pressure, something about like like hydraulics to get a more accurate measurement.
Well, hey,
or something.
Underwater streams create magnetic fields, right? They create a flow of photons, which induces an electromagnetic field. Now, how do we know there was an electromagnetic field under his shed that was affecting his rig?
Crickets, man.
Yeah, this is we can demonstrate.
No. There's definitely been follow up to this. Like people have done this afterward and gotten better results. Like a more accurate measurement.
No, actually, I just covered that. We did it in college, and we didn't get what he got.
Right.
Do you know how many times? Listen, do you know how many times he had to reset his rig before he got what he was looking for?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
It's not an experiment. They say the Cavendish experiment, but it's not an experiment. There's no manipulation of the cause. There's no control.
Right, but like regardless of whether or not, like you can look at the setup and it in no way involves
I can make a Cavendish setup. I already know what they are. I did this.
Right, yeah. But like whether or not you're talking about rotating masses or any of that, none of it has to do with the Earth itself, right? You take as a given that you have a certain amount of acceleration, and we all agree that.
No,
right?
We don't.
But I mean, you have an accelerometer. I mean, you had those in college as well. You could tell exactly how much the Earth is attracting us downward, or how much we're accelerating upward. But it's been constant over time, right?
Do you even know what technology accelerometers are based on?
Oh, wait, what are we talking about now? Accelerometer?
An accelerometer.
How do we get here?
No, I mean, like, I'm simply stating the fact that, like, even if, you do that, you use a pendulum, like, any other way of doing it, over time, you can see that...
A pendulum isn't an experiment either, because you can't manipulate what you say is the cause of the effect. So if the Earth
you can put it you can put it on a centrifuge, and then locally
it's still attached to what you say is a rotating frame. So to actually have a control, you have to eliminate the rotation and show that the effect doesn't happen, and you can't do that on Earth.
But wait, we're so now we can't agree that like
a pendulum's not an experiment.
No, I know, but like I'm saying one of like 50 things,
during
right?
acceleration, but that doesn't this doesn't mean that gravity is true, because when I accelerate in my drag car, a force pushes me back against my seat. That doesn't prove your theory of gravity mass attracting mass prove.
No. I agree. No, like I that's not what I'm basing my argument off of or anything. Like what I'm saying is. Yeah, what I'm saying is, regardless of what is causing this sort of this attraction downward or acceleration upward or whatever causes the normal force that my bum is like feeling right now as I try to like cancel out gravity or whatever the hell that is.
The weight of your body sitting on your ass.
Yeah, exactly.
That's called applied pressure.
Yeah.
A pendulum is decaying on a magnitude of a square root of the inversion. You do realize that, right? Square root of the inversion of the law of 2, right?
Right, exactly. So but you can adjust the pseudo frequency.
No, they are not perpetual.
Right? Yeah.
Pendulums are not perpetual.
Exactly. Yeah,
Pendulums
but
are
you
not
can.
perpetual.
I agree.
And then
Yeah,
you
I
have,
know.
and then you have
And you
a
can figure out
specific
what the
magnetic
damping term
drive.
is.
Yeah, but you have a specific magnetic drive with the Foucault pendulum, right? That magnetic drive uses electromagnet.
No,
You
you
know that,
don't
right?
need to drive
Now,
it. You
this
just need to know what.
electromagnetic drive of the Foucault pendulum creates. Are you familiar with the way that the electromotive force moves in conjunction with the flow of current?
I don't need a driven pendulum. You can use an undriven pendulum, and knowing how much it decays over time, and
3.5
measure
fucking minutes,
All
dude.
right, all right.
3.5 minutes.
I need to go smoke too, but all right, what are we talking about? Pendulums? Well,
3.5 minutes until it's at zero magnitude.
Are we done with Cavendish?
No,
Oh,
no,
you're saying
we're
no?
not done. This is a
How
bit of
long
a
can you get a
detour here.
freestanding pendulum to swing?
Josh,
it's easy to do.
We're talking. We're trying to talk like we right now. We're talking about experimentation. We've been talking about this whole
Talk
time,
about
right?
fucking pendulums. That's not an experiment. What are you manipulating with a pendulum?
Oh my lord! No, I'm not saying that.
Pendulum height.
I don't care about how. I don't care about how you figure out the gravity or that we're feeling acceleration upward, but we all agree that we're on the face of the earth because of something, right? And that something is constant. That force is constant.
No, dude. Relative density, bro. What are you talking about?
He's trying to talk about gravity.
We're in a fluid medium. Do you understand that things go up and down?
Yes.
Oh, okay then. All right. So helium just goes up, yeah? Because of?
Like density,
Yeah, all right then. So not everything goes down. So
well, because it has the kinetic energy to rise, bro.
But you can model that exactly by like the density of air and how much displacement the helium is. Like it's all it all just obeys that law that like we are accelerating.
Hold on, just shut your mouth for a second, bro. Just you can model that because we did it empirically. All these laws are derived empirically. Charles' law, Boyle's law, all these guys. It's empirical shit. That's why.
Right. Exactly.
Right. Exactly.
And we were able to measure.
And Einstein. Empirical guy.
Hold up. Yeah. We were able to measure the fact that by some way, using the fact that we are accelerating, we're accelerating downward in a constant fashion.
That's just a rate of fall.
Yeah,
exactly. But we were able to measure some ratio. We were able to measure a ratio.
We all know that. Listen, now a rock. You say if I pick a rock up and I let go of it, it falls because something pulls it down. I say everything in this realm needs energy to do work. Rocks don't move on their own because they have no fucking kinetic potential. They have no kinetic energy. So when I take my energy and input it into the rock, place it up in a place that it's no longer in equilibrium in this realm, in this medium, and I let go of it, I took away all the energy that was supporting it. So it goes downward, it's displaced until it finds its point of equilibrium by its density and dictated by the density of the medium it exists in. Because if I hadn't put energy into it, for it to go up, it wouldn't have fell. Same thing with a tree. Tree grows, seed, water, sunlight. The tree grows upward. Everything that's up there on the tree, the fruit, it was brought there by the energy of the growing tree. When the growing tree no longer supports it, it falls because it doesn't have energy to support itself.
Nice.
Kinetic energy explains this 100% perfect, and there's no absolute preferred direction of down. I'm tired of hearing that. Things go through the medium of the air, the atmosphere, left and right as they fall. Do you think a skydiver or what they call us, tomato heads, you think special ops, when we paratroop out of airplanes, we fall straight down, or do we go sideways? One way and then the other due to air resistance and displacement.
Sure. Yeah, and you shape your body. Right.
Yeah, and I can slow my descent without opening my chute by just spreading out my body and making it wider.
Increasing projected surface area.
Yes. Yeah, increasing my surface area and therefore increasing my air friction or resistance.
Yeah. Science, bro. We humans figured this shit out, dude. What's wrong with you, Squid? You're still stuck in a fucking cabin.
And were you a squid? Was you cleaning semen off the poop deck?
No, yeah, like I agree with these things exactly. No,
An apparatus is not experiment, by the way.
Then how do you define an experiment? Like of all of the things that we've done, how do you not?
Now we're talking, man.
Yeah, I defined this a while ago.
Yeah, dude.
A prediction, a hypothesis.
Does anybody have
three variables?
sort of citation form? That way it's once and for all. You know, that's why we ask for the independent and dependent variable, right?
No, yeah, and I understand that. Like,
well, without those and a control, you don't have an experiment. You have
but like the control is you don't see any like you have objects that are just like without another heavy object off to the side.
Oh man.
Oh, that can't be true on Earth. Earth is a heavier object than everything that's on it. So there could be no control in a force.
Right.
You
No,
mass
but
because we live on a mass.
No, but through the inverse square law, again, like if you put it sufficiently far away, then it's not. It's not.
What
an issue.
about? Oh, hold on.
Okay. How can you place a thing far away from the mass of the Earth?
And also at the same time, like completely at the same time.
Saying that gravity diminishes with the inverse, with the square of the distance.
But in this particular setup, they just place it normal to the surface of the Earth, and then you don't have any effects of gravity from the Earth, right? As long as the string is pulling up,
not
and you're
true.
good.
Because the Earth is the greatest mass, it has the greatest attraction.
Exactly, but you cancel it out perfectly with the string pulling it upward.
You can't
the mental gymnastics you're doing for Cavendish.
I know.
He was trying to weigh the Earth here. Wikipedia here, bro. I'm gonna snip it out of Wiki. Wiki.
Dude, I understand.
He's trying to weigh the Earth.
He doesn't measure the Earth all the way up until after he's finished his experiment. His experiment is completely
you can't fucking weigh
self-contained.
the Earth, can you? So it has to be horse shit, no matter what it is.
No, look.
Shit.
What he's saying is, I'm going to measure these lead balls against each other. I know exactly how dense they are. I know how far away they are.
Yep.
And once I understand how gravity works, I'm going to plug it into the equation.
Okay. All right. Citation. Just snip that out of his work and you're golden. Just show me. Show me where he said that.
It says it in Wikipedia sequentially.
You're Wiki. No. I want it from Cavendish's work, bro. Not
It's
Wiki.
an unaccredited source.
You said you were going to snip it out of Wiki. What's the problem with me doing it as well?
That's actually snipped out of Cavendish's work that it says that he's trying to
If
weigh
I'd
the
have
Earth.
turned in a paper where I gave Wikipedia for a citation in college, I'd have got an automatic.
No. I agree. There's potential. There is further reading. I could find his paper and I could do it, right? But
I use
what it says is,
Wikipedia as a citation for Wikipedia not being a source.
Well, Wikipedia is actually a pretty good source.
Yeah, you know how much longer it would take me to go down into his particular work and
go to
find
college.
exactly the same thing it says on
Yeah,
Wikipedia?
Wikipedia is extensively peer reviewed.
On the first page, bro. That's why it wouldn't take you actually that long.
No, it's not. They even have dates wrong, Sasha.
Listen,
No, it's actually really good for most
You
articles.
believe in evolution. Do I need to say anything else?
hold on, bro.
That's actually helping my point because most people do.
Hey, can you
believe in
stop for a
evolution.
minute, please? Hold on. Now, see, most accredited universities will not accept Wikipedia as a citation. It's not a peer-reviewed citation or source, and it's not an accredited source. Now, is it okay for a starting point? Yes. You can go there, and if you find citations, 9 times out of 10, they don't even cite the source of their information that they give. But if they do, you can get a citation from them, follow that, and then you're getting it from a accredited source. You can use that as your citation, but never use Wikipedia in the academic level. They'll laugh at you.
My university lets us use it, but maybe that's, I don't know.
What university is that? A community college or something?
Yeah.
No, it's pretty good, but
When you do a paper, you never cite Wiki. You cite the citation that they give you on the
I
premise.
think that's like 10 years ago, dude. I think nowadays it changed.
No. Here, check it out. This is Wikipedia itself, edited by Wikipedia. Neither articles on Wikipedia nor websites that mirror Wikipedia can be used as sources because this is circular sourcing.
Yeah, this does make sense.
Well, yeah, but there must have been an original source because
It's a good place to start because sometimes they cite the source of their information, and that citation would be a valid citation. So, in other words, if you read the wiki on Einstein, they cite Einstein's papers, you follow the source, you go to Einstein's papers, you can use Einstein as your citation, but never wiki. It's a good starting point, though, because you can, whatever premise it is, you can look up the authority on wiki. Who's the authority on this premise? Like gas, Gussie law, Boyle's law, Charles' law. You can research all those laws, and then you can cite those laws as your source.
Right. Okay. So this is in order what happened, right? And I'm reading this off of Wikipedia, right? You know, he measured the angle of the rod and, you know, the twisting force and the wire angle and all this bullshit, right? And then he goes in and he says, you know, like, since the gravitational force of the Earth on the small ball could be measured directly by weighing it, the ratio of the two forces allowed the specific gravity of the Earth to be calculated. He calculated it after the fact. He figured out the ratio between the forces that they were feeling between the balls and the Earth's gravity, right?
Yeah,
Figured
the
out
Earth's
how much.
gravity is based on the weight of the ball.
What was that?
The Earth's gravity is based off the weight of the ball, or the tension created by the weight of the ball.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
And so this is my point about that. They've only asserted that weight is caused by gravity. Nobody ever showed or proved gravity to be the cause of weight.
No, yeah. But like there's the weight.
You didn't have Earth's gravity. You had the weight of a ball that you asserted to be caused by Earth's gravity.
Right. So how did you get the ball if you need the gravity to get the weight of the ball that you need to get the gravity?
Right. But
listen.
Regardless,
it's like. What is that confirmation fallacy? That's like saying Mike weighs 190 pounds, I'd guess, because of gravity. Oh, I weighed Mike. Mike weighed 175, so gravity's true because weight is caused by gravity.
Right, yeah. But here a proof by contradiction doesn't work because it isn't contingent on the fact that the Earth caused the gravity.
Well, it's just contingent on the fact that the gravity caused the weight.
No, it's solely contingent on the fact that the ball is...
tension on the cables is due to the weight of the ball.
Right, yeah.
What's the weight of the ball then?
Look, whatever causes the weight of the ball, like, you know, just like I can go without explaining how heavy, like, you know, how much force I feel on my ass when I'm sitting down, you know, except that, like, if I put another me on me, then I'm going to be feeling twice as heavy, right? You know,
if you get stronger, you feel twice as light.
Exactly, yeah. But you can figure out how that force grows in proportion to, you know, the size of the ball.
Let's recap.
Right?
You spent an hour and 20 minutes actually trying to prove something that you have no proof of. No.
Like, but we agree that we know how much force the ball feels solely by, you know, knowing its weight.
No.
Right?
Listen, weight in physics is
weight is a force.
It's a force. It's called applied pressure, not gravity.
It's a directly measurable force, right?
Yeah. Weight.
Exactly. Okay, good. As long as we can agree that it's a force, right? That is constant and that we can measure.
Weight isn't a force. It applies pressure. It's an applied pressure in physics. I'm not going to say it again.
No, it's defined as a force.
Applied pressure is a force. Pressure applies force.
Right, yeah, but whatever it is, it's exactly it creates acceleration according to F equals ma. It does all the things that forces do, right? Like, regardless of what the source is.
Oh, you opened the door, bro.
Right? So as long as we know that force, and we can find a ratio of a second, you know, what we are now calling an unexplained force from the other ball. We've just created a ratio of forces. Whatever they are, however they work, we just created a ratio, right? And we know one of those forces. Only using that. Like, that is the only thing we're doing, right? And so we were able to figure out,
What's
you
your
know,
point?
okay, if you know the force
Get
of
to the
gravity,
point.
if you know the force of gravity, and you have a ratio of another force that now you
No
know the
one
size
does.
of, you know the size of that other force. You don't know what's causing it, right? But you feel an attraction between two balls, and it's undeniably from the other ball.
How'd you get the force of gravity again? I lost you there.
Weighing, direct observation.
Right. That's just
direct observation. You weigh the ball. That is a direct observation. You're weighing the ball.
We already covered this. Listen, you assert that weight is caused by gravity. You haven't proven it.
No, I don't care whether the weight is caused by gravity. I really don't.
Actually, I don't care if you don't care because it's essential to this point that you're making.
No. You could conduct this in an accelerating frame that has no gravity on it, and as long as you knew that force,
as long
you
as
knew
you're
what that force
saying
was.
you're measuring weight, but then you count it as measuring gravity, it applies to it. It doesn't matter whether you care or not.
No. I don't need it. The weight is not. I don't care about the gravity in this situation. The gravity isn't measured with respect to the Earth in this entire experiment. All we need is a constant force, and we only use it as a constant force.
What the heck? What are you trying to? What's the point of all this? What are you doing? Is this to prove that we win a ball?
No, look, the point of all this is if we have a constant force, I don't care that it's weight, but I don't care if it's caused by gravity or by acceleration. And I can, through a ratio, figure out that there's a horizontal force that isn't affected by gravity.
Right? That's Newtonian physics, and it was overwritten by Einstein. So gravity is most accurately described as an effect of the warping of space-time due to the existence of matter, and not a force. So you keep saying force, but Einstein himself said gravity is not a force.
It's technically the curvature of space-time. I agree.
You need something more than a force. You're just calling weight a force by gravity, applied pressure. That means gravity is real. That's all you're doing.
You just said that thought experiments are like some bullshit, it's like...
No, I didn't. I said we use them for the advancement of technology, but it doesn't build a concrete reality. So
right, but
we can't. This is a great example of that. So we can manipulate weight, but we can't tell you what causes weight.
No, but for this experiment, it's not an essential.
What experiment?
The Cavendish experiment. I thought we were all painfully aware of
control.
It is essential because he measured the force of gravity on the two separate masses by measuring their weight. So you absolutely need it. This is your assumed gravity. You assume gravity causes weight. So you measure the weight and you assume that, and the difference between one and the other is their attractive ratio.
All you did was figure out the force. You place a ball on a metal surface, right? A scale or whatever the fuck, right? And then you take that ball, which is still acting. You're still It is still behaving exactly the same way as it was like 2 seconds ago.
Yeah,
you
but
don't care where that weight comes from.
An attractive force.
Right. Don't get hung up on that. Look, like the ball
I'm
is
hung
still
up on that because you cannot prove that there's an attractive force causing weight.
I don't need that for my proof. I absolutely do not need that for my proof.
How'd you get the weight though?
Then how? Listen. Then how do you measure the attractive force of the mass?
Right. You directly feel the force using a scale.
I can feel weight, motherfucker. Weight. Those balls would probably weigh less to me than they do to you because I'm stronger. So
right. Exactly.
Would the force be less?
No. You don't care about that.
No,
you're hanging it up
in the kinetic energy. I have more kinetic energy than you, so it's easier for me to do a greater work.
Right, but now you take that ball, which is feeling, I do not care what, force downward, and you just move it from the scale to a string.
We're talking about feelings now.
This is
we're sciencing,
completely
bro.
objective. No. This is completely objective. You are taking ball that is feeling a force, right? Or that is exerting a force.
Listen to me. prove the ball is under force. Manipulate the force, make the ball float.
Right. No. Force of what, man? The force is the normal force.
Name Luke Skywalker. What do you mean? Feel the fucking
I'm not
force,
levitating
dude.
a ball. I'm not levitating a ball. I'm putting it on
that's
a scale.
gravity. So if you're running an experiment on gravity, that's what
you're saying is because an inanimate object doesn't have energy to support itself in the air, that there must be a force pulling down on it because it has weight. That's what you're saying.
That, or we're in an accelerating frame.
So if I actually magnetize, if I took a steel ball, the same thing would ring true. But if I magnetize it, I could pick it up and stick it to a piece of metal up above my head, and it wouldn't fall. Why? Because it had energy. Because it had energy to do work and to support itself in this medium.
Right, but these balls are made of lead.
I know they are. That's not my point. My point is weight isn't a force. It's not gravity. It's not an attraction. You haven't proved that an attractive force causes weight.
Yeah, but that is not what I'm doing at this point. What I'm saying is I have attractive force.
You sound like you're educated, so if you don't understand that you're calling weight an attraction, I can feel this object has weight. You're calling that a force, an attractive force, when it's just applying pressure on your hand because you have weight, and it has weight.
Right, but there's... okay, let's talk about that pressure.
You
it is just
call
a
it attraction,
pressure, right?
I call it pressure.
Okay, all right. You have that pressure, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you put it on a string...
What causes that pressure?
It honestly doesn't matter as long as I know
really
that pressure
exists. It's the bending and bending and warping of space-time.
Oh,
let me get you.
Lord.
Bro, you're stuck in fucking 1700s with balls in the shed.
No, but like this is the most down-to-earth way that we have actually...
It's antiquity, man. It's antiquity, bro. Now, let's get up to speed now.
The more...
skip up ahead, 1915. Yep, Einstein.
I know.
Bro, it's the bending and warping of space-time is the cause, okay, of gravity, of things falling downwards. You get it?
Agree. Yes, I do
agree?
get it. I do agree.
Now show me some of that stuff now.
Okay.
All right. Let's get into Einstein now. Let's just
talking.
But you guys are saying that Cavendish is somehow invalidated, but have no way of actually invalidating Cavendish. It's bizarre.
It's just an observation because it's just an observation, man.
But it is a fundamental observation of like the fundamental laws of nature. How are we denying that?
Back to reality.
You cling to it because it's fundamental to your premise. It's not fundamental to reality, guy. That's only in your mind. Reality exists without Cavendish non-experiment.
But how would you explain? Seriously, how would you explain
when I said Cavendish establishes no cause and effect relationship between anything it presents or asserts.
The control is a ball on a string without the other ball on it. You know that, right? Like that's a trivial thing to prove.
Oh my God, Cavendish! Just shoot me now.
That's the control variable.
I can't hear any more of this.
You say kill me now, but like, what is it that you've proven? You know,
what are you trying to prove? Does Cavendish prove really want a ball? Is that it? Does Cavendish prove really want a ball?
What are you saying?
All I'm saying.
No, does it? Answer the question.
Seriously.
Does it?
Seriously, all I'm saying is.
What does it prove?
Okay, all I'm saying is, if you know that a metal ball attracts another metal ball, right? Then you prove. What?
You said if you know that. Okay, I don't know that. I don't know.
Right. If
I don't.
Right. But you're telling me why I'm staking everything on Cavendish, right?
Okay.
If you were able to prove that down here on Earth, that is what is occurring, then you would say that the celestial phenomena that like we are seeing up there, and that like we keep saying over and over that that's up there, but there's no reason why it should be down here.
See lead balls, a torsion spring, and oscillations in that torsion spring in the heavens above, and we're attached with a string to this torsion bar. Is this what you see?
what I see
because that is the apparatus, correct?
that is the apparatus. Correct. I'm not denying that that's the apparatus.
Okay.
But if I'm saying that this phenomena, that
So
this
how does that directly correlate?
So the way it directly correlates is if I say that two objects here attract each other in the same way that they do in the sky, then our Earth model should mimic in exactly the same way what happens in the sky. There's no reason, there's nothing special about the Earth in this particular universe.
Prove the movement in the sky happens due to an attraction. I'll wait.
Prove that you're on the ball, dude. It's like, how'd you
exactly?
How'd you just fucking skip in your head to a sphere that you
Newton proved this in Principia, you know? Like,
in Principia. Whoa.
Listen, guy, you don't know the difference between a postulation and a demonstration.
What you said was that there's no reason why the Earth needs to continue to model those attractive forces that we see up in the sky because they're stupid.
Maxwell and a couple other people
measure the curvature first. Measure the curvature first.
All I'm saying is if there is such a large.
So there is a measure the ratio of the masses and the torsion and the angle of the torsion.
Bro, we already covered. Hold up. We already covered that gravity is best explained as an effect, not a force. And you keep saying a force. Are you Luke Skywalker or what, man? You need a force?
No, but what I mean is that, like, if we prove that these two metal balls are attracting each other, then the Earth that we're standing on is what's attracting us. Or else you wouldn't be able to account for that. You know?
Prove, there's a force. You have to manipulate the force and make the force go away.
Exactly.
Something that would be impressive is get dust to settle on the bottom of the ball.
So he observed balls oscillating.
Yeah, like the dust would settle upward because
dust does not settle on the bottom of a ball. If a ball was, say, dense like a ball of lead, there should be dust collecting on the bottom because it's got gravity in it, right?
But the effect of the Earth is a whole lot more.
But it does not, because your presupposition of what gravity is flawed and wrong. You do not even understand the work of Newton that you champion.
No, the dust settling on the bottom of the ball would be because the ball is sufficiently dense to where close up, the dust use a higher force upward.
Make it happen.
Really sufficiently dense.
Well, you would happen, bud. You will never see that happen. You will never, ever see dust stick to the bottom side of a ball. I'm sorry.
If you crank up the densometer, matter is just going to get attracted to it.
Right, but if you take a magnet, which can produce comparable levels of force,
magnet it has nothing to do with density.
Oh, see, now he's talking about a real force, magnetism.
Yeah, like, I don't know. Choose any force that would be able to be on the same order, like on a, like
magnetism,
higher
gravity. We can manipulate magnetism.
Electromagnetism is exponentially stronger than the force that you're claiming. How did you remove that from the experiment? So
it's actually not exponential.
Yeah, it is. No. Electromagnetism is 10 to the 28th power stronger than gravity's claimed to be.
But it doesn't grow. It still also grows at 1 over r.
Did you isolate that though when you did your torsion bar twist experiment, so-called? Did you isolate gravity from those exponentially stronger forces that are present in all molecular interactions?
Well, I mean, yeah, there's electrical, there's electromagnetic attraction of like the individual, like string molecules to each other, but that just ends up macroscopically being a tension in the string that's keeping the ball up.
I have something to tell you.
You're word salading, you know that.
Have you seen the movie of Miyazaki?
Hey, bro, whoa, we're not talking about movies
Stop
right now.
whispering.
Hold on, yeah. No, monsieur Lapin.
Oh, come on, just let him talk. Goddamn.
No.
You can adjust the volume, like right?
Just chill. We're talking about something important. Well, let's
you can turn it off if you want.
No movie talk right now.
It's serious. It's about what Squid is talking about, Joshua are talking about, what you're talking about.
Yeah, but
it's about ball electromagnetism. Do you remember the movies that you have seen when you were a kid of Miyazaki, Laputa? the Laputa Island with a stone inside the island that makes the Laputa Island float into the air. I don't remember if you
I can't hear a word he's saying. Can you speak up?
Yeah, dude.
So how big do we need to make a ball before it starts to attract other mass to it? Like, what's the threshold? Like, how big exactly does it have to get before we can observe it pulling other objects into its gravitational field?
The computer movie? I've never seen that movie, but...
in reality, the ball doesn't float. The ball doesn't attract nothing. The ball is floating into the ether.
He is a ball that's floating? What are you saying, man?
No, in reality...
Ether. He's talking about ether, but we're not talking about ether, right?
No, it's
talking about Cavendish.
What is
Cavendish? Man, I
Cavendish?
want to get back to Cavendish, man. Let's just finish up Cavendish, Lapointe. Monsieur Cavendish is who we're talking about. Hanging lead balls in the shed. I'm not sure if you heard about that in France. Have you heard about that?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what we're talking about. And you said something about the dust at the bottom of the ball. You said density. So density attracts mass now?
Yeah,
all right.
well, you see, the thing is...
So what experiment? Because now, if you can manipulate density, which we can actually do,
right?
Mass is supposed to get attracted to it. So show me.
Yeah. So what you need to do is make it. Yeah, you need to make it dense enough so that
how dense? Give me some numbers. How dense is dense enough? Plus or minus? Plus or minus? How much?
Yeah, I would think definitely like on the order of like.
Not words now. Don't you use words like mega, massive, large. Yeah, no.
No, it would definitely need to be really dense because you'd need to be able to
really. It's just doubled up on it. So just really squared. Really squared.
Yeah. Well, it had to be dense enough to where you could get a particle, or the radius would have to be small enough away from like said like dense ball. To where the forces are the same.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
What falls in Cavendish
no one knows
anyway?
What you mean. What's up?
So what falls in Cavendish anyway?
So nothing in Cavendish is falling. All that you rely on is a constant force downward. There's nothing that...
Okay, how do you know?
There's nothing that says that like it needs to be gravity that's pulling down the ball. Like it absolutely does not, like fall upon the like it's not predicated upon that. As long as you have a constant force that you can compare it to, then you can figure out what the force between the two balls is.
But what's that force that you're comparing it to?
It's just a force that you measured at the beginning. That's
what was what?
Hey, as long as you know that there's a force downward, right?
Yeah, as long as you know, man, it's all good. Yeah, we don't have to be specific here. It's all gravy, man.
Yeah, exactly.
What's wrong with you, dude? Just chill out, man.
Yeah, the whole point of the experiment is without needing to have a bunch of extra dependencies upon like what it is that's accelerating downward and all this other stuff. You only need to know that you have a force downward and that you have a force that is feeling like that you have a force in the other direction, and that by relating those two, you know how strong the force is in the other direction. Yeah.
Yes.
Wait, what is what the fuck does that mean? as long as you know that you have a force downward.
Yeah,
and that you're feeling another force.
Well,
yeah.
That that's what keeps us on the surface, don't you know?
And no.
Hold on. So did Cavendish account for Coriolis? That's right. How do you isolate Coriolis force from his equations? Show me.
I have
that's a fresh
literally
one,
no
guys.
idea.
Yeah, fresh. It's, right out the oven right here. It's good stuff.
In his model, there is no force. I don't know why he's circling back. Newton has been toppled from the throne by Einstein. There is no force.
He doesn't want to.
I know that there is no force. It's modeled exactly by the inverse square law at small velocities.
Talking
what we actually
about a force
here on Earth.
Keep to your model. Stop talking about the force. A force that has been superseded in your model. There is no force in your model. Stop talking about it.
If I can't explain the curvature of the Earth to you guys, how can I explain the curvature of space-time? Like, can I really be asked to fucking do that here? God damn!
You're just stacking hallucinations on top of hallucinations. I agree with you.
What if I told you every single thing in reality is flat?
You guys are the ones who are talking about the curvature of space-time and fail to acknowledge the curvature of the Earth.
Do you know the name of your reality? Do you know the name of the model of your reality?
Which one of all of the different ones? There's a bunch of different ones that act at different size scales and stuff. But...
Nope, it's all been changed into one unified theory.
Yeah, they're trying really fucking hard.
Yeah, do you know what it's called?
The Grand Unified Theory? Yeah.
No, it's not the Grand Unified Theory. I didn't even say Grand Unified Theory. And you can't get the Grand Unified Theory because string theory fucking debunks Planck's theory. And Planck's theory debunks string theory.
Well, string theory
is quantum mechanics and the breakdown of Einstein's equations because it's all relative to your perspective.
Wait, you guys believe in superposition?
Yeah,
nope.
I do.
Nope. I am without words. This shit is crazy, bro.
Nope.
What?
I don't even think that there's particles.
What, you don't believe in superposition?
I don't believe in anything, Sasha. That's your problem. You have a lot of faith and trust in men.
Bro,
well, yeah.
Look at the geometry and it makes sense, man. Like, I don't know what else to tell you.
Well, I mean, you hallucinate Earth curvature, so what would you tell us?
Okay,
what
wait.
Geometry?
What direct observation of like the superposition of the states of particles do you guys see on a day-to-day, and have you guys been like, oh yeah, that shit checks out. I agree. I should believe in this.
Better question. What direct observation of Earth curvature have you ever seen?
No. I asked my question first. Thank you very much.
So you believe in the ball Earth, but you don't believe in superposition?
Hold on, Sasha.
I do believe in superposition, but it's because I've been able to convince myself of, other more fundamental things. Or not fundamental, but more basic things.
Convince yourself. That's not a good sign for yourself, just to let you know. You shouldn't have to convince yourself.
Well, I mean...
that means
curvature,
shit, right?
Earth curvature.
I want to verify
Earth curvature.
Well, yeah, you
hey, look,
end up...
everyone, listen to the crowd. Listen to the crowd. Yep, curvature. That's what I hear. So, curvature.
It always comes back
what's up, man? Where we're at?
All right.
Well,
here's my question.
We're in the shed. We were in the shed. Now we're going to graduate outside of the fucking shed. Because inside of the shed, okay, Earth is a ball. Cool. All right. Now outside of the shed. Yes?
All right. If Earth is flat, and I go to a sufficiently tall building to where it's taller than the surrounding buildings, right?
No.
Why can't I
need a measurement? I don't care about your philosophy, whatever. When to a building, give us a measurement.
Let him draw
I don't care about your stupid going up a building.
Yeah, leave the man-made structures out of it and just measure the thing you're talking about, the Earth.
All right.
Yeah.
Why can't I see Everest right now? That's my real question.
No measurement.
Wasn't this how this conversation started? Didn't BattleMod already tell you all about angular resolution? Where are the Earth curvature measurements?
Well, the reason you can't see Mount Everest is because there's too much fog and clouds in the way.
Yeah, he's just circling back to the very first things that were explained to him.
Right,
just go to tell us where the Earth curvature is. Measure it. Stop waffling around, Goofy.
That theory that you have, that it's obstruction, that means that shit would get cloudy. It wouldn't get smaller.
Shit would get cloudy.
Do you have a measurement or not? That's the question. Do you have a measurement or not? We can look at.
Do you have a measurement of how much the angle shrinks as a result of the...
We know exactly how much Earth curvature drop-off there should be, and we've gone out and measured for it many times and have never observed it in any of those attempts, and they're posted all over the server, and I'm sure that you've seen them. So do you have any demonstrations of Earth curve?
Well... Do you?
Yeah. Do you?
And there we go. Cricket.
I can't see. Like, if I were to go...
Okay, go on.
If I were to go, I have a decently tall building around me that, is taller than the building surrounding it. I can't see other tall buildings that are on the same order of magnitude that should be nearby.
Are the measurements coming anytime soon?
How far is nearby?
You can figure out exactly what angle you should be able to see the object.
Stories, but that's what we do all the time here. We figure out exactly the amount of Earth curve drop-off we should see, and we go out and test it, and we don't see it ever. Want us to show you?
If you don't see it, then why can't I see the building that should be on the horizon?
Who's making up stories? You don't even know how much Earth curvature drop-off you're supposed to be looking for. Do we need to show you how this works?
All right. Cool.
Hey man,
what building? What building were you on? How high were you? What's the observation height? What's the distance to the other building? We need data.
Yeah, what's
Can't you say I went up a building and look over to another building?
I don't know. It sounds like too much of an apparatus for me, to be honest.
Yeah, that's right. You got to fork out that fucking data, bro. No data. Yeah. We got nothing.
Yeah, man. Nah, but like,
do you know the rates
that's too many angles, bro.
Yep, all the fucking angles.
Yeah. So do you know the
like? Doesn't Coriolis have to do with something?
Yes,
like I think like the light would miss me.
Yeah, like Coriolis is shit.
Get him out of here. He's just talking shit now.
Yeah, go check your toilet for Earth curvature. That's where most globers find it nowadays.
So does the wind spin with the Earth? Or does it lag behind?
Yeah, because it should in theory. So wait.
Is just a dead end.
So wait, is the hole in the ozone layer just like a ring around the Earth, or is it like
the hole,
or is it like a one hole?
What is the ozone layer?
Mute this dude. Mod mute.
So ozone is O3, as far as I know.
Right,
yeah. Gas that's invisible that I have an ozone generator or make.
Right.
Anyways, it's useful. So, so a layer of this gas, in the upper atmosphere. Let's say we live in a ball. I'm just imagining.
Right.
Now, this layer of fluid that's free to move around, and they're saying they found hydrogen, like an atmosphere, on the fucking moon. So. Stuff escapes all the way up to the moon, so it's like, okay, hole in what? So we don't have like a solid layer for anything to have like a ring, an annular hole in, right? Yeah.
I guess Coriolis could play in a part there too, because like honestly, like the heavier it could be thrown out towards the equator, like where it actually would get thrown out, right?
Flings out like a fridge. I gotcha. Flattens out.
Yeah, exactly. Like the tides.
That doesn't fucn't happen though. Does all the water accumulate around the fucking equator?
Right. Yeah, you're right.
No, right. Yeah, we're spinning 1,000 miles an hour, supersonic at the equator, and the water doesn't do that.
Man, that shit would like spin off. You're right, because the gravity wouldn't be strong enough to hold it down.
There you go. Right, it's a minuscule force. Yeah, it can barely hold on in fucking hydrogen. It goes all the way to the moon. So shit, man.
Because it's like it would like the order of magnitude. It's exponentially smaller than the electromagnetic force, because it could never hold shit. Right?
You're claiming electromagnetism now, but sure, man. I mean,
no. I mean, like, just like, like gravity's really weak. It couldn't hold any water.
Well, it's non-existent, so I don't know if that's weak per se.
Just axial rotation, bro. Then you got orbital rotation. Then whatever that rotation is in the other rotation.
Yeah, like the moon wouldn't be able to like stick to the Earth because like big G is too small.
The moon stuck to the Earth. I lost you.
Like in an orbit, I say. Like that would be ridiculous.
Making a lot of presumptions there. Where'd you get R from? That'd be the first one you made. Where'd you get R?
Exactly.
You can't show us a curvature. Hey, is that how Eratosthenes or Al-Biruni did it? They went on top of a really tall building and went, I can't see that other building I thought I see. The Earth's radius must be 3959 miles.
Right. Yeah. They
that
didn't.
sounded like that was your method. Is that how it's done usually?
Yeah, they didn't use pillars at like different places on the Earth, and
well, you know what they did do? They just presupposed that it was a ball.
Right. Yeah.
Got any measurements that don't do that?
They didn't wait for an equinox and then go to a different place in the Earth where something was straight up and measure the angle there. That's not what they did.
Yeah, but the whole thing just presupposes that it's taking place on a ball in the first place. It makes a whole bunch of assumptions about what's going on. So do you have anything that actually directly demonstrates that the Earth is a ball?
What about...
actually, one second. So actually, there's no primary documentation of what Aristophanes did. So did he really do that?
Yeah, it's a cool story.
So
it's not like something that like other people can do hypothetically.
Yeah, well, other people can do it.
A bunch of different times. Like
other people can go out and assume I must be on a ball and the sun must be an infinite distance away, and therefore if I lay a bunch of sticks out like this, I'll get shadows like this. But they can also assume, hey, maybe the Earth's flat and the sun is local and close, and I can lay out a bunch of sticks and get the same kinds of shadows. So pick your presumption and then prove either one of them, jackass.
Right, yeah. So then if the sun was that close, the water wouldn't start fucking instantly boiling on the surface of the Earth when it was close.
You're presuming the size, you're presuming the intensity, you're presuming the location, you're just making a bunch of assumptions again. So can you start over without the assumptions and then show us how you figure any of this out?
Right, but on the same side of a plane, how could it ever
Okay, well, the angular resolution thing has been explained to you ad nauseum, so if you don't get that by now, then I guess we'll just move off of that. But hey, look, if it's a ball, it's going to have curvature, so just go and measure, told us specifically exactly how much we should have, and it's never observed. So maybe you can go and show us. Yeah, that's about two different mediums. So I don't know if you want to invoke that.
Exactly. Yeah, you were talking about like, the density of the air then affecting the refraction
okay, so when you say that the sun is going to illuminate the entire Earth's surface, the only reason you can do that is because you're making presumptions about how big it is, how intense it is, and where it is. So just cut all that nonsense out and show us exactly where the curvature on the Earth you claim is. Hey, stop waffling around. Go out to the Earth, measure the drop-off. All you're doing is diverting away from that. You're pointing in every single direction but the Earth, because I guess you can't just show us the Earth doing the thing that you say it does.
Yeah, you're right. So
I know.
When I see the transition of the Earth going below the equator, or when I see
the Earth goes below the equator, what the hell are you talking about?
No. Sorry. When I see the sun go below the equator instead of just extinguishing in the sky, right? Then that tells me that the diffraction must make it so that the angle of the sunlight is going upward, right? Like there's that much, but you can't get that through Snell's law. You can't get that through diffraction.
Diffraction or refraction are you claiming here? Because I understand diffraction to be a different thing.
So
I'm confused here with your term.
Yeah, no, you're right. It is refraction.
Okay, thank you.
So you can't really achieve that. That's all I'm
this
saying.
Is how you figured out that the Earth is curving. You looked at the sky, you looked at the sun, you made presumptions about where it is, what it's doing, how intense it is. You said, this couldn't happen unless I'm on a ball. Well, that's pretty stupid. You should have just measured the curvature of this ball you think you're on. Think you're up to that challenge?
Actually, no. I just eliminated the fact that it was a flat Earth.
Well, you didn't do that.
I didn't do anything
Oh my god!
You didn't even look at the surface of the Earth before you eliminated what it could possibly be. So that's pretty stupid.
It still makes it impossible. I agree that I don't know. The Earth is
what makes it impossible? You didn't even look at the surface. How can you say anything about what it is being impossible?
No type of gas that has a higher.
Well, he's doing it again. He's talking about anything but the surface of the Earth, the thing he's trying to make a claim about.
Well, see, the thing is, the surface.
Is that Aristophanes did it? He started talking about what gases do.
No, you're right. The surface of the Earth is locally flat for a sphere.
I think he's trolling at this point.
There's no such thing as locally flat on a ball. It's all curvature in all directions all the time. That's all it does is curve. There's no flat sections anywhere on a ball. Do you get it? Have you looked at a ball? Do you know what a ball is?
Have you seen a dodgeball? Have you ever seen the little ridges on the dodgeball?
Yeah, that's honestly what I'm wondering at this point. Have you seen a ball?
Yeah, see, those ridges make it look like it's going up and down, but on average, it's dipping.
Okay, yeah. So does water have ridges? Is that what happens?
Wow,
water ridges.
Yeah,
the surface of water ridges.
See, the surface of the Earth.
60% of the surface, yeah, it's water. Is it ridging? Is that what you're talking?
Yeah. Have you ever gone to a beach? You know that thing that happens that makes that really nice noise? They're little waves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, waves. So
That's
water at rest.
Crazy, dude.
Is water at rest full of ridges?
Really? Yeah, it does have ridges.
Water
a
at
lot of people worry about those.
Okay, well, I don't see that in my pool, my bathtub. Water at rest looks pretty level.
Yeah.
Whenever
his voice goes up, he's lying. Whenever his voice goes up, he's lying.
No, but have you seen? Have you ever calculated how much that curvature of the bathtub is?
Yeah. Do you know how much curvature the Earth is supposed to have?
Yeah.
Okay, go on.
So I can't observe that.
What's the formula? How much curvature are we supposed to see on this thing?
You're supposed to see an arc, you don't
know specifically what rate of curvature we're supposed to be seeing? And yet you were coming in, you're acting like you're the smart guy because you think you've measured you don't even know what rate it's supposed to be happening at? You're a fucking idiot.
I got you.
No. Seriously, are we talking about how much is supposed to dip every mile?
Every X distance out, how much down does it go? That's that simple, man. And if you give me that shit in fathoms, I'll work with you, bro. I'll convert it to whatever you need. Yeah, any fucking unit you want.
Give me a second.
Cubits, fathoms, let's go, dude.
See, that's the thing is the numbers are already out there, and all you got to do is.
He's the only guy in this room who doesn't know it. Imagine that. The one who thinks he's measured it is the only guy who doesn't know it.
I haven't measured it. I'm not claiming that, the Earth needs to be. No. All I'm saying is that it can't be flat. You know.
You don't even know what rate it's supposed to be curving at, so you don't know how to check whether or not it is. So you can't say it can't be flat. You are the least qualified in this room to make that claim.
See, the problem is that you're putting the burden of proof on me. Right, because you're saying exactly how much it's supposed to.
No. You put the burden of proof on you because it's your claim.
What happened was that you weren't able to explain how the sunlight would go upward, and then you just started.
The sun circulates around throughout the years. It circulates between the tropics. Who cares? Measure the curvature of the Earth if you say it's there.
I actually know. Because I don't need to prove that. All I need to tell you is that you're crazy for thinking the sun is local. You know what I mean?
Well, that's just a presumption on your part. Earth curvature, please.
Think of how
you measure the distance to the sun. Did you take a tape measure out there? How did you get there? How do you know exactly how far away it is?
Because I used a small angle approximation, and
that's really cool.
That it didn't need to have, it didn't.
Okay, you figured out the distance using a small angle approximation. What is it?
You actually don't need to know the angle.
The distance? You just said that you figured it out using a small angle approximation. What is the distance?
See,
look at this fucking idiot. You didn't figure out anything. What's the distance? You just said you figured it out. You can't tell us what it is?
Oh yeah, after a certain point, it's
he knows the angle, but he doesn't know the angle.
Yeah, he knows. He figured that.
You don't need the angle. At a certain
point, you're finished, buddy.
Bro, seriously. I mean, look at
you figured out the distance to the sun using angles.
Seriously,
what is
tell
it?
me the difference in the cosine of 0.0001 and 0.000001.
Cool quote, buddy.
Tell me what the difference is, bro. They're
cool
both
quote, buddy. The Earth is still flat. Sorry,
but it doesn't matter, bro.
Yeah,
Like,
it doesn't matter. That's what you figured out. It doesn't matter. You looked at the angles and thought it doesn't matter, and therefore I can just make up the rest of the bullshit as I go along.
Well, because it's immeasurably small, you know. Your boy was talking about engineering and shit, and they use approximations all the time, and his cylinder block's still
Let me
split.
just ask you a question, Squid.
No,
Let me just ask
wait,
you.
I have a question.
Why do you care if it's flat or round?
Well,
I mean, I have a real
why do you
question.
care if it's flat or round?
Honestly, I don't. I was.
His name?
My friends were, you know, like giving me a pastime. They were like, "Check out these guys."
So Squid, I have a question. So, like, is someone squeezing your balls?
Because of the
you
voice
go high pitched whenever you're like asked to present something or prove something, you're like your balls. It's like your voice gets really high, like someone's squeezing them.
Right? Yeah. No, it's. See, I have a helium tank, and also my balls are being squished. But at a certain point, you know, you give or take with the helium, right?
Okay, so it's not that you're lying then, right? Because that's also what happens when people lie. Their voice gets really high.
Right, exactly. Because like whether or not I'm lying about something matters when it actually holds up.
Well, I mean, it kind of does when we're trying to ascertain the truth about something.
Right. See, but that assumes that I know the truth more or less than you guys.
Kind of acting like you do.
Well, I know what it's not.
I mean, you're talking like you do.
You don't know what it's not. You haven't even looked.
All right.
You don't even know what your own claim is. You don't even know how much curvature there's supposed to be, and you're telling us that you know that there is that much curvature. You're insane, dude.
Oh my God! Wait, do you want how much the drop is for 1 mile?
No, I already know what it is.
Hey,
you had your chance to answer.
It out. I have my little, you know, like piece of paper. I'll come back.
I'm really glad that you finally got caught up to where the rest of us are at on that one little detail.
Jeez, but like, you want me to go and do some napkin?
Let's take him through it. Let's take him through it. All right, how much drop for a 3 foot observer? Say 10 miles. 10 miles, 3 foot observer. What's the drop, Squid?
All right, 10 miles and 3 foot. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
10 miles to 3. All right, let me figure it out.
So 3 foot observer at 10 miles. What should be the drop?
So you're saying an angular drop?
It's a vertical
drop in feet. Yeah, vertical drop. See, I know there's heaps of Earth curve calculators. Just Google Earth curve calculator.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'll just actually do like the geometry. You know, I'll do it myself.
I have a theory that is more crazy than all of you guys.
Sick.
I feel like I just like taking people through it. They do all the calculations and then show them some
theory online over here. Once you realize it's flat, you know why Occam's razor exists. The rest of the shit is just, it's so far out there.
It's just noise.
We are on a normal...
And then we'll show you some long distance observations, and let's see if the maths fits reality or observations. And I think, a lot of people just don't understand the observations that have been done with the infrared, the mirrors, the lasers, just general long distance, doing lighthouses, landmarks, islands, cities. It's just been done so many times now. I can't believe people still question it. I guess people always question it, but yeah, and they say, I guess, they say refraction, but I don't know. When we're talking about things that are
good luck refracting
300 foot.
Guys,
exactly. Yeah.
Guys, we told about our illusion with the eyes, but do we talk about the illusion that we have inside our heads that we cannot notice?
Yeah, that's all we talk about here is people's illusions that they have inside their heads, like the globe.
Yeah.
I have something more crazy than you think. Something that can make you both shake hands about globes and flat Earth.
Try me out.
Do you know the Mobius ring? The Mobius ring?
A Mobius?
Mobius. It's like if you have a piece of tape, when you scotch the piece of tape on the back of the other piece of tape, it makes a loop, a strange loop, like an infinite loop. And
there's only one continuous side.
Exactly. And that can, if we bend time, if we bend space and time,
how would we do that?
Oh man.
Oh, how we could? Thank you, Sirius. We could bend space and time.
How?
Yeah.
Can you?
No, it's just that we cannot. What I mean by that is.
Can you grab me a jar of space time and bend it up for me? I'm just a little bit confused on the first part of your premise.
You realize
here.
that's a straw man, right? Like, obviously, you're not going to be able
I'm just going to establish that the thing he's talking about is even.
Yeah. Let's imagine it.
Wait, but you guys believe in curved space-time?
Wait.
No,
Curvature drop, bro.
Who here believes in curved space-time?
Did you hear that lie?
I have a theory that is more crazy than all of you.
Hey, that wasn't even a lie. You guys said it yourself,
Squid, what I think is...
No.
Relativity?
I'm going to go ahead and say no.
Squid, what I think is we live on a bigger Earth, but...
just push those goalposts out, buddy.
Oh yeah, he's making a lot of sense here. I might subscribe to his philosophy.
Yeah, you would.
But what I think also is that we are, as many people feels it for their good sense, is that we are on a flat planet, but on a bigger Earth.
Not a planet.
Okay, it's a cool story.
The crazy stuff we'll understand is that space that you think is fake, it's not fake. It's actually very real.
Okay. Well, it's a great story.
No, because you know what? When we address the space for the star, what do you normally say? You said, "Oh, sonoluminescence." That's true. That's possible. But do you forget everything else about what we called aliens, geomagnetic?
Say aliens?
More cool stories.
Yeah.
No,
cool stories on top of cool stories. Okay, go on.
You really started with aliens? Let's hear the rest.
Well, he started with bendy warpy space time.
No. It's something that
I asked for a verification of bendy warpy space time, and then someone called that a straw man. But anyway, we'll just cool story on.
The true thing.
How dare you ask for evidence? How dare you? Is evidence? Is that what we use these days? Evidence and stuff.
I'm sorry I interrupted your cool story. It's just that I thought we were going to get some proof of globe there for a second, and you got me. You got my hopes up.
I have, but
it's not the first time.
Right after aliens, that's where you were at.
I've heard this one before. Bigger Earth. Yeah. However, all your satellites would fall out of orbit. None of the moon landing missions would be true. And
no, the thing is, moon landing is fake. But the thing about moon landing is that there is maybe it's possible that the moon landing is just an arrival,
the aliens whooped their ass. Watch out! They told them never.
No, it's not really the alien that you figure out like physical aliens. It's much more of
some other kind of creature.
Demons.
It's yeah. You're right. You're right, Sirius.
That's right.
Yeah. It's possible because it's some kind of energetic field that can be induced by a particular stone. If you see the movie,
wait. What's the energetic field?
Tell me.
You said energetic field. How do we get to that?
Do you remember the movie of Stanley Kubrick?
Oh yeah, the moon landing. Yeah, Apollo 11. Yes, that one. That was great.
Not this
Actually,
one.
we're on a good track.
That was my favorite.
Hollywood.
Yeah, Apollo 11.
Track.
No, not this one.
Yeah, that one went pretty hard. Not gonna lie.
2001.
2001: Space Odyssey.
Oh yeah.
What you see is a scene with apes, monkeys.
Mm-hmm.
It's and a big black monolithic block.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's about as good of evidence as NASA gives. So.
No. It's no. The thing is much more, guys. Is the problem with myself is I'm not a very good English speaker, but if you get me the time to explain you what I find,
no, you're doing it.
You will be much more wiser.
Okay.
You're giving us movie references, bro. And apes and monkeys. That's all I'm hearing, dude. I'm having a good time. I'll be honest. I'm laughing. So keep going, man.
If you want, the laugh is the best.
It's good, yeah.
Is the best antidote for inducing new knowledge.
Anyway, sorry. Wait, can I come back to them real quick for 1 second?
Go for it, Squid.
I'm really sorry.
Okay.
I got 7 centimeters for 1 kilometer for the first kilometer.
It's 10 miles, William. 10 more.
Are you sure?
Just go to Earth curve calculator.
No. Yeah. How about you use the equation of a circle and then go out to 1 mile?
Why don't you just use the model that your Glober friends gave you?
I did.
Wait. Hold on, Squid. Did you say equation of a circle?
Yeah, we're talking about. Yeah, are you arguing for flat Earth?
Do we live on a circle?
See, this is going to be kind of crazy, but if you take a sphere and you cut any way through the center, you end up getting a circle. I don't know if this is new.
Yeah, but it's not the geometry of a circle that you're trying to argue for here, buddy. You got to go back to the drawing board.
Unfortunately, there's a huge difference. There's a huge difference between a sphere and a circle. Huge difference.
Right. Yeah. Except when I'm looking in a direction and you take the cross section with my direction still on it of the Earth, it still looks identical. Actually, it's crazy. I mean, it's novel geometry that we discovered in the last 20 minutes. But
I have something. Squid. Have maybe.
You're close, but I think you're a bit off. It should be around like 14ish or like 13ish centimeters. So you're about half off.
Oh, I was doing kilometers.
Yeah, because in 1.6 kilos, it should be 20 centimeters.
Okay, wait. Let me go out to 1.6 kilos because it isn't linear.
Math, so, anyways,
you know what's crazy is that it's not linear is because it's a sphere, allegedly.
Oh no shit! It can't be linear.
So what's it for 10 miles?
We live on 10 kilometers, slope, right? We live on a hill, right?
1.6, right?
It can't be linear. 1.6 kilos is a mile, so it's 8 inches. 8 inches is roughly what? There's 2.54 centimeters to an inch, so 8 times 2 is 16, right? So half of 8 is 4, 16, 20, yep, 20 centimeters. Mental math, there you go, nice and easy. Should be very close to 20.
All right, now.
Wait, what mental math did you do again?
Centimeters to inches. 8 inches equals.
Yeah, let me. Yeah, I got a number. Hold up.
It's all BS anyway. Don't worry yourself about it, buddy. The Earth doesn't curve.
No.
So these are just imaginary figures.
Wait, I'm confused. How did you find that?
Okay, my bad. You're right.
How did you find that radius that you're using?
That's correct. 20 centimeters, almost exactly.
Almost exactly, right? See, mental math, bro. Oh, don't worry. I like math.
Yeah,
so
no, but it changes.
How much drop for 10 miles?
10 miles?
That was the
Okay,
original
you're gonna have to
question.
turn that into.
Check out this graph. This is using AutoCAD. I think.
It's 66.6 feet.
The one on the left is CAD.
Just get the drop for 10 miles and then we'll look at some observations. Like, that's the logical thing to do. Yeah, I feel like it's not very that logical to people to look at the curvature.
They look at it literally.
Which is what I find. Everyone loves it. Yeah, they'll talk about Coriolis, other planets, gravity, I don't know, freaking space photos, but not curvature.
Hey, if you can't find any Earth curvature, just look at literally anything else to prove Earth curvature.
It's 20 meters for 10 miles. Excuse me.
All right. Well, let's.
Sounds about right.
Let's look at some observations then. I'll post a photo.
You got your methods though, right? Like, so I can see the geometry and all that stuff as well.
They're your methods. It's the ball math that we're using. We're just testing
exactly.
them.
Just making sure that it's, you know, like the same. Because
why would we lie to you?
No.
Why would we
I don't
lie?
believe you guys would actively lie to me. Like,
well, therefore, everything we say is true.
You would measure it in different, you know. Oh shit! Nice.
Squid is right.
Yeah, you wouldn't actively lie to me. You would just measure different quantities.
Exactly. And this is for that reason. I have to show something to Squid or Sirius if you can go with 3 people on a video sharing screen.
That's all right. You see that? Do you see the long distance observation with the windmills?
That's interesting. So, you know, how high up were they when they made that observation?
The video's on YouTube, so it's got all that. But I think it's about, I think it's about like 1 foot, but you can say it's 3 foot.
Okay. Oh, it's like 3 feet off the ground?
I think it's about 3 foot off the water.
Okay.
Where's this windmill picture?
It's on the voice text.
Guys, I was talking about a Möbius ring, or how to make a ball out of a circle. So all the problems that you are trying to figuring out, how to see the curvature of the Earth, but you cannot measure it as a ball, but as just a circle circumference. It solves that.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
There you go.
Yes, but I have the thing is, I tried to give something more. You know, when David Weiss speak about Flat Earth,
we're getting kind of derailed here, buddy. Just 1 sec.
David Weiss.
No, yeah, he said everything right about the Flat Earth, our planet, but everything beyond, he said, "Oh, I don't know."
Yeah, speculation. But we're just trying to help this guy with the Earth curve.
And those do look like they're dipping though. Forgive me for saying.
Dipping, like dipping chips in sauce, or I'm not sure.
So,
dipping.
There you go. Squid the videos up. Gives all these locations and camera height and everything. So have a look at that, buddy.
Everything dips with distance. But he knows that. That was the very first conversation he had here.
Well, that's the thing, yeah. Things can disappear bottom up on a flat surface too.
See, the problem was I thought we couldn't even agree on the fact that, like, you know, Snell's law would work in the same way, because the other guy was talking about, like, arc. What was it? Arc minutes not being a measure of angle. He said that it had units of feet or whatever the fuck. I could not at that point, you know.
I don't know. That was someone else's conversation. I can't really add to it, but
exactly. So at this point, I feel like I'm dealing with a crowd that has a little bit more, oomph behind it.
We just had a few more beers than he did.
Yeah, same here.
Did we get to the observations, or is it happening right now?
I showed him. He's awfully quiet about it. Doesn't want to address it.
He's looking for gravity. Can't find it.
Wait, what? Oh, sorry. I was watching the YouTube video right now.
Oh, you are watching it.
And Indio's got some badass gifs on.
Guys, to not feel if the Earth was flat, we needed to be our planet much more smaller, like Little Big Planet, the game. But we feel that everything is flat. But the other thing is because we are fed with
many lies.
How can you say?
Not a planet, for fuck's sake.
Because we are fed with the space story, fake space story. I don't deny it's fake. You just have to see the image, make your brain work. But what I am saying is maybe everything that we saw from the space is not about our Earth, but about our planet, but of our bigger Earth, which means the realm that we are in, it's much more bigger than we think. And what
it probably is, but we don't know yet.
Yeah.
The other dude addressed this, and then satellites would be wrong, the moon orbit would be wrong, or the planet rotor, everything, all that would be wrong, and so
no,
all the space orbits and trajectories.
The thing that he's trying to do, Squid, is to make you see that the space exists, and he's right. The space exists, and you don't see it that the space exists, but it exists. It's space, just much more.
Hold on, yeah. Monsieur Lapointe. How can you have gas or balls of gas?
It's not gas.
It's not stars. So stars are not gases.
No.
What
you see is a light shining light.
True.
This is hold on. He's gonna mix. He can't mix globe model with because globe model it's been defined. So we're gonna have to stick to official globe model claims or story.
Yeah, guys, I have find a guy that have a much more intelligent and crazy stuff you ever seen on your life. That because you know what I think about flat Earth. Flat Earth is the last subject that you study as a truth seeker because it puts everything that you have already questioned upside down. I have something that puts upside down even the flat Earth.
Well, that's why we're here. Let's see it.
But it's so crazy that you will fall off the chair.
Is the proof of it Stanley Kubrick movies?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, he's honest.
Good.
He's straight up about it.
The proof is in the movie?
It's in the movie. Good one, man.
Yo,
that's all I hear.
So can we at least agree now that in reality there is no Earth curvature? Can we all just can we get to that baseline?
Look at this. Let's look at these wind turbines because they're kind of interesting in my opinion.
I want to say to Squid, you better have.
Is it short for Squid Game?
That space exists because it exists, but flat Earth. You can try everything you want.
Verify that space
impossible
exists.
To verify it's round. It could be. But it's impossible.
You're in the hot seat, bro, Mr. Lapointe. How'd you verify that space exists?
Oh, because of us, of every our atom, everything that we have. What is holding everything? Our computer, our cells. What is called this energy? This thing that we don't know how it's called.
Space is the worst possible argument you could make for something like that.
Maybe the name space is the worst one, but
You talk about material or molecules.
no, I'm talking about the thing.
The bond.
No one's seen an atom.
Atomic bond.
No one's seen an atom. Show us an atom.
No,
no one's seen it. It's theorized. The nucleus, the electron, it's all theory.
No. It's more crazy than that. Do you know the Young-Stick experiment? It's theorized by a pure experiment that you can have the same thing. If it is perceived by a consciousness, it becomes a matter thing. But if it's not, it becomes a wave field of possibilities.
Oh, look.
Are you talking about what?
We're talking about the ever expanding vacuum of outer space. That's so whenever we're talking about space, the non-existence of a vacuum or a low pressure system adjacent to a higher pressure system without a boundary, that's what we're denying right there.
And the distance.
Okay. It could be a vacuum, sure. Then there must be something there, okay, keeping the air molecules from expanding. It's called entropy.
Guys, why do you think there is nothing in space? Because you think it's a vacuum.
I don't think that. I see things up there.
Thermodynamics.
If I told you...
We're telling you that that's impossible. We're telling you that story of nothing in space adjacent to a pressurized system is impossible also.
No, guys, the crazy thing that I was telling you, it's something that empowers you, makes you become
this whole world
the
is completely crazy. Please tell us the truth.
When you see the NASA, all fake shit, for sure it's fake. They talk about space, they talk about vacuum, and they say, yes, we can counter vacuum the space that we are going to go in. But the thing is, they don't go to the space.
We know.
They go to the upper atmosphere.
Right.
Yeah.
And by going there, what they are doing, you see it with the, how do you say that, the rocket. They are going out to the edge of the, how do you say that?
The sky?
No. Yes, but of our planet realm.
Okay, it's not a planet.
I have a book, an old book that is. No, really. Thank you for the photo, Aiter. I have a whole book before the space conquest, and it theorized that the Persians said. The ancient civilization speak about it before a whole book, nearly 19 years old. That said that before the Persian thinks that the moon was a reflection of the earth.
We've seen that, yeah.
Yes, but it's much more crazy than you think because I see what you have seen.
I know. I really want to know. I know it's crazy.
What are we talking about here, bro? You lost me, man.
This is
I'm lost.
The moon is reflecting what the Earth looks like. You guys
it's much more crazy than you think.
That's fine. That's fine.
Outer space. What?
What is reflecting in reality is a bigger Earth.
Right.
Not really a bigger Earth because I see the videos that you have
space, I guess.
The place is massive. We know.
I've heard this speculation before. I'm not necessarily opposed, but I have to be, I'm agnostic about it.
But you said you've seen the craziest shit. That's what we're here for.
It's much more crazy than you think because you say, yeah, for sure, because there is unexplored behind the hedge. It's much more crazy than that. It's not just a big Earth.
Okay, I'm sorry, bro. Hold on a second. But let's get back on track because I think we're talking about space, not Persian moon reflection.
I thought we were trying to help this other guy figure out curvature.
Yeah, you're actually right. You're right. No.
All right.
Yeah,
Yo,
he was doing some math.
Keep the picture,
Right.
dude. It's kind of crazy. You guys won't believe it. So kind of go ahead and look at the everybody pull up the windmill picture.
Windmill.
So those fuckers are apparently they're like around 14 feet wide each, right?
Maybe the blades.
No. I mean the base. You guys can look it up. But it's like on the order of that width, right? Right. It's around that width.
14 feet seems pretty thick, but maybe some of them.
Oh, yeah. So if you do that, and you're like, all right, that's comparable, right? then you can figure out how tall, how tall this like yellow part is based upon that, right?
I mean, if you know the height of what you're looking at, then yeah.
Right. So you're able to scale it horizontally, right? Like if it's a certain.
What's your point? Get to your point, man. Stop.
All right.
Talking
Dude, this is gonna be bizarre, bro. All right. So you see the bottom section of that, right?
Can you see it going into the water?
Yeah, and you can see it going into the water. Yeah.
You can see the reflection, eh?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
you can tell.
So
exactly.
is the horizon the cutoff point where boats and buildings should get blocked by?
Yeah, dude, it's good.
Is the horizon listen to me? Is the horizon the cutting point where boats and buildings should get blocked by?
Yeah.
Yeah or no?
Yeah.
Okay, so on a globe Earth with the radius of 3959, that horizon cannot be further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet. Okay, so if this observation is done from 1 foot, the horizon cannot be further than.
Then
I'll tell you.
2 miles in the video or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, and then
miles, and yet we see the horizon beyond the most furthest windmill. Correct?
Yeah.
Correct. So Earth is not a ball with a radius, right?
You're gonna.
Earth is not.
You guys are gonna flip your shit because it's gonna sound a little counterintuitive.
Are you listening? So you just conceded that the horizon was the cutoff point where boats and buildings should get blocked by, right?
Yeah. No, this is the crazy thing, and you guys are gonna hate me for it.
So are you not understanding geometry? Is that difficult?
Actually, I hate to say this, but you know that one thing that you were saying about lensing? That's what happens here. Have you heard of mirages?
So we are looking at.
He just found out about his own model. Now he's going to tell us all about it.
Yeah, exactly.
So we are looking at holograms. Then is that what we are seeing?
Right. Yeah.
Yes.
So the light, when the light from the taller object, right, enters, and let's say.
I'm talking about the horizon.
Water vapor and shit.
Horizon.
Yeah. Squid, you're not even arguing with the right thing here, man.
So
we're talking horizon.
See, the light gets lensed across the horizon.
Are you not understanding? You conceded. Listen, you conceded that the horizon is the cutoff point where boats and buildings should get blocked by on a globe Earth.
It's not accurate.
Because so the horizon is not Earth curve then.
Guys.
Well, see, you can curve the light curves enough to be able to see.
So the horizon, what is it? Is it or is it not Earth curvature? The horizon.
Well, yeah, for straight line.
Okay, then if the Earth was a ball with a radius of 3959, the horizon cannot be further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet. It's that easy, right?
I know.
And yet we see the horizon beyond the furthest windmill pillar. So the Earth is not a ball with a radius of 3959.
Crazy thing is the phenomenon of the light being lensed around by like less dense air.
So the horizon is not Earth curvature then. Is the horizon not Earth curvature then?
Well, see, yeah, but the light's going upward enough.
Then
nice concession.
So you're circling back again, right? So if the horizon is Earth curvature, right, then every distance to the horizon cannot be more than 1.225 times square root of the observer height in feet, right?
Yeah, if the light
so then the Earth is not a ball with the radius of 3959 because the horizon is beyond the furthest windmill pillar.
No, because the light.
Yes,
I think
you are lying then to yourself because you said to us you conceded that the horizon was Earth curvature. And now you're saying us no?
But it relies on that approximation that you can't make in this situation.
So the horizon is not Earth curvature. I want to answer.
Wait, let me bring that up for you. I'll just 1 second.
I want you to concede now. or the horizon is not Earth's curvature, or it is.
I think what it is with him is he doesn't even know what these observations are about. I think
he does know. He's doing doublethink. He's doing doublethink.
I agree. The logic is always flawed.
Well, he didn't even know how much Earth curvature there was supposed to be until we told him, and I think that he's looking for those windmills to be obstructed or something. I don't even think he understands the part where the argument's actually about the horizon.
Yeah, I get it.
Okay, so is the horizon Earth curvature, yes or no? If you get it, right?
See, there's that very useful Wikipedia link that I just dropped there. I think.
Yeah, but that's not what I asked. Is the horizon
actually that is what you
Earth
asked because you were
curvature?
asking
No.
me to explain myself.
No, I asked you. I asked you, is the horizon Earth curvature? You said yes. Okay. Then
Actually, I
if the
take that
horizon
back.
is Earth curvature,
I'm so
then-
sorry, but I just took it back, bro.
Yeah, you did, right? So you just flip-flopped because you know that your narrative cannot hold. You flip-flop.
Actually, it can because
It
people
cannot
have
hold.
studied mirages before. Did you know
So
that?
show
Well,
me.
you haven't, so why are you talking about him?
Show me.
Because
Where-
actually,
show
you
me.
can study that yourself if you want to. You're perfectly willing to do that for like the sun or whatever the fuck, right?
I don't know if we
A
want
little
to
bit
continue
less
with this
deranged.
guy because he cannot be honest.
Dude, but look, for a second here, just assume that the light can bend just a little tiny bit. I'm not talking about 45 degrees like you guys are saying, some shit about like the sun going underneath the horizon or some shit.
No one ever said anything about it going underneath.
Well,
Straw manning and
it
making.
does optically. I don't know if you're going to deny that, but
Well, it just passes beyond the vanishing point.
The question is,
see, actually, but it
the
doesn't vanish
horizon
itself.
an
It
actual
just
position or an
vanishes
apparent
behind
position?
something. See, the sun always vanishes behind something, in my humble opinion.
It's just angular resolution, buddy. This is the first thing that was explained to you when you came in here. The very first conversation you had.
Right, but that guy wasn't really like up to it,
Well, here he is.
I'm back.
Battlemon wasn't up to it. That's
well,
yeah.
Explain to me how the sun dips under the horizon.
Oh, I explained that to you. It appears to sink and melt into the earth. That's the angle of resolution. It becomes unresolute. That's your angle of resolution plus attenuation of light in the atmosphere to the point of extinction. The two of those
He doesn't want to talk about the horizon, guys.
I have a GIF. I have a GIF of a sunset where somebody zooms in on it, and it appears to be melting into the earth, going under the horizon. But when you zoom in on it, you can actually see that it's clearly still above the earth and above the horizon.
Yeah,
I'm going to post in live stream voice text if you're viewing that lobby.
The time lapse GIF shows the sun
Stop scanning the damn lobby.
further and further and further as it just gets smaller and smaller. You can see it the whole way.
Yeah, angular size and angular resolution.
Exactly.
When you can no longer see it, it's because you're looking at a zero angle across the horizon. The light has become extinct. It's at a zero angle, so it's unresolute. In other words, you're looking at the thickest part of the atmosphere.
Before someone go into flat Earth,
please, not LaPointe again.
No, I mean, you should say so. No, because when you want to prove a statement, the first thing that you want to know from your audience is, do you want to have your mind blown? If he said no, that means just that he's not.
I agree.
Like in the secret Pythagorean society, there was a stand in front of the school that was said,
hard. What was the society?
No one enter here if he's not a geometer.
What was that society? Peter something?
Pythagorean.
Pythagoras.
Pythagorean.
Gotcha.
Copernican principle.
Mm-hmm.
Just, I think there's a language barrier.
No, I mean, he said it. I just didn't make out, there's a lot of society talk out there.
Society of this, society of that. Mm-hmm. So do you see that GIF? I want to know, did he see it? Who muted him? So the sun has appeared to set, but when the guy zooms in on it, you see it's does not even touching the surface. But it appears to. It's called an optical illusion. Or a mirage.
Right, yeah. See, the only difference here is that what you're saying is that it's lensing in a way that it can't.
I never once said lensing.
Well, yeah, we were talking about scattering, right?
No, I'm specifically talking about this instance right here where the sun had appeared to go below the horizon.
Right,
but
but
it's not actually with optical aid. You can see it just appears to go under the horizon. It didn't actually go under the horizon. It doesn't even touch the horizon.
And you could do that forever if you could keep zooming in.
Yeah, it'd be nice to watch the whole sunset, though.
Sure, bro, but I'd take a chick, not you. Cool? I love you, but no homo. No homo. And actually, you're all right. I don't see why other people are getting frustrated. At least you're a cordial person. I think
thanks. I appreciate
you're
it.
awfully respected. So if people fuck with you here, I'll send you a friend's message. Friend's request. If people fuck with you, holler at me. You can get that one free on band, that Battle Mod hookup.
Appreciate it.
There you go.
You don't take a cordial person here, guys, and then berate him so much he becomes uncordial. Then it's just an after effect of your actions. So let's not make civil people and angry people. I know we all want our spot in the spotlight, but it's up to us to work together as a team and allow each other to get their turn.
My bad.
All right. So the point I was gonna make about the other point, I mean, like, I don't know, it was like a dumb point about the windmills. You can see how they start dipping into the water, quote unquote. If you like start take out of the fact the whole like windmill thing, you can see that it does drop about those 20 feet that you would need between.
It doesn't, and it's not 20 feet. It's supposed to be 66 feet. But here's the thing, though. That observation is about the horizon and the distance to the horizon. And in that observation, based on the observer height, it has to be 2.3 miles. But where is it?
Did you miss that?
Yes, right.
Yeah, that's the geometry of the Earth that we're talking about.
Kind of see the dip, though, right? Like the
claimed geometry.
You do see some degree of a dip that you would not be able to see under any other, geometry.
A dip in the horizon?
What do you mean by dip? You mean before the horizon?
He's saying a dip to the horizon, but let's
like you can see the yellow parts sink deeper and deeper behind the horizon.
Since the horizon is an apparent position, it could change. In an hour, the horizon could be closer to you because atmospheric obstruction could increase or decrease. So the horizon can move all around.
I don't even know what kind of a dip he's talking about in that picture.
I don't either. I see no dip.
You can see. So you're seeing through basically the same air, right? Because you're looking in a very small direction, like off to the very same, windmills that are constructed in a very, regular manner, so to speak.
Yeah, but things appear to dip into the distance, right? The angular resolution thing we were talking about.
Right, exactly. But you see it, right? And the
form of refraction too. It's called sinking.
Yeah, exactly. So, like,
you said you see it. What do you mean?
So it couldn't be used because it's an optical illusion called sinking.
Right.
But okay, do you see
your angle of resolution? Just like Homeboy said, we're getting right back into the angle of resolution.
If it were actually sinking, once it sunk, there would be water in the way, and you wouldn't be able to see it. So if you're seeing something in the distance that has sunk, and what happened to all the water before that? How come it's not blocking it? Because it didn't sink.
Right,
but that's supposed to be a hump in between you and it, and that's called a sagittas.
Yeah, you could say that the 8.4 mile windmill is your control in this experiment, and the independent variable is the distance, and then your dependent variable is the length of that yellow part right there and how much the water's blocking it.
So
manipulating distance?
Apparatus needed, by the
The
way.
yellow part. What is the yellow part? What is that? Name that yellow part.
See, that yellow part is like a platform that floats above the water. And it's, you can see that it's dipping down.
Okay, he's missing the point again, though. The horizon is supposed to be at miles before even that closest windmill.
Yeah. Right. Okay. And I concede that point. Like if you're assuming a straight line path, then that would be impossible, right? And I'm not going to go into the whole refraction situation in this case, but if you take that to be true, then what's with the dipping of the water while the size of the windmills themselves stays the same? Or stay the same, but like you account for it.
Since they float, eddies and swells can affect them, make them rise and lower. And that's just the surface of the water. Swell, oceanic swells. Most waves are. You ever been to the beach in like Florida?
Yeah.
5 foot waves coming in nonstop.
Right, but those are supposed to be like above the water by a fixed amount, right? And anything that you're chopping off on the bottom is, obscured by the horizon.
I would say if they're made to float, they're made for the fact that the water level rises and falls due to weather.
Right, exactly. So you should assume a constant height, and that like anything that we don't see.
I wouldn't assume a constant height. The water is never. When do you ever see the ocean like glass with a uniform surface?
Right. Yeah, but the yellow part would react accordingly, right?
No. Those are fixed. A buoy is not fixed, but these are fixed. You wouldn't be able to have a windmill that is moving around.
Yeah, let me look into that.
Is the yellow thing a floating platform or not? He said they were floating platforms. It would make sense for a maintenance man.
I thought they were all solid.
It's probably just a ladder. It's probably a ladder that goes up high enough that you would never be hit by the tide. But, can't verify that. I haven't been on one.
Well, the whole thing is that the distance to the horizon is way too far for it to be geometric.
Well, here's the thing, though.
Amen.
This is the image somebody took a picture, and would you not expect the things that are in the forefront of the photo to be larger than the things that are in the background of the photo?
No, I agree.
Or your slight dip. That slight dip is tunneling and forefronting. It's a product of the camera and how we use it.
Okay, I see. I don't know. I wouldn't expect that from,
You wouldn't expect background objects to appear smaller than foreground objects.
But I wouldn't expect that yellow rectangle to all of a sudden become a square.
Especially
all the way
at 11 miles.
Yellow rectangle to become a what?
Yeah, see, I mean, like if you take the platforms to be, above the water, and you say that, like the vertical height scales, with the horizontal height, then if they stayed the same, it would still be the same rectangle but resized.
We don't know.
If you look at the back windmill,
we don't know whether they're fixed or not. So we don't know that they're a fixed height.
Yeah, I've been looking at it.
We can't say they're a reference to the overall height either.
Just based on that massive pillar that those things are, I bet they are fixed.
Yeah, I guess.
Those things are huge.
Yeah,
That's how far away is that?
Oil rigs are definitely fixed. They're mounted on what's called pilasters. They drive them
windmill.
They're
windmills. They're talking.
They're also mounted. They also drive those down to bedrock.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. So wait, the yellow platform is something that is fixed, and it isn't like rising.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So the overall length of those things would be dependent on the topography under the water, the surface.
Right. I mean, I'm assuming they could adjust it because, like, they would, pragmatically be using it to, like load from some sort of, like little boat that they would use if they were servicing it.
Oh, they've got cranes for all the unloading and offloading of any material. They use a crane. All those have cranes on them, if you look at it.
Okay.
And also, they've got boat docks that are on where water can raise up and down 5 feet, whatever. There's ladders you can pull up to that go into the water and go straight up. There's little platforms. They're all set up for the water movement and waves, and depending on the water conditions, those things are built to accommodate all of that stuff. Those platforms are anchored into the bedrock below the ocean floor. They drive what's called pilasters down. They get into the bedrock where it's solid and does not move. It's like driving it in straight concrete, hard as a rock, bedrock. It's called bedrock. Drive pilasters down into the bedrock and then build on those pilasters. So they do not move ever.
Do they sleep on it?
Do they sleep on the platforms? Yeah, they got apartments there, weirdo.
That's just a lame joke.
No, that's the rocks that are beneath my bed, bro. Haha.
Oh, okay. All right. It's still kind of a weird question.
Just making a joke.
So are we talking about the oil platforms or the windmills?
Okay, so I don't. Okay,
Moral of the story is.
Moral of the story is all of those things are driven.
No, wait, hold up. I do admit that this starts off with the supposition of the Earth is round, but you can see in that Mirage Wikipedia link, you can see the light rays within the conditions necessary for a mirage can bend very easily at the same rate as the curvature of the Earth.
Can you give a citation where they prove this? This is actually true in the atmosphere, where they demonstrate it? Can you?
Yeah, it happens because like you get like hot air.
I know why refraction happens. I know why.
Oh no, but in this case, it's.
I know what Snell's law is. I've seen the sugar water demonstration.
Exactly.
Can you demonstrate that rings true in our atmosphere?
Right. Yeah. In this case, the indices of refraction are flipped.
No?
What was it?
You can't demonstrate that.
No, I'm just laying out the actual, like the what it looks like, but. Yeah.
What the fantasy? What are you laying out for us here? I don't understand what you're laying out. It sounds like you're laying out some like what ifs and some fantasy.
Yeah. Okay. So in this case, if you have water and the vapor that accompanies the water, and also the fact that the water is darker and so it absorbs some of the sun's light, you can get a layer of lower index of refraction, like medium below, and this is opposite of what usually happens, right? What?
NUDZ, node zone.
Yeah, exactly. So you can account for the light going into the zone, bending along with the curvature of the Earth, and hitting the sun or hitting the camera.
You can't demonstrate it though.
What?
I know we can quantify this. I'm saying, can you demonstrate it to be true in the atmosphere?
Yeah. I mean, there's been
we do it in the lab under controlled circumstances. I want to see it demonstrated to the atmosphere.
Right, yeah, and this is one of those cases, except,
You're just begging the question. You're talking about why we don't experience it as a globe in order to argue that it's a globe.
See, we do experience it as a globe.
No, we don't. That's what this observation is us not experiencing it as a globe, because I've already told you like 6 times that the maximum distance to the geometric horizon in that observation, if it is a ball that's dropping down and away from you exponentially, is 2.3 miles. But look at it again. Look at it again. Yes, we can see the horizon. Where is it? Where is it? Where is the horizon?
It's explained by this.
No, it's not. No, that's just an explain away. That's just you begging the question. That's just you putting your
so the presupposed Earth on me again.
Formula. No. Yes, you're the one making the claim. This is what we see.
You guys are trying to disprove it. Then and this isn't. This just going. You can take down with your observation.
We're just going with what we see. You're hand waving it.
Hold on, listen.
I mean, we all agree the fact that
because it's not proven.
No, we all agree the fact that fiber optic cable works, right, and stuff like that. How can we not?
Okay, take your concession. You're talking about fiber optic cables now. Thanks for the concession.
Yeah.
No, I mean this is also
circumstance. That's a controlled man-made circumstance.
Exactly. Yeah, but in this situation, an analog is created by nature.
True in the atmosphere.
But you don't see it, like.
No, They're
No,
not
sorry.
analogous because the atmosphere isn't a man-made object that's meant to refract light and contain it for the distribution.
But it does it
of
anyway,
information.
whether or not we decide it to
Can
do
you
it or
demonstrate
not. You
that to
know.
be true, or do I have to have faith in what you're saying?
Well, see, my demonstration would be exactly this measurement of being able to see something that should be.
So this would just be you begging the
So
question.
your asserted effect is proof of your asserted cause.
Yeah, but like in this case, you can really. I mean, I don't know. If we weren't trying to prove this, we could definitely
It
like.
reminds me of the rooster crowing thing. Every time the rooster crows, the sun rises.
Yeah,
that's what I believe. I go outside, I see the rooster crow, I see the sunrise. I confirm my belief.
Are you saying your proof is that you can see stuff that you shouldn't be able to see, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you measure it from like, if you measure it from.
There's no way that can just be because it's flat, huh?
There's no way. No way, right?
But if it was flat, then you'd be able to see other things that in this case you can't see.
Wrong. You see what we see.
Oh my God! Wait, but like, what about
what things are you
tallest
talking
object?
about? We would be able to see that we can't see. What are these things? What
I don't know. If there existed a maximum thing, like a maximum height that like within all of the Earth, right? We're talking like Everest or some shit like that.
You think you can see forever? You think you can see for 1,000 miles across if it's flat?
Well,
the atmosphere, you cannot see through the atmosphere, dude. You cannot.
Well,
There's too much water in it.
Right. So the atmosphere explains the sun, but it doesn't explain Everest. But it does explain. But it doesn't explain the whole...
Everest. We covered that. What?
Right. Never mind. Yeah.
Hour and a half ago.
So it explains Everest and it explains the sun, but it doesn't explain this whole.
This guy should get an award. Fuck, he made
Explain this whole like what?
Nobody's banned him yet.
Whole like half of a half of a radian that you would, or sorry, not half of a radian.
He's our shit. He's our black swan for all Globers get.
No, but like it doesn't explain the very minute angular change that you would need to be able to see a little bit farther in the horizon. Like that's what
we're seeing miles and miles and miles further, dude. Not just a little bit.
It's magnitudes further.
But it's just
multitudes.
But as long as it just curves just that itty bitty like amount as it travels, then you just need that to be able to see.
How much is it? How much is in 10 miles? Is it? What is it? 600.
Refraction is never said to extend the horizon.
Right, but like. Yeah, exactly. But you get levels of that, like within millimeters in your like eyeglasses, and that has like the refractive index of air.
There is no science that says refraction can extend the distance to the horizon 100 times greater than the possibility the geometry said so.
Actually, it can.
Refraction is said to refract objects on the horizon, not the horizon. Objects on the horizon into your view, most commonly making them boom. So it's never, not in one instance, said refraction refracts the horizon. Only objects on the horizon can be refracted.
On or above.
It doesn't say it extends the horizon. There's a geometric possibility you can't go past, and you're 100 times past that. That's why they're saying orders of magnitude.
So I asked this question: if an object on the horizon, right? We say, imagine, a building that has half of it on the horizon, geometrically, straight line path. Half of it is visible and the other half isn't. If all of a sudden I were to, extend the horizon this way, right? Like you were saying,
over water or land,
or somehow that you were saying that like the horizon gets extended
upward. We're only seeing half of the building on.
We don't ever say the horizon gets extended upwards.
Exactly. Sorry. Yeah. You're right. The building itself. You're right. I'm sorry. The building itself like the top half of the building gets extended upwards, right? Because you can do that, right? What fills the gap underneath? Yeah. What fills the gap underneath?
What gap are you talking about? Well, I don't see no gap. I've never seen one. What are you
talking about? if you extend the object that's on the horizon upward, what do you see below the object that you extended upward? Do I see the bottom half of the building, or do I just get a void of like?
It depends. That's why I ask. Are you looking at this building from across land or across water?
Oh, okay.
How far away is it? And how far away?
Well, I mean, we're just saying, like it doesn't actually matter in this particular situation.
It does matter whether it's water or land.
Okay, well, okay.
Matters.
I'm willing to humor all the. I'm willing to humor all the different, situations. What are they, for water?
Are we talking about the Chicago skyline observation?
60 miles.
Is that what you're talking about? We can't see the bottoms of the building in Chicago. I can give the easy answer for that one.
Okay, yeah, why not? Wait, is that one of the ones that was posted?
Because the news did it. That's because Michigan is at an equal elevation with the lake, where Chicago was built in a swamp and it's at a lower elevation of the lake. So on a level surface, we wouldn't predict to be able to see the bottoms because they're below the level of the lake. The land they were built on is below the elevation of the lake.
Bingo.
Oh, okay.
I live in Michigan. That's my home
Has
state.
this guy done any research at all?
No, we taught him most of the things that he's talking about right now.
Well, why is he even in here talking to us if he hasn't done any research? It's like talking
I don't know.
It's
It's religious. Q&A, like going blind.
I'm talking to a wall. I'm not interested, boy. I'm telling you that.
No, I mean, I know the phenomena. Like this would ideally be perfect, right? I mean, I understand,
I got $10
prism bending light and shit like that, but no
Ritalin and smoked a hooter before he got on here.
Blah 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 blah. Now, what did you say?
No, seriously, guys. Like, I mean, stop and think about it. If I don't know the debates and the talking points, wouldn't that be better? I'm like less entrenched, right?
It's annoying. It's annoying because you would sit and argue from ignorance. Your argument is from ignorance.
You're wasting his Adderall, bro. Come on, you gotta let him talk.
I don't know the particular. I don't know the specifics about each of those things, but I do know the phenomena that.
Yeah, that's where the devil is, though. The devil's in the details. The specifics, the specificity. Therein lies the answer.
Right, but these things should hold, right?
You have to be hyper fastidious on every assertion that's made. If you're not willing to go to the founding principles of a thing,
right, but those principles are things that I'm somewhat familiar with. Without
okay, you're not. You're lying. You're lying out your teeth, bro. I'm sorry.
You said that those things should hold. Yeah, they should if they're true. And what we've been showing you for the past couple hours is that they don't.
Right, but like this, like the flat Earth is predicated upon direct observables, right? Because we're saying that this doesn't invalidate what we know about the way that the universe.
Yes, that's exactly what it does. It invalidates the entire globe model, 100%.
Right, the globe model, but not particularly the behavior of things locally, right? Like a rubber ball should still bounce, I should still be able to look through a prism, like.
So you're giving up on
right?
Giving up on Earth curvature, I see. Talking about balls bouncing now.
I'm just saying that they shouldn't change between one or the other because we both agree that the Earth is locally flat.
If it's locally flat, then it's not a ball because there's no flat sections on the surface of a ball.
So there's the second derivative with respect to like distance or whatever of height or whatever.
You can't have a locally flat ocean or lake either. The water would have to be bending and convexing in proportion with the ball all over it, or else it's just not a ball. If it's just flat here, flat there for 70% of its surface, it's impossible for it to be a ball.
Have you seen the weather balloons? 120,000 feet.
Yeah.
Is that not high enough for you?
I don't know. I mean, if they look pretty spherical to me, but
no, it's real flat from up there.
Damn. All I'm saying is there's, all sorts of math that's used the sphere is locally flat assumption, and it's turned out spectacularly great.
Yeah, that's because it's flat.
That's why your radius doesn't work out for observation. That's math based on the geometry and the numbers given.
No, but you can still integrate things in spherical coordinates and using that approximation.
Sure, we can take a OD or an ID and integrate everything into it. And say this as to here, but we'll get deviations if it's not true. Well, guess what happens when they take a Earth map, a globe?
Right, but you know,
and they add global math to a flat planar geometry survey. Well, they have deviations, and you know why? Because it's not a globe.
Right, yeah, but you know, if you're using an infinitesimal, then you know those deviations go to
The
zero.
deviations aren't infinitely infinitesimal. they're major. We're talking about if you follow longitude and latitude lines or converging lines that a globe has, you end up thousands of miles from where you want to be if you're navigating on a boat or an airplane.
Right, yeah, obviously, but you know, I mean, like that's the domains that you have to be taking that into account, not things like, you know, rolling a ball across a desk.
We don't take curvature into account when we navigate boats or airplanes. We run straight lines from port to port of navigation. You ever heard about it?
Have you seen those flight paths?
No, I haven't seen the flight paths. They look like geodesics
make
to
perfect
me.
sense on the
Geodesics is survey where I'm certified in survey. I'm a highway engineer. Come on. So we survey in planar, which is Cartesian coordinates, planar geometry, 2-dimensional. We do it in Cartesian coordinates, which is sector by sector, square by square, at short distances. So geodesy is where some idiot who's never been in the field, never measured anything, takes all our measurements and tries to make it wrap around their spherical geometry. And guess what? I've already said it. When they do this, they have deviations. Their lines, they're not straight. Cartesian coordinates is a tic-tac-toe board. When you wrap it around a sphere, all the lines on the tic-tac-toe board converge at the poles. And it doesn't work if you follow those lines for navigation. You end up thousands of miles off from true measurements.
Really?
This means, to me, it's not a globe. It's not going to work projecting in a globe.
But what about like compasses that also point in those directions, you know? Like
compasses
just point north.
Here's the thing. The compass doesn't point in the direction of your deviating longitudinal or latitudinal lines. It points in the same direction as the magnetism. That's where you're wrong. A compass doesn't prove a globe, and a globe doesn't prove a compass.
But doesn't that mean that the magnet converges at some point?
That the magnetism converges at one point.
Right, and then wouldn't that be a magnetic monopole, which is like, you know, like something we've been looking for a while? I don't know.
Well, the math shows monopoles could exist.
Right, yeah, and it does, but like, wouldn't people be interested in that?
People are interested in that. They're studying that. But you can have a donut magnet, and it doesn't have to be a monopole.
Right. I guess that's true.
You can have an inner pole and an outer pole. The difference is the ID and the OD, inner dimension and the outer dimension.
Right, yeah.
So, and you would have a magnetic deviation on this flat donut, right? So, guess what we experience when we're trying to maintain north? As you travel north to northwest, after a couple 100 miles, north starts to deviate, and you got to go north a little bit more to stay west.
But wouldn't that mean also
it's called magnetic deviation? So what this implies is north is the center, and you're just navigating a circle around the center. That's why you have to keep deviating.
But wouldn't that mean that, you know, like the magnetism of the Earth's magnetic field would be like a bunch of Tesla way weaker in the South Pole than it would be in the North Pole?
No.
Or sorry, not South Pole, but you know, approaching the borders of the Earth.
No, it doesn't imply that at all. If you're saying it, you're gonna have to build the bridge for me.
So one of Maxwell's equations, as we know of it so far, it says that, you know, the divergence of the magnetic field should be 0. So doesn't that mean that, you know, if you have a bunch of convergence towards the center, then it would have to go down and out underneath it and be really weak at the border and very spread out before it converges and get really strong at the center?
Are we talking about a toroidal field or a single magnetic field?
Yeah, like a toroidal field that, you know, like the field lines are coming in, you know, perpendicular to the surface of the Earth, right? You know, like along the plane, all the way at the borders, and then coming in real strong towards the center.
Perpendicular?
Yeah, so like it flows, it flows, like along the.
Which one's getting weaker at the equator is what I want to know, the northern or the southern?
So the southern, there should, in this case, there should just be like an increase all the way towards the center, right? There shouldn't be an increase, like a rise at the equator and then a fall, or like a dip at the equator then a rise. It should just be a straight increase all the way through to the North Pole.
Can you show me a depiction of a toroidal field for a donut magnet?
Yeah, sure. Let me look it up.
Well, I've seen it before. I just want you to look at it. So here, I'll just share the image with you because you're taking too long. I would assert that in the middle there'd be a vortex between the two poles where the two would work together. And it would be even amount of magnetism throughout the entire field with separate rotations on either pole. And the image is in live stream voice text. That's the image for a toroidal magnetic field for a donut magnet.
Nothing there looks perpendicular to me.
Toroidal fields, I've never seen the image of one that's displayed in perpendicular, so I'm not sure what he's talking about.
Yeah, okay, so what I was saying was, you have the surface of the Earth would be right above that magnet, right? To explain, to explain the actual, like what we measure, right?
Actually, the field would permeate through the entirety of Earth. Wouldn't be above the Earth. It'd go
the Earth
through
would
the
be
entirety of the Earth in your model.
Yeah, exactly. The slice would be just on top of that donut that's actually generating the field, right?
So you're leaning towards magnetic anomalies, right?
Well, no, I would just be meaning to say that, like, towards the North Pole, you get, a magnetic field going straight in and out. And then throughout the rest of the Earth, you'd get, the magnetic field going fairly along the surface.
Weaker and weaker and weaker as you get to the equator.
Exactly. That's exactly. And the equator, and then farther too towards the south.
We don't experience that on Earth. We experience magnetic deviation, but you can still find north from the equator just as well as you can from close to the pole.
Right. So doesn't that mean that the magnetic field wouldn't be behaving in such a way, and that there would have to be some sort of...
I would say that it's not a sphere because it would weaken on a sphere as it travels through the spherical body.
It would towards the equator, but it would...
Yeah, it should be. There should be magnetic anomalies on the equator, exactly.
Or actually, I mean, it would travel along the surface of the Earth.
Because it has to permeate through the entirety of the mass.
Right, but then once it goes to the south, then you would also get that increase again.
Well, it'd be true for both things. It would have to propagate through the entirety of the Earth. Surface waves, though, I wouldn't expect any of them to weaken. It all works together to form one field.
Right. But in this case, in the case of what the observables are, the magnetic field gets, stronger towards the poles, both of them. And, I mean, there's no sort of, like...
which makes my image seem more realistic than their image.
Well, if
Look
you just
at
put
the
that in the
times
middle,
tables on there.
if you just put a magnetic dipole like this one right in the middle of a sphere, then it all works out to be exactly the way we measure it.
And where do you get this information from?
I don't know, just the way that people have been using magnets. I don't know. You could ask your buds.
Just because somebody can use a magnet doesn't mean it works perfectly with your model, or your model would predict it. I mean, has somebody predicted it, and has anybody tested it?
There's a stronger correlation for this than other models.
That's not a correlation because we haven't established that anybody's ever done it.
I mean, I could look online for someone who has measured the strength of the Earth's magnetic field at different points. I could probably find a nice resource for that. I'm just spitballing.
I bet I can find one for magnetic anomalies too.
Right, yeah. And so here we are.
So, proof of the globe?
None yet.
I found a map. Hey guys, it's getting late here. It was a pleasure talking to you guys. And I really appreciate the insight. It was cool.
Well, you're welcome back whenever you want to come back.
All right, thanks. No, yeah, might just take care, everyone. Have a good day.
Later, bro.
You too. So it was Robert Norman, who was the guy who discovered magnetic declination, which is what I'm talking about, and it doesn't go with their model. It doesn't coincide with their model. Magnetic ley lines, magnetic distribution, in no way correlate with the shape of a sphere. Most of these people don't even know what magnetic declination is. And what it is if you're trying to keep a west heading, as you travel forward on west, 300, 400, 500 miles north starts to deviate. So the direction of west now is, instead of straight, to the right. So if you you have to compensate for magnetic declination and move 3 to 5 degrees every 100 miles. Then you're just floating a circle around north. Anybody in here ever get a chance to get Indio talking on a conversation about this, you'll have to shut up and listen to him talk for an hour, maybe 2. He's the king of this shit, man.
Is he a sailor?
Indio 007? No, he's the owner of this server. But he's studied it the most.
Gotcha.
So when you add magnetic declination with the way a sextant is used, it's an impossibility for it to be a sphere. They say, what one thing pushed you over the top? Well, actually, it's a multitude of things, but yeah, whatever you say.
Sorry, hi everybody, Jin CBR1 here.
Hey.
I will shortly be posting a short video that will help you understand how the sextant can only work on a spherical ball. And it's so simple because, a curved surface does not a horizon make. Do you know what I mean? A horizontal horizon, yeah? So that's all I'm going to say, and I'll step out there and get this short video for you. Okay, I'll post it in the live stream voice text in the next 2 to 3 minutes. Okay.
Nice.
How you doing, Badamod? I did ask you, how are you doing, Battle Mod? How you doing?
I was trying to read this. I said, good, how about yourself? But you didn't hear me. I was muted.
Yeah, there must be. Yeah, there must be. I might be lagging. Not lagging drunk, folks, but just lagging. That's all.
It's been a decently civil night.
Yeah.
So things are going great.
Well, I was there earlier, maybe 8 hours, 9 hours ago, and it was pretty good then.
I'd like to thank everybody that's in the live stream right now for helping keep it civil and productive. Did everybody here get their piece of that booty they wanted when he comes back? You know, you guys will have to get into it if you didn't get your full.
Yeah, he ran from the horizon like nobody else. Tried to stick it to
change though.
He's just learning. He doesn't, man. Yeah. He didn't know we could go that deep. If the kid was smart, he was taking notes. He'll come back with answers.
Yeah,
then it'd be in the game. People can get hooked on this when you're civil to them. It's like playing a game of chess, bro. I'm serious. We used to have, look, there's probably 15, 20 Glovers that are, now they're just toxic, but they used to love to hang out with us nonstop because it was just a comfortable environment for intellectual conversation. But, like, once somebody gets a hair up their ass about you and it becomes toxic for you, you want to make it that way for others. So, you know.
Here's the video. All right.
I've posted that relevant video for the young man. I've posted it. It's there now. Jin CBR1 is the name. You'll see it there. Okay, it's really good. It explains to you how, the sextant navigation and so. You can look at the stars to obviously navigate where you want to go, and that's been used for thousands of years. But if you want to know whether you're a sphere or not, you're better to measure the ground under your feet or the ocean under your boat, as it were. So that's how we know. That's how we know the Earth isn't a spinning ball, and the Earth is indeed a level plane, level 21. But you don't experience any curvature whatsoever in water. Living on Earth, you've never seen the curvature, and you haven't detected any spin, and that should speak a lot. Because if that indeed is where we are living on an oblate spheroid, spinning in the back into a space, your five senses would have kicked in years ago. You would know. You'd have pictures. It'll be on your screen. You'd be experiencing it, and you'd be overjoyed. But in fact, it's all leveled and plain, and that's magnificent in itself. It's uplifting, and like Battlemod said, it's like a game of chess. I yield to the respectful people on the server. Gone dead again.
You nailed it on the head.
Oh, right. Thanks. Nice, man. I've got this little speech that I've created from the JFK We Choose to Go to the Moon speech, which I'm using in other servers, that those who believe in the heliocentric model. I'm using that to wind them up, as it were, to get them rattled. Okay, I'll give you a short rendition of what it is, okay? Nice. In the age of deception and the flat earth debate versus the heliocentric debate, some of you may ask, why talk about the flat earth? Well, we choose to talk about the flat earth. We choose to talk about the flat earth. We choose to talk about the flat earth and the other thing, that being the vaccines, and the other thing, not because it's easy, but because you guys are hard-headed.
This, that, and the other thing.
Yeah. And you guys are hard-headed. So, and that goal and that challenge, we are prepared to take on and not waver. That goal will serve to prove which one of us is the dumb, delusional, and deranged. So when we commence to teach you the flat earth, we ask for the Creator's blessing. So in the final analysis, ask not why the earth is flat, but why is it you choose to believe in a globe you cannot prove. Thank you very much. What do you think, guys? Yeah.
I mean,
That was my little speech.
There's so many nails hit on the head today. It's just been incredible. But it's like that every day.
Yes, there's more. There's more. Sometimes I go into this server and I say this. Flat Earth is the truth. Flat Earth is uplifting. Flat Earth is the way, my friends. Follow the flat Earth. You know what I mean? You know,
And
that really gets them wound
You're
up.
not wrong.
We choose to argue about this, that, and the other thing, not because it is easy, but because it is hard.
Yeah, man.
I used to try to imitate that guy when I was a kid, and my mom would slap me in the back of the head and say, "Stop that." I tried to do Paul Harvey, too. This is Paul Harvey with the rest of the story.
Yeah. If anyone gave up his life for freedom, for our freedoms for real, JFK was the man, and his brother, by the way. Okay? You know, you hear the military, you know, they went to war. You know, perhaps some of your fathers and your grandfathers were in that situation. Unfortunately, as far as I'm concerned, an overview of that they were pawns in a game that they didn't realize they were in, really.
You think that
not taking away from their honor and integrity, because that's what they believed in, but they were brainwashed. But Kennedy knew he was surrounded by wolves and crazy, you know, lunatics, basically. But he had to follow it through. He is the president of the United States, after all, representing the people. And if there's one thing we can all do is take up that mantle and fight for freedom, even if it means you sacrifice your life. Okay? Yeah.
I hear you.
I can hear you. You're very, very low, mate. Very low.
Of darkness, I'd want.
I heard darkness.
Yeah, we're in darkness. Yeah. Do apologize. Your audio is absolutely at rock bottom, level 1. That means we can just about hear you.
Bro, that was Paul Harvey. That was a video making its way through my headset when it's not supposed to.
Oh, right. Sorry. I thought someone was talking to us.
Must have my levels too high.
Yeah. So,
He said, if I were the devil, Paul Harvey.
Oh, yeah, I know that one. I know that speech. Yeah.
I grew up with this cat on the radio, you know, Wolfman Jack. You're rocking with a Wolfman Jack. Radio celebrities were still a big thing when I was younger. Nowadays, they're not so much.
Right. Yeah, so you'll find that when you're in the flat earth community, you're going to be uplifted in many ways. You know, it's all truth. If it's speculation, they clearly say it's speculation. So there's no misleading anyone thinking we're talking for real. You know, it's speculation. So we cannot prove these things that we say. But most of the stuff we talk about are verifiable, irrefutable evidence, facts. You know, we don't mess around like that. And you know, we adhere to the scientific method, which really, you know, there are people much more learned than I am. And I feel I do a great job So anyone above me, they're doing they're doing what we have to call PhD level. Do you understand now? So professors and that will be quivering in their white jackets. Okay, literally, if they come here. So,
As soon as you realize the method, that's the nail in the coffin. You realize that you have to toss out the alleged mountain of evidence, right? There's nothing there.
There's nothing there. That's right. I've been here, and I've had the opportunity and the chance to be entertained by these heliocentrists when they come in and they start to say that we need to remove the scientific method. It's too high a standard. It's an impossible standard. And I cracked up. That was Jem Panda. I would never forget that day. Because they don't have any standards where they are. But they come here and they say our standards are too high. I was just poking about laughing when I heard that.
Wow. That's a good one.
Yeah, I just laughed. I thought, yeah, this is why we're in the mess we're in.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, you're going to be uplifted. I've learned a lot in the last 3 years. Yeah, it's helped me to fine tune my approach to the flat Earth. Although I do have my own way, but it's another weapon in my armor. The things that I've learned. So and I use it as well. Bring it to bear. So you'll find it useful. You will find it useful being here. Well, I've coined the year 2022 is the year we flat earthers put the heliocentrists under the psychological magnifying glass and ask, why is it they choose to believe in something they cannot prove? For that is not sane whatsoever.
Yeah.
You know, no longer do we flat earthers take the barrage and have people come and give us a psychological analysis of what we're about. Because they've come in here with their clipboard. They've literally come in with their clipboards and pens and literally tell us to our face that they want to do a psychological evaluation on us. And I just lost my temper. I said, what do you mean? How dare you, you know?
We got our foundations intact.
Yeah. So December 31st, I went into a number of servers and I gave the end of year flat earth psychological barrage finale, reminding them that there's more of this to come in the new year. And then the new year arrived, the supposed new year, you know, of this silly system we're in. And I went in and that's what I said. This is the year. Flat earth is rising all the time. And we're going to put you under the psychological magnifying glass and ask you why it is you want to believe in something you cannot prove. I want to know. Yeah. They don't like that, but I love that. I love it that they don't like it. We've turned it around now. We've come full circle, and now we're steamrolling them and reversing and steamrolling them again. Love it. More news. I think Flat Earth Banjo, another flat earther, responsible for how can I say, motivating some Japanese people after listening to the Flat Earth and his roots across the azimuthal equidistant map and how they don't work on a globe, but they make more sense, absolute perfect sense on a flat Earth map.
Of course.
It's prompted, excuse me, 2 Japanese people in Aichi Prefecture to publish a book. So now in August last year, 2 books were published to help the Japanese come to speed. And they're in the prominent bookstores in Japan. So they're there. People are going to see it. It's enjoying a nice bit of advertising. It's taking up a little bit of space. That's good news in the bookshops. Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
And then Flat Earth Banjo himself has produced a book where 16 emergency flights that prove the flat Earth, you know. So that's pretty good. And then his friends in Brazil have started 2 news channels and they've got like 900,000 subscribers. So, you know, flat Earth is rising, folks, 2022. We're not sinking. If you can imagine a float, yeah, you can't sink that float, can you now? You push it under, it pops back up, dry as a bone. There you go. Such is the power of the flat Earth.
Love it.
Yeah, that's us, man. We're helium balloon, man. We're not coming down anytime soon, guys and dolls.
Yeah, we got to bring that technology back. Get those Zeppelins up in the air, big flat Earth banners.
Yeah. Everyone said that, by the way. So you're obviously in tune because most people I've talked to have mentioned that technology should be brought
a lot
back.
of logic behind that kind of travel.
Yeah, I agree. And you can travel in style and luxury whilst you're there.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, that's definitely, the perfect pace, I would have to say, to see the flat Earth and life go by. Perfect, isn't it? It's not hurried. You can take it all in whilst enjoying your green tea and your sukiyaki if you're Japanese. If you're English, your Earl Grey and your scone.
This just came to me right now. I think if you're still wondering what your purpose is here, I think you figured it out at this point.
Yeah. Oh,
you can
yeah.
tell there's
exactly.
a psychosis, and you're not a part of it. Why?
Yeah, that's right. Because within each human being is the quality of wanting to help each other, enlighten each other, hold hands, and move forward. Now, there was a guy here about 9 hours ago, or thereabouts, complaining that we flat earthers, all we do is sit down there, hold hands, and talk the same thing like an echo chamber.
I was there for that.
Oh, yeah. Then I said to him, there's nothing wrong with us holding hands. Did I not say that?
Yeah. That was great.
Put him straight on that one, mate. Yeah. We like to support each other and, you know. Yeah, that kumbaya does exist for real. Yeah. So, that kumbaya moment backfired on him. Whilst he was spiraling and spitting out the tooth that the flat earth gauntlet had loosened. Yeah. I liken the heliocentric model to us people in the flat earth as, you're and like a 100-meter sprinter, yeah? He's sprinting and suddenly someone's chucked a deck chair in your path, And you're a nasty heap at the other end of the 100 meters in a mess with your bloody deck chair. You know what I mean? It's just a spanner in the works. Doesn't make any sense, the heliocentric model.
No.
An untidy heap at the other end. Yeah. Not good at all.
That's the funny part. That's what we get to laugh about, is how much sense it doesn't make once you realize it.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just
or the 110-meter hurdleist, right? Trying to get it to the other end, and he clips the first hurdle from the start, and now he's just clipping every hurdle, and he's collected them all at the other end in a nasty, uncomfortable heap at the other end. That is the heliocentric model with all its anomalies and discrepancies.
Yeah. If you're to add up the odds, if you want to go with the math route or whatever, I'm sure I'm sure they don't work out. I bet they're insane.
Yeah, it's
all
insane.
This Goldilocks,
it's absolutely insane.
This and that, and it's
Yeah. And another thing that gets these heliocentrists upset is when I tend to come out with flat Earth is child's play, because a child can understand it. It doesn't require a master's degree or a PhD. Yeah, in this subject matter, you don't need to be a professorship or a professor to even understand this, or a doctorship. You don't need any of that. A doctorate. This is understandable at the child's level. 10, 8 years old, they can understand this. It's that easy.
Yeah, it's sad. I hear like 7-year-olds talking about literally dinosaurs in space.
Yeah.
Dinosaurs in space. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it is unbelievable. Yeah, I agree with you there. I must say, I stopped the dinosaur thing at my secondary education purely because there were too many coming at me and I couldn't pronounce the names My brother went on to carry on with it, and he was making sculptures of them at school. But I moved on to the science of things. You know, I was interested in space and that, so I dropped the dinosaur because I found it. There was just too many of them. Too many were coming out, and this is in the 70s, by the way. Yeah. Oh yeah, I was just being.
They're just popping up all over the place, right?
Yeah, yeah.
People's
You couldn't pronounce the
backyards.
names.
Who knows, right?
Yeah, I couldn't pronounce the names, and if you can't pronounce the names, you lose interest because it's embarrassing that you cannot pronounce the name. So you just drop it. I can't be bothered with this. Can't even read the bloody name of the animal. You know what I mean? So I just gave up totally. Like that.
Yeah, 65 million years ago, the giant lizards that turned into fossil fuels, we can figure out enough about them. We know hundreds of their species and all about them.
Yeah, yeah. It's amazing, isn't it? You know, that they never even existed, folks. Not one of them was alive. Not one was alive, living. Not one dinosaur. Not one. Yeah, that is absurd. You know what I mean? Wow. I'm glad though, because I never bought my children a flat Earth duvet. Sorry, a dinosaur duvet or a dinosaur pajamas. None of that stuff. You know, dinosaur print, underwear. You know, pants and vests. Didn't buy into any of that stuff. And then I got the posters up saying dinosaurs never existed, and my adult students were totally shocked and at the same time deflated because they'd done all that, hadn't they? They'd bought all the paraphernalia and all the accessories, and they said, my children are going to be very disappointed when I tell them. You better tell them the truth, because don't take them to the museum anymore, because all you're doing is helping the lie to exist. The sooner you stop, the sooner the thing, and you should be telling people, you should be informing people that the dinosaurs never existed. It was a scam from the West. And you know what though? 2013, here in Japan, they in the news they found a miniaturized version of T-Rex. And when I heard that, I remember I wasn't even a flat earther then, right? So, but I knew the moon landings were a hoax, and I knew it wasn't Lee Harvey Oswald, okay, and and a few other conspiracies. But this news hit me, and I thought, hang on a second, that's bullshit. Because how did the dinosaurs get to Japan? Japan is a volcanic island. It grew from under the sea. So what did they eat on this forsaken bloody rock island?
Yeah.
What could they have been
Sadly,
eating?
they would explain it away, you know.
Yeah.
They have it all the answers.
That's right, yeah. Well, no, but they shot themselves in the foot there because it was impossible for them to live. It was impossible. The place was rock, fucking still smouldering from the volcanic eruptions. No, that's crap. I just said no. And I said it's typical that it had to be a miniature one because everything in Japan is miniature, you see. I just thought, that's bollocks. That is absolute rubbish. And then 2016, 3 years later, Eric Dubé, dinosaurs never existed. And I just went, I knew it. And then I showed my students that video. They had to see it. They had to see that one because I knew it. I just had that. My suspicions were confirmed. Yeah. So they never even existed. Wow. And the funny thing is, I went with my brothers to the British Museum. We went to the Science Museum and British Museum. We would have been in our teenage years. Tell a lie. No. We're in our 20s. We're in our 20s. We are enjoying the pleasures of mountain bike riding, right? We enjoyed it in the 70s, you know, because in the 70s, the Americans used to have the banana seat with the cow horn handlebars. We had that. We fashioned our bicycle in the same way. And then the mountain bike race took off. We didn't have the money to keep up then. But then in the 80s, 90s, my brother had the most expensive mountain bike you could buy by a company called Saracen. This thing, you could go around the world on it. He had the top. And he got that bike because he bought the worst at the beginning. He bought the worst mountain bike, and I told him off. I said, why did you buy this? Well, the man said it was a good bike. So I took him back to the shop. I said, "Oh, you ripped my brother off. Can I have my money back, please? Every penny. Because this is not what he should be riding." And then we took the money, went to central London and he went into the shop and bought the most expensive bike, £1,000. Bloody hell, he was serious. So we were enjoying mountain bike riding. And then we decided to go to the Science Museum. And then that's when we started looking. Remember, not even a flat earther, none of that's there. This is in the 90s, I'm in London. And we were laughing because the bones felt like plastic, we said. You know, because it said don't touch, but we touched all the exhibits and none of them felt like real bone. So we made fun of what we were looking at and that, you know, this doesn't look real, does it? No, I mean, is it real? We couldn't tell, but, you know, who are we to say? But we there was something there. And then to hear Eric Dubé, I mean, it just blew me away. And I just sent the videos to my brothers and said, look. Do you remember when we went to the Science Museum and the National, what's it called, the Geological Museum as well? Do you remember? Yeah, look at this video. Watch this video, it will surprise you. And they did. And they were surprised. And now they're learned. Yeah, the dinosaurs never existed. Just a scam. And then that also, like you said, you know, the dinosaur ending event, the asteroid, that couldn't have happened either then. What do you say? Would you agree? Mic check. Am I alive? Am I still alive on the summer? Am I dead?
I hear you.
I hear you. And I agree.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'm not sure because sometimes I cut off. Yeah, sorry. But yeah, you know, that 65 million year ago asteroid dinosaur ending event, that could not have happened really. If the dinosaurs never existed, then no such event could have happened. I mean, that makes sense, doesn't it?
Yep, it sure does.
Yeah. Then when you look at these craters, the one thing that I noticed that I always scratched my head about was two things. It was very symmetrical in its shape, and then where's the material leftovers from this rock, you know? And then shortly, when that question was being raised by the flat earthers, in comes Neil deGrasse Tyson to explain that these asteroids can come in and explode just at the right height to create such a formation. Really, honestly, no matter how convoluted, they'll do it. They got no shame, that lot. They have no shame. They don't even know the meaning of the word embarrassment. They swim in it. They swim in embarrassment and shame and smile in your face whilst they take your tax, don't they?
Yep.
Yeah.
They want more.
Yeah.
That's it? I can't get more?
They don't care. I mean, they'll charge the taxpayer $23 million for a crapper, a toilet. $23 million, folks, for a toilet. Recently replaced 2 years ago, September, on the ISS. The $19 million one backed up and somehow was pumping shit everywhere. Can you imagine that? Floating feces on the ISS. Now that is not a comfortable place. That doesn't make any. Ugh.
17,000 miles an hour, yeah?
Oh, 17,500 miles an hour, yeah.
Oh, man. They're going pretty quick.
It's that 500 miles that really gets you spinning. Fuck, yeah. Absolutely amazing.
You just shoot the rocket up, and then you dock to the 17,000 mile an hour deal, and it's just easy, and don't have to worry about the gas pressures or anything like that.
No, it's as easy as getting on and off a bus, it would seem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bloody hell! I mean,
like you
how do
said,
they
for
do
these
it?
guys, the chugga chugga, that's about all you need, and then everything just flows right along.
Yeah. And then they get rid of their material just by letting it out, and it's supposed to burn up. They say it burns up on the way down. Can you believe that? Not from 240 or
What burns up?
250 miles up. Nothing's burning up there, folks. Nothing is
Like
burning
pieces that
up.
fall off. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they throw out their rubbish, and apparently it burns up in the atmosphere before it can reach Earth. What, at 250 miles? No, that's not possible. Nothing's burning up. That's not far enough. 250 miles is not far enough to burn up any of your stuff. Sorry, that's crap. That's definitely an anomaly there.
And the moon is, I think,
Well, supposedly 238,000 miles away.
Right, and still within the atmosphere.
Oh, exactly. That was
but only recently.
2018
yeah.
News, wasn't it? Yeah.
Too good.
Yeah. Well, do you know what? I was in the 7-Eleven. Right. I was in the 7-Eleven buying some stuff. Okay. And that news came out of my podcast because I was listening to the Flat Earth podcast news, right? And it came out that the moon was within our atmosphere. And you know what I said? Those lying bastards like that. As I was picking up my push bike to return home. Yeah. So I won't forget that day. Those lying bastards, cunts. I just blurted it out, reflex action. Luckily, the Japanese didn't understand English, so I was lucky. I'm talking to you from Japan, you see, so.
Nice. I've been to Okinawa.
Yeah, I've been there several times. Okinawa, several times. Love it there. Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed myself in Okinawa. Food, the climate, the people, the ocean, everything's level playing. Wicked.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I've heard stories about Okinawa from my grandfather.
I bet he's got some good ones.
That's one out. Well, he did have. He's passed now, though. But.
Yeah, but it would be nice to have seen Okinawa when he saw it. You know.
It's one place I was never stationed in Japan. I would have liked to have been, but
you would have enjoyed it there for sure. You know. I mean, they do cater for the Americans very well over there.
I do have a flavor for women from around the world. Yeah, I need a sampler set, you know.
Yeah. That wouldn't have been too difficult. That wouldn't have been too difficult.
Go Yankee on them. I need one of them there women in every nation they got there. By God, 356 nations. I need 356 women. Woo!
Yeah.
I need a harem and a castle.
Yeah, the age of Aquarius is upon us.
I'll build a kingdom, I tell you.
Yeah.
Like the Japanese, we'll call it a dynasty.
Dynasty.
The Schmidt dynasty.
Yeah.
Schmidt
if you go to Japan, the Americans are very well welcomed over there. You know, literally red carpet treatment. So you're lucky in that sense. If you go. I say to them, the first thing they think is that I'm from the military. I said, no. In London, I was. In Japan, no. You know, but thank you anyway. I say to them.
The closest I get to that is this place called Yoshika Health Spa.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, that's the thing as well. All the health spas there in Japan are very affordable. Very affordable.
Yeah, you can get anything there from acupuncture to a wax job to a wank job.
Yeah. 10 to $20.
You need sexual relief? I give you sexual relief. You pay me big money.
Yeah.
I need visa. I buy.
Yeah, I mean you can pay top dollar when you go to the affluent expensive areas of town, but in general, across the nation, it's relatively cheap to go to the onsen and that.
I go to Yoshika because they have my brother hooked me up, a master in acupuncture there. So she's got degrees in it from wherever she was in Japan. But I think acupuncture works real well for releasing tension and pain.
Yeah, my brother.
They heat up those rocks and have you lay in your stomach and put a rock on every vertebrae. Oh my God, that shit is fucking.
Yeah, my brother did that.
Relaxing.
My brother underwent acupuncture for his hip. He's since had the hip replaced though, but whilst he was trying to overcome and alleviate the pain, he took that treatment. Yeah, he took that treatment and it was really good.
Sciatic treatment, yep.
Yeah, very therapeutic for him. And then when he came to Japan, he particularly liked to go to the onsen purely because you've got the heated electrolysis treatment where you get a gentle current flowing through the water and it contracts your muscles for a few seconds and then releases and then contracts. So it's pulsating like that,
Yep.
So, and it was used to help the blood flow through the hip and alleviate the pain.
I got a unit that does that in localized areas, not over the whole body. It's called a STENS unit. STENS.
Yeah.
Helps when you got knotted up muscles from displaced or disalignment in your spine, your neck.
That's right. And you get your trapped nerves and things like that, you see.
Yeah.
It helps to alleviate all these kind of pains and ailments.
You get them muscles flexing for a half hour and they get exhausted so that they can't be so stressed out because you've exhausted every bit of energy they got.
Yeah, my brother used to enjoy that. We used to go every day. When he came to visit us, every time he comes to visit, he goes every day with me there, and he ends up losing around about 10 kg in weight because of the exercise regime that I have, which he's not able to do in London. He's not able to dedicate that time like I do, and then the fact that we go to the onsen every day, so he's getting a double whammy. He loses 10 kg. And that's quite interesting, that he loses that much weight all through sweat. And then his hip is good. He's going back feeling on top of the world. He loves coming to Japan.
I had to drink 4 bottles of water once to make weight to fight.
Wow. Now that couldn't have been good.
Oh, man, I wanted to puke. My trainer was like, just don't puke, Mike. I said, don't make me drink no more. He said, no, you got to drink this. Take the bottle on the damn scale with you. So I get on the scale and I down it. And they said, well, lose the bottle. I threw it down there like, oh, you just made it. You're a little bit over.
Walking around sounding like this.
Yeah, I thought, motherfucker, I was like 1.25 pounds low.
Yeah.
My buddy was like, dude, you can drink that. You got 3 more hours to weigh in. Just keep drinking water. After 2 fucking hours, I was like, man, I feel like I got a pond in my pants, motherfucker. He said, no pissing. No pissing. You got to get in there, Mike. So on fight day, I know damn well I didn't weigh what I was supposed to, but 1 pound, come on.
Yeah.
I just joined in the conversation, but I can relate. I'm a classic physique competitor, and right before the contest, I got to down like 2 gallons of water the day before, and it's horrible.
That's horrifying. Yeah,
or you do the sweat, or you do the sweat box thing to lose 3 pounds of water.
Well,
you ever did that?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I do that. I've done that. I remember I lost 7 kg in one day in winter. Dropped my weight down to, what was it? 80. I was 85 and I dropped down to 78, roughly. 77. And that was the first time I'd been at that weight for like 15 years. Winter time. I went out for a jog with my son. Went jogging. We were on holiday. New Year's it was, and we went for a jog because we go snowboarding as well, you see. So I went jogging in winter, came back, Went to the sauna. I couldn't believe I'd lost 7 bloody kg. Wow, look at that. Hey, nice new year.
You retain water like a motherfucker then.
Yeah, I do. In wintertime, my weight always increases through winter because I'm not able to sweat enough. And if you sweat, you could risk getting a cold.
Right.
So you really got to be careful there. Yeah. So my body weight, as soon as spring kicks in, I can then manage to start to drop it down again. And then summer, I excel because where everyone's saying, "Oh, it's hot," I'm using that to lose weight and look good and feel good. Yeah, all the way through autumn, and then winter kicks in again. Yeah. So it's always been a fluctuation thing with me. I want to be 75, but I'm always floating between 85, 90, 85, 80, like that. Wild fluctuations like that. Yeah. But the thing is, I'm active. I can do the splits. I can touch my toes. At 60, you can do that. I mean, you're living good, as far as I'm concerned. Not scared of cycling 60, 70 miles on a push bike. That's okay. That wouldn't bother me one bit. Although my arse might feel the pain on the saddle, but I'm still going to be pumping it, regardless. And that's with the seat adjusted correctly for my height and my leg, yeah? Leg length, inside leg length, yeah. But I love it. I've recently started a program whereby I do 12 miles in the morning and then 12 miles in the afternoon, late afternoon. Split it. Two exercise programs a day now. 3 to 4 days a week.
Yeah, that's all you need. 3-4 days a week.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing for now. Yeah. And then when the summer kicks in proper, I'll be in the parks using the jungle gym and doing my circuit training where I cycle to the place and then within the park, I'm jogging in the park and then using the jungle gym to do like dips, chin-ups, and leg raises. Well, that's good enough as an all-round body conditioner, yeah? So I do a lap of the park, get to the parallel bars. So I'll do my chin-ups first, right, which is just 10 chin-ups. Then from there, straight to the parallel bars, 10 dips, right, and then switch it. So I'm doing 20 sit-ups, right, and then from there to the rings, grab the rings. So I'm now fully extended, and then bring my knees up to my chest. Well, I say to my chest, but to my stomach, yeah. 20 times, drop off, and then go for another jog. Come back again, and then I do my arm swings, forward, backwards, lateral, touch my toes, hold that position for a while, and then start the second set. And I do 3 sets of them, and then go off on a 6-mile cycle, and then go home. That's my kind of like routine.
Yeah, I like the hanging leg raises. That's pretty much the only ab work I do besides vacuums. Vacuums are real important for classic physique because you got to have that tiny waist.
Yeah.
Give you the right proportion.
Yeah. So I try to maintain that. And then the Japanese are cutting by saying, "Man, you got some stamina." I said, "I've been doing it a long time. It's all muscle memory." Once your body's mapped that in, it gets used to it, doesn't it, really?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I try to do as little as possible to get results. Like no more, right? To conserve energy, keep fullness. The more work I do, the more I got to eat, which, Sometimes it depends on where I'm at with the contest, right? If it's grow season or cut season.
I mean, climates like Hawaii and Saipan or California, the hot Africa suits me to the T. I excel there. Weight would be dropped, and then I'd find an equilibrium with my workout, which I wouldn't have to work out so hard because you're active all the time. So then you can balance. But because things are fluctuating here in Japan, like you said, you do a good workout and you're eating like a monster, Yeah, so it's a constant battle.
I had 7 meals yesterday.
Wow, yeah, that's eating, yeah. I usually only eat once a day. If I do a serious heavy workout, twice a day. So you had 7 small meals, surely?
Yeah, I do 6 to 8 ounces of protein per meal, which will put you between 30 and 50 grams of protein per meal, and then the carbs and fats that I play with, depending on what I need for that day, energy. Try to keep fats consistent.
Yeah, my sons do that. They use the scale. I never used the scale in my life. And I'm watching my children using the scale to maintain their health and the calories and everything. They actually weigh it all. That's amazing. And I said, yeah, keep on going, boys, because that's good.
When it's all about,
but I didn't.
You kind of got to, it's really all about what you see in the mirror. So, and then everything's based on like the performance of the workout. You want to do everything you can to set yourself up to have the most intense workout possible.
Yeah, I call it the integrity of the workout. That's what I call it.
Yeah, that's the way to put it.
Yeah. It makes you feel guilty. If you're not doing it properly, you're going to be feeling guilty afterwards. So I always say to myself, don't forget the integrity of the workout. Make it worthwhile. I always say that to myself.
Trying to beat your best, consistently. Workout's supposed to be better than the last. Like, you really don't got a choice.
Yeah. I'm at the stage where I don't have to beat my time, but as long as I'm completing the workout, and then once a year I give my body a total blitz, like a cycle to Tokyo and back, as like a gauge as to my performance as the years go by.
You're up in Japan?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I got a buddy over in Yuruma, Okinawa.
Okay, yeah, I've been there.
Yeah, he's a Marine over there.
Yeah, I've been there. My wife took us the first time we went. My wife took us and the family. We all went down there. It was pretty good.
Well, good chatting. I got to make a delivery. So, see you guys.
Okay, yeah. Happy deliveries. Hey. But yeah, you see, flat earthers, we uplift life. The thing I like about the heliocentrics is that they are unable to do that. Because you can't be, it's somehow their disposition is this. They can't be, promoting the globe as something real when we know it's not. And then try to then tell us how to uplive their lives. It's not possible. It's not possible. And they're in a trap. They've trapped themselves in their deception. So it's easy to see them. They stick out like a sore thumb, literally. So we laugh at them. I always accuse them of anti-life. Walking contradictions. That's what they are. I've never heard one word of uplift from you guys. You listen to the flat earthers and they're talking about dangers of vaccines, for example, what to avoid, how to maintain health, how to have their car repaired, for example, or some kind of house management advice. You guys, nothing but toxic conversation. I haven't heard anything positive of an uplift. Where is that? Why? Why is that? Because you are shills. You are paid to do what you do. You're not. No human being is like this. You can't be coming to this place every day of the week and spouting out the same thing. And we know what you're doing. You're so desperate for everyone to hang on to this ball that doesn't exist. That's why they're here. Know that now. You know the regulars. You know the regulars, the hardcore regulars. They're the ones who are being paid. That's their job, is to do this. And we out them every time. They're obvious. As obvious as stepping in dog shit. You know, when you take that pace, you feel your shoes sink in and slip and grip. You know that feeling, guys? You're walking, you're talking to your bird, your wife, your friend, you know, your girlfriend, your lover at the time, you're walking through you, and suddenly it's a squelch, slip, grip, and you think, oh, shit. And you look down, and it is shit. That's exactly what these heliocentrics are like. They're that obvious. And now you're looking for an edge to fucking scrape this shit off your shoe. You think, oh, fuck. Ah, there's the curve, great. And you start scraping it off. And if you're in tuned properly, you think, is there a puddle nearby? Ah, over there's a puddle. Let me get my shoe in there. And you're slapping your shoe in the puddle to loosen any other bits of residue. And then you're looking for a bit of a grass with a top. Ah, over there. And you scrape that, you know? Yeah, that's the heliocentrist. Bastards. Yeah, man. Yeah. That's how obvious they are, mate. You've all done it. You've all stepped in shit. I'm sure you have. You know what I mean. Squelch, slip, grip. Yeah. You think, ah, fuck, shit, man. No. That's the heliocentric model. It's like that. It's literally, no. It doesn't make any sense. No. When you look at it, it's a joke. I followed it for 53 years before it was brought to my attention that, oh, it's not what it is. Right? So, you know, and that was purely through being lazy, really. You know, because, you know, I trusted the authorities on that. So you think when they said, oh, we found a Earth-like planet so many galaxies away. Oh, really? Fantastic. Well done. So one day we're going to go there then, perhaps. That's what I used to think. We might be able to go there then, maybe, eh? Wow. You know, that was when, you know, when I realised they didn't go to the moon, that all just stopped. Shattered. Heartbroken. Ah, so we can't go to Mars then. So Russia was lying back in the 70s. Fucking hell. I mean, how long have they been lying, man? I was thinking, wow. No. And they're still lying. Oh, this is not right. Yeah, so it's interesting times we're living in, folks. If you're listening, ask yourself that question. How do you know the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space? What evidence have you seen? How have you confirmed it for yourself? That you know without a doubt, you know, that they went to the moon even. Yeah, and back. 6 missions landed, 1 was a failure. Apollo 13th. Typical number, yeah. On the 13th day, on the 13th hour, on the 13th mile there, things had a problem. So, yeah, ask yourself, how do you know the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space? Have you ever seen the curvature of the Earth? And according to Neil deGrasse Tyson, at 120,000 feet, you are not able to see the curvature. That stuff is flat. So you got to ask yourself.
He said,
when you're at the ocean, at the beach, the seaside, you ain't seen no curvature there.
He said from.
And then if you've had the pleasure to fly, there's no way you're seeing it at that height either, because that's only 5 miles.
He said from 63
only 5 miles up, yeah.
From 63 miles, you wouldn't.
Nothing but flat expanse.
You wouldn't even see
curvature. The plane is not even following any kind of curvature arch or arc, if you will, during your flight. You're gnawing on a bone on your in-flight meal, eating your sandwich, enjoying your alcoholic beverage. Yeah, nothing's spilling over. Seatbelt off, relaxing, stretching your legs. Yeah. How can that happen if you're on a globe that is actually spinning? They're saying to you that whilst you're flying, the Earth is spinning, right, under you, but then the aeroplane and the atmosphere is all stuck to it. So can you imagine that? I mean, if that was real, you'd be able to have that on your computer home screen. All the home screens around the world would have that as an image, because it would be fantastic to see that. Think, why haven't you seen that? Yeah, isn't that odd? Why don't you have that image? How comes? What's going on? Yeah. So yes, give it a thought. You'll come to that conclusion soon enough, that indeed the Earth is a flat, motionless plane. You have the CIA. You have NASA.gov. You have the Army, the Navy, the Air Force. And when you look into their documents, when they're talking about flying their aircrafts or firing weapons of mass destruction, well, they say that you need to consider, or you can consider, which I think is rather strange, really desperately trying to hide it there, you can consider Earth to be a flat and stationary plane. Well, if that's the case, I don't want to think of it as that then. What do you mean I can? Why would I need to think of it? Why would I need to consider Earth a flat stationary plane if it's a spinning ball in a vacuum of space? Why would I want to do that? You can think of it. Yes. Those documents inadvertently let slip the fact that the Earth is flat. That's why. Because if I'm on a spinning ball and I'm in the army, let's say, and I want to hit a target, of course I'm going to have to do the maths. I've got to do the maths, the distance, the curve, my projectile. It's got to follow a curved trajectory. Am I going to hit it? I've got to do that maths. Then there's the crosswinds, the elevation. All that's got to come into consideration before I make that shot. But we don't. You just point and shoot. I mean, okay, you take wind speed. That's definitely a concern. Other than that, though, it's the elevation, then the caliber of the projectile, and then the distance to the target. And that's all you're really taking into consideration as an ordinary oily rag soldier. Coriolis, that stuff didn't get mentioned whilst I was, the inside of a mudguard running around. Move yourself, come on, you're a shitbag, that kind of thing. Those words we never heard. Right. So, why would there be in the documents then, you need to consider Earth as a flat stationary plane? Of course you would have to, because if you were busy doing those maps as if the Earth was spinning, you're going to be missing your targets. You're going to fly your plane thinking you're going to go around the curve and crash into the Earth as a beginner pilot. You might get the idea that you should be curving, and then the pilot would think, well, why am I just going straight? This doesn't make sense. Let me see if there's curve here. And then he's dead, Right, there you go. So they had to put that in as a safety consistency plan there, backup, to ensure that no one's making mistakes. Even though you're being told it's a spinning ball Earth, you're indeed aiming properly because the Earth is indeed flat and stationary. And they're in the documents, as I mentioned, the NASA.gov, CIA documents, KGB, the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, submarines, it's all there. Especially when flying through the atmosphere, they said. You need to consider, or you can consider. I mean, that one there, you can consider. So I don't have to consider it then. And why say it then if I don't have to consider it? That seems odd, doesn't it? You can consider Earth, if you like, at your leisure, at your will, that the Earth is stationary and flat, if you want, whilst you're flying on your spinning ball. Yeah, that's really, really odd, that. Really, really odd, that, folks. Doesn't make sense, does it? So think about that when you're flying in the air next time, or sailing on a boat, or driving your car on a long distance journey around the world. Where's that curvature? Or that spin, for that matter. Yes. Hey, who do we have there? Who's that? Welcome. Oh, yeah. Let me check. Am I okay? Yeah, all right, yeah. Oh, I'm working fine, yeah. Loud and clear. I can see that I'm working now. Goody, goody. Yeah, so yes, we've been flat Earth on the rise. Flat Earth on the rise. Not going down anytime soon. The other heliocentrist servers, yeah, whenever we go in there, they're reeling. We leave them reeling. My approach is to actually, I'm in their server, but I'm engaging the listeners all the time. What they call the third person, yeah. So I'm talking to them, and it works beautifully. It works beautifully. For when they ask ridiculous questions, I said, well, this is it, folks. I mean, this is another question. Look at that. Why is up, up, and why is down, down? I mean, what the hell is that kind of a question? Why do things fall down? Why down? And why is it up, up? Why doesn't it go sideways? I reply, it's the natural order of things. Oh, that's not scientific. Well, who said it had to be scientific? Why does it go down? It's the natural order of things created by the Creator. If you're not satisfied with that, go and meet the Creator and ask the Creator, why it's down, down? Why doesn't it fall sideways? You fool. Yeah, go and ask. Why is down, down, and why up, up? You know. So you're in the server and they say that, but you're engaging the crowd, you know, those in the chat room. Yeah, it's good. You're talking through them into the server, into the YouTube chat room. I love it, man. And they hate that. You can't come here preaching. Well, I'm not preaching. I'm addressing your question, and I'm having the decency to address your listeners who are hanging on every word I say, I hope. Yeah, no, you're not preaching, and then they mute me. You know, because they want me to address the question, you see, but I'm addressing the question. There you go. You know, I just love it, man. You know, yeah. When I'm finished with them, they've got to rebuild every time. It's a rebuild. And then the owner of the servers are They become unhinged. Yeah. Yeah. And I'm laughing. And I'm drowning them with the Flat Earth truth from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. It's lovely. It's just great fun. Keeps the grey matter exercised. Keeps the vocal cords in tune. Yeah. And then, you know, satisfaction that the truth is being delivered. Passionately, amicably, violently if necessary. Sometimes they deserve it, you know. You got to ram it in their mouths and choke on it for a few minutes. Yes. I even go as far as to ask for 20-second silence for Charles Johnson, who was the director of the Flat Earth Research Society, a very amicable organisation that was, and Samuel Rowbotham, aka nickname Parallax. I get 20 seconds silence before I begin, and they really get upset with that. But I could care less how upset they get. I'm in control whilst I'm in your server. I'm your guest. Is this how you treat your guests? I ask them. So we Flat Earthers, we come correct, we come direct, and we uplift your lives. That's what it's all about here. And of course, we all need an uplift this day and age now, yeah, at these times. You could be doing worse. So in the final analysis of things, folks, ask not what you can do for your country, ask what the fuck can your country do for you, seeing you're paying all that fucking tax. Okay? That's what Kennedy should have really said. But the man of honour and integrity, he spoke the truth, but that truth hasn't been followed through now. So now you've got to ask, not what you can do for your country, because you're doing untold for your country. What the fuck is the country doing for you is what you should be asking now, folks. Don't forget that. That indeed, that is what's putting value back in yourself. Because I heard today, during the pandemic, for every 26 hours that went by, a billionaire was made. A billionaire was made every 26 hours during the past 2 years pandemic, should I say, sorry. That's amazing. And then the 10 richest billionaires on this flat earth, if they doubled their money. So if we took 99.99% of their wealth away, they would still be richer than 99% of the population on this flat earth. Now that is shocking. Yeah? Okay. So you better start putting value in yourselves, yeah? Sit there wallowing in your self-pity, about to receive the unnecessary medical intervention, yeah? You want to start thinking about that and asking yourself, what the hell am I doing? Right, who am I living for here? Right. So yes, that's what we flat earthers are about. Flat earthers, we uplift your lives. We are not the crazy, delusional, disenfranchised bunch. We can unify ourselves and come back with impact. It's because of the flat earthers, you could almost say this situation started, to be quite honest, because you notice how they're liking flat earthers and anti-vaxxers. There is some truth in that. In that we knew that the unnecessary jab was unnecessary, that the earth is indeed a flat plane. So, you know, please, if any of you are thinking, yeah, why do they do that? It's because it's true. We know what's going on. And they knew we knew, and they had to stop us. And when they stopped us, we knew that they knew we knew that they knew. They knew that we knew that they knew, if you know what I mean. Yeah. They let it slip. Yeah. Such is the power of the flat earth. And I was saying to my students that when the media gives the flat earthers a negative rap and they promote us negatively, it actually works to our advantage because it gives us a chance to actually readdress that. So we'll take that and run. That's positive for us. And we'll score a touchdown at the other end. That's a fumble on their part, really. And then when they speak of us in a positive light, which I have done once or twice, well, we're elated. We just fly up like a helium balloon now. Yeah, so we'll take it any which way but loose. We'll take it all. We are unstoppable, unbreakable, very dependable.
I'm just joining back in, but according to what I'm hearing here, I just want to mention that I think it speaks volumes that instead of just discrediting us with facts and proof, they have to create a flat earth society and discredit us that way by, these ridiculous things that they say we believe in.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. But I'm glad they do that in a way because it gives us a chance to actually address that. And then people start to think, oh, really? Yeah. It's not that at all. We don't think that at all. That's there as a spanner in the truth. It's trying to siphon the truth off and contaminate the actual situation. So basically, you've landed on your feet when you meet us, the flat earthers, the real one, because we can actually tell you what's going on. That's controlled opposition. They're all over the world. They have a flat earth society in Japan. There is another organization, it's not really around now. It was known as the Flat Earth Research Society. That was a very good organization. It was good. They did a fantastic job.
That's one Eric today is in, I think.
Yeah. They did a remarkable. They took off from where Rosebotham left off. Basically, they continued it, so they were good. But the Flat Earth Society, they're totally controlled opposition. They speak very little truth, but lots of absurdities, which is why people think Flat Earth, they're crazy people. Right.
Yeah, Reddit suggested a Flat Earth forum to me today, and of course it's Flat Earth Society stuff, this much ridiculous shit. And also wanted to say, the fact that there's a debate at all, I bring this up all the time, the fact that there's a debate at all at this day and age proves that there's something to it. Simple as that.
Absolutely, because there should be no debate. It should be given. The Earth is a big spinning ball in the vacuum of space. It should be as easy as switching on a light, switching off, switching on a tap, grabbing a cup of glass of water, having a drink. It should be that easy to explain and prove. The fact that we're here 7 years now asking for evidence should reverberate through your house, through your living room, to your bathroom, toilet, and back again. Right. Should be rocking your world. Yeah. And the fact that no professor that wants to won't come to debate us here on the Discord, and the ones who have come have had their asses handed to them. Totally embarrassing situation. I mean, they act worse than children. Okay? Worse than children. Children you can forgive. They're still uploading. They're still uploading the information, so they're not able to discern. They can't. So you can forgive a child, but an adult reduced to below a child's standard, and that's a professor. Okay. There you are. That's why they won't come to us. They're frightened of this defrocking, if you will, because that's what it is. It's a defrocking. Yeah.
Yeah, like in the Witsit debates I've watched on Modern Day Debates recently, and according to the people on their side, like the Globe side, they're like, "Oh yeah, we crushed it, we won," and I'm like, "You got to be stupid to think you won that debate." Like your comprehension lacks. You don't even understand that you're trying to use the model to prove the model, and you just keep trying that over and over again like it's going to work. It's very, very simple. And if they could just wrap their heads around that, they could see how bad they lost.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean. It's embarrassing. I'm embarrassed for them. And I can be, because I was once a heliocentrist myself, due to my laziness to do the research. That was all. And that was purely because I trusted them from my childhood days. So I can be forgiven. But once it was brought to my attention, it literally took less than 5 minutes and I knew. 5 minutes. That's all it took me. And the reason it was that quick was because, one, I never ever divorced myself from nature. Nature was always my guiding star, if you will. Nature was number one. So I had the highest respect for that. I never thought I was better than nature. I always knew I was at nature's mercy. That was the first thing. That would include every living thing on earth. Right. So I never done that. Secondly, due to my life and my upbringing, Army cadets, the Royal Engineers, my mum and dad's upbringing, traveling around the world, the schooling, of course, the people I met through my life, and the things that I learned, that life experience, and all the clues of Earth that I'd uploaded and not connected made sense within seconds. Literally, I had that epiphany, that rush, where your whole life flashes before you at warp speed. Bang! It's flat, like that. That's exactly how it
Gene.
Once it came clear to me, I realized, even when I was in elementary school, that the stuff just didn't sit well with me, like as soon as they told it to me, I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. And they're like, oh yeah, there's answers for it. We'll get into it later. And then, some things they did, but still, I'm like, that doesn't really add up. And, now that I'm on the other side of it, I see it. And, I was never afraid to be wrong. I was actually discussing this morning with a dispatcher at work. He used to be a pilot. He says he's seen the curvature with his own eyes. And of course, we're arguing about it. And
I want to ask a question. Do you guys have you guys ever met a fanatic?
Yeah, I've met.
Do they ever lose? Does a fanatic ever lose in his mind?
No, he doesn't, does he?
Yeah. Even if you crush them like a bug, they don't win. They never lose, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, in their mind they don't lose, but in when they're in front of my face, 1-to-1, they are losing. They are bleeding because I pummel them on the ropes. I don't let them go, man. Once I got them on the ropes,
they still say, "I won, I won."
Silly asses!
Shout.
You won this. Yeah. Yeah, but when I was young, the only thing that didn't make sense to me was that gravity thing, okay? Although I said to my teacher, okay, miss, because I had to take it in because she said it was gravity, Who was I to say it was not true, So I had to take it in, but that one followed me through to my secondary education. And then, listen, I actually discovered that it was a theory because in my secondary education, around about the third year, I started to collect. I was in the Army Cadets at the time, yeah? So I was just about managing to collect this encyclopedia. It was called The Tree of Knowledge. And, I was looking forward to collecting these and getting the binders and really, making my bookshelf look intellectual. That was my aim, okay? Through science, okay? So I'm getting these Tree of Knowledge. And the very first one was about Sir Isaac Newton and gravity. and I'm reading that it's a theory, and then it just dawned to me. Hang on.
No, actually, it's worse, Gene. Gene, it's worse.
Yeah,
It's not even a theory because it doesn't have an hypothesis.
Well, I didn't know
It's
that
like-
at the time, you see. Remember,
Yeah,
I'm uploading this. Like I said, my critical thinking was just blunt. You may as well call it like a sledgehammer, or even worse, like a slab of concrete. It was just not there, yeah? Right. Anyway, so but I've started, I'm beginning to wake up now, but I'm reading, I'd already woken up with the black slavery thing, so I was already aware on how to read people's psychologists, how they handle black people and their body language.
You know, the funny thing, actually, black slavery woke me up too.
Oh, okay, good, yeah. So that woke me up, okay? But I'm in my bedroom. Listen, I'm in my bedroom. I've got my first edition of the Tree of Knowledge. You get part 1, part 2 free. And then within a couple of episodes, you're going to get the binder, okay? So I'm thinking, okay, that's good. So I'm reading about this Tree of Knowledge. I'm reading about Sir Isaac Newton. Then the word theory popped up. And that woke me up. That hit me in the head. Theory? Theory. Let me look in the dictionary. I'll get this right here. Okay, so that means gravity's not real then. Because if it's a theory,
It's just a story.
it's not real, is it? So I discovered that in my bedroom, but I still carried on thinking it was real though. You know what I mean? I said to myself, it's not real.
Because it's a belief system.
Yeah.
And you have to be fanatic to blindly believe.
Well, yeah. Because look, I'm reading it for myself. It's a theory. So it's not real then, is it? But when I leave my bedroom and I go out into the world, I come out of my house or my parents' flat, and we go out into the world now, gravity is real. So you go with the flow, don't you? Because it's like the flow carries you off. You know what I mean? So you think, gravity is real. Everywhere you go, you hear the G-force, the force of gravity, constant gravitational force. It's there. You know what I mean?
Well, I like very much this relative density and specific gravity, which is totally nothing like what they say.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I would say, personally, say this thing that we experience as the down vector is a complex phenomena caused by multiple forces assembled together, to work together, to function together. There is a relation between magnetism and electricity and electrostatics. They are related, these forces, one to another.
Right.
Manipulating one, you affect the other. Yeah.
Absolutely.
And this causes the elements to be in a certain order. It causes order. Yeah. And we call it gravity. Yeah. And we also have the states of the matter: solid, liquid, gaseous, plasma, and life.
Right. Yeah.
I would say that life is the fifth state, but some don't want to agree on this scientifically. So yeah, that's their problem, not mine.
Yeah, exactly. When you know what you know, you know what you know. But to the ordinary layman out there who are probably listening to this, this is what it's like. At the end of the day, like I said, flat Earth uplifts your life. So what you're listening to is the psychological makeup of flat earthers, where they come from. Someone like me now, had been in touch with nature all through my life. I never let go. So it was easy for me to understand. No measurable curvature speaks volumes when all you've seen is straight leveled horizon all your life. Okay, so that's not difficult to understand. Then you're being told that Sir Albert Einstein couldn't really conduct an optical experiment to detect the Earth's movement on its axis, its rotation.
He forbid us. he forbid us. He said, no optical experiment could ever be conducted to prove the Earth's rotation or motion.
Right.
Yeah, and actually he saw. Yeah, he saw that these optical devices, the way they are advancing, they actually very precise tools for measuring speeds.
Yeah.
And distances. Yeah.
Right. So they have to make silly stories like the Foucault pendulum. A Frenchman who said that this pendulum, as it swung to and fro, was showing the Earth's rotation under it, which is like ridiculous, folks. It's a polished ball in a museum setting, and you've got to be a right, as Delboy would say, a right plonker to believe that that is proving gravity. Earth's rotation. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
So, but as I said to the layman, this is what it's all about. You're listening to flat earthers explain to you how we've gone back to recheck what we learnt, and we are now seeing the discrepancies abound. It's a joke. Okay, folks, and that's what you need to do, You can be forgiven to be thinking the Earth is a ball at this moment in time because you haven't really looked into it. And those of you who have looked into it and are continuing to believe that the Earth is a ball, that belief is your problem. You don't know it's a ball, you believe it's a ball. So you need to know it's a ball. And how do you know it's a ball? Yeah. What evidence do you have for that?
Well, you need to measure curvature.
Exactly. And we are unable to do that.
Show and to etymologically demonstrate that the word horizon is being derived from the word curve.
Exactly. I mean, I'm hearing people say curved is level and level is curved.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that tells you the depth and the degradation of the human mind when they're like that. The depths of degradation.
Yeah.
The degrade. Oh, it's crazy.
About the fanatics being fanatics that can never, say they're wrong. Sometimes I feel like that's us, that's our stance because, literally we have to take that stance because people come at us with so many questions. What about this and what about that? And yeah, we have an answer for pretty much everything. And then, that makes us look like fanatics and people get all upset about it. That they can't stump us with anything. But I mean, that's just, we did the research. We're thorough. We have to be, right? If you're going to come at us so hardcore, then I'm going to have an answer. It doesn't make me a fanatic per se.
No, that's the integrity of the research standing up because you've done the research now. Because once you've been bitten, you are definitely certainly twice shy. So you're going to make sure that your information you've got is reputable. You've actually confirmed it for yourself. Once you've done those two things, there isn't a professor on this flat earth that's going to sway you. Impossible.
And then, it's like,
you could bring 2 million. You could bring 2 million professors.
I was wrong my whole life. And, then I did some research. But no, if somebody was to come up with any proof, that goes back to, like I was saying, the fact that there's a debate at all proves that there's something to it. I think the fact that nobody, even with incentives, Bitcoins and cash prizes and shit, can even come up with one proof. Yeah. I mean, that just says everything. That speaks volumes.
It certainly does. We have the Flat Earth Sherman back in 2016, threw down the gauntlet, $20,000 for any military man or any layman to prove the Coriolis effect to him. He's got his legal team ready. His $20,000 is there. Solicitors are on scene. It's happening in the public arena. So there's no hiding. There's no shenanigans here. You bring your money, put it down on the table, and prove the Coriolis effect. It should be like taking candy from a baby. That easy. The challenge is still there. No one's picked it up yet.
To prove Coriolis effect, all you need is a balloon and some helium, and you inflate it with helium and air, so it floats in mid-air in your room.
Yeah.
And you will see that it's not moving.
Yeah. Put it outside.
And the problem is, it demolishes the Coriolis. Yeah.
Exactly. Now, when you do fire your weapon, a projectile, it does sometimes pull to the left or to the right. It does. So it depends on your first.
The rifling.
On the
it's
barrel.
about the rifling, of the barrel.
In the barrel,
So the rotation of the projectile,
Yeah. That definitely has a bearing on that. And then, obviously, the medium it's going through and the condition of that medium, without a doubt, and wind play as well. Okay, so you will need to make adjustments, but that's not due to the Earth's spin. That's the thing we've got to remember here. Yeah. Clearly not.
Actually, in the military, that is very precisely calculable. They know very well these quanta effects, friction with air, aerodynamics, all this stuff. And it's a lot of math, formulas, calculations. It's not an easy thing to do.
Exactly. So you would have lost the war by the time you got that together. This is why you don't do that. The Earth is not moving, because if the Earth was really moving, then you'd have more maths to add on top every time. Because as soon as you move your position a slight degree, it's a whole new calculation that's necessary. 1 degree, just 1 degree.
Yeah.
Right. So there you are, folks. Flat Earthers, the psychology of the Flat Earthers. We're sane people. Talking to you every day of the week. Letting you know the truth. We're asking you to ask yourself, how do you know you're on a spinning ball? Hurtling through the vacuum of space. How do you know yourself? Confirmation. How have you done that? And if you have done so, please come to the server. The links are there. And enlighten us and help us.
Well, they believe it.
Well, if they know it, they should bring it to us. Bring it to our attention.
No, they don't know. They believe it. And last night we had a guy take down in here. And he was struggling to bring any evidence of gravity or to explain, like Newtonian, Einsteinian, whatever. He wasn't able to provide anything.
Yeah.
And at some point, I wanted to ask him, don't you feel that you have a little blind belief? I mean, in the moment that you are not able to provide proof, experiment, things like this, don't you think it's actually a blind belief? And if it's blind belief, then wow, we are into fanaticism.
Yeah, fantasy land. Fantasy land, fantasia. You're not living in. Thus, you're living in the world that's been created for you. I was in that world partially because I always tried to live real and with integrity.
Me too.
So I always tried to be real with things. So I can honestly say I didn't always follow the main crowd. Gravity, I did. I mean, I did that. But personally, personal choices. Do I want to do this or not do this? I tend to not go with the main crowd. Tend to always did things my way.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, is that Miggy?
Yeah, man. What's going on?
Hello, Miggy. Welcome.
Miggy's in the house. Miggy, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? Yeah, long time no see, man. How are you?
Yeah, really well, man. I've been popping in and out of here like in the past couple of weeks. I've been observing, just listening. Kind of. There's been like 2 or 3 people that I've talked to when I came in here.
Don't worry. Keep popping in because it's a pleasure to have you.
Yeah, really well, man. I've been popping in and out of here like in the past couple of weeks. I've been observing, just listening. Kind of. There's been like 2 or 3 people that I've talked to when I came in here.
Don't worry. Keep popping in because it's a pleasure to have you.
Yeah, man.
Thanks,
What are
Jimmy.
you? What's new then? What have you been doing when you're not in here?
Cryptocurrency. I've been making a lot of money. So
really?
yeah, I quit my job and everything, so I'm pretty well off.
Bravo, well done.
Yep.
Good for
You're
you.
winding me up, mate. Are you sure?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got away from the dead slave system.
Wow.
The fiat currency.
Working right now.
The fiat
And I
currency
think-
dead slave system. So I don't work anymore. You know?
Wow.
Yep.
That is amazing. Well done.
Yeah, I'm up to 6 figures and it's fun. Yeah. So I've been
figures.
Yeah, I got my own server. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, so now it's freed me up to do much more and be a part of be a part of the truth community a lot easier than I was before. Right now I'd be at work if it was up to my job. So I don't work anymore.
Oh, brilliant. Well done, man.
I wanted to make sure that I locked down my financial status before I went full on into the truth community. I'm still not there yet. There's a few. I need to make at least 7 or 8 figures, but that's coming. Not worried about that.
Wow. Well done, man. Yeah. Are you married with children?
Just wife.
Okay.
My stepkids are out of the house already, so.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, well done, man. You're living large. Hey.
Pretty much,
You
man.
still got the. I mean, is your car a Ram pickup? Is it?
I switched it out for a Dodge Ram, Dodge Challenger.
Okay, you got the Dodge Challenger now.
Yeah,
All
and
right.
then I had to let that go because I had that's when I was working.
Yeah.
So I wanted to make sure that I'm not paying over too much on as much as I could on my bills and whatnot. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, so you've got rid of that. What are you driving now then?
Just one vehicle, but wife takes it to work. So.
Okay. All right. Okay. You don't need it now anyway.
No, I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah. Still, yeah. Well, it's brilliant news. Thank you. Because I always wondered what you were up to, you see.
Yeah, that's what I've been up to. Just trying to get my knowledge on from cryptocurrency. And I mean, the truth community kind of frowns on it a little bit, but it's not what I'm doing is not exactly what. It's kind of like I look at cryptocurrency this way, Jen. People look at it like the Flat Earth Society at the very beginning. They're like, yeah, I don't want to be a part of that thing. That thing's the devil. Like got a lot of evil, and it's once you get. I've actually been telling people that too, but there's a real bad stigma to it. So people often write it off in the truth community as like it's another control system and all that. But what I got to say about that is that if that was the case, then the governments would have a handle on it and centralize it. They can't centralize a decentralized currency. But it's like the Flat Earth Society. They got you thinking that it's one thing that it's not, and once you're in it, you actually realize that it can free you financially.
Right. So this crypto, is it real money, cash in your hand, or is it digital money? I mean,
it's digital. It's digital money. But let's say, for instance, I have a team of people that create a token, a smart contract, and tomorrow I make, I don't know. I'll just give you an example, like Bunny token or something, right?
Yeah.
I'll name it just a placeholder. So I'll name it Bunny token, and I'll tell you, okay, I'll charge you, $1 for this Bunny token, and you pay me $1 of USD. You transfer USD into cryptocurrency, and then you pay for that. You buy a whole bunch of it. So you start buying the token that I create, which then it creates like a system, a liquidity. Then you start adding to the liquidity. Then it just grows from there, and more people start getting interested into the thing that I create. And so I can basically make money by just having a smart contract and people investing in it. And it's all about the idea. It's the hype. It's everything connected to it. A good team. And it brings a lot of people to what is known as FOMO, fear of missing out. And
yes.
So yeah, just a little bit about what I've been doing. That's all. I'm kind of expounding on that. But yeah, that's what I've been doing, and It's lucrative. It can get you out of working a 9 to 5. I mean, a lot of people say, "Well, I'll just stay in currency debt slave system and I'll be all right." No, you won't be. They control everything in that system. You have no say so. They tell you what the dollar's worth. If it crashes, you crash. Like in this other system, you could be a millionaire like in a couple of months, like easy.
Yes, in a couple of months.
I'd like to get into it. I was alerted yesterday of all the dips, and then my nephew is big into cryptocurrency. He was telling me the ones to buy that looks like everything's low right now, so it'd be a good time. And I got a stack of cash that I was holding on to just to get back into it if it dipped real low.
Yeah, I got a few good projects. I've been keeping a good community with good projects. I'm actually involved with a few, but just click on my name. You'll find a Discord server. Go to the server. You'll see me in there. But I didn't want to detract too much from FE. But the way I related to FE is that people often look at it like I told you, like the Flat Earth Society, because the truth community anyway. They'll write it off. They'll say, no, don't do that. Don't go there. It's evil. But it's just like people learning about Flat Earth. Like that's what we tell them about Flat Earth Society, right?
Yeah.
So we don't want them to know the misinformation. We want them to know the correct information. And it's hard to reach people in the truth community because they feel like they already have this working knowledge that they don't need to know anymore. And it's like, and then you start arguing with people in the group, and I don't want to do that. So if it gets to that point, I know what I'm making right now, so I don't have to prove anything to anyone. So
I'd like to know. They said Russia just banned cryptocurrency. Like, how's that even possible? It's an online thing. You just buy it online.
Yeah, I think there's one where it says Kazakhstan was they banned crypto there. There's a few countries where crypto's not allowed, but people find their workarounds away from the. See, this is what I'm trying to tell people. I'm like, dude, do you guys see what the governments are doing to cryptocurrency? They're banning it. They don't want you to have it. Why is that? Like do you guys see this kind of like, why would they ban something or be hard at work trying to get people not to get into it? Because if you do, then you get away from the fiat currency system, which is what they control. They don't want to let you go from that system, which is what I'm telling you guys. It's like, just look into it. I'm like, what's his name from Joe Rogan podcast, Eddie Bravo. Like just look into it. I could preach on it as much as I can, but it won't do any good until you look into it. And that's just the same for Flat Earth. Like people can tell you, well, it's the Flat Earth Society, right? Floating disk in space, and you're like, no, it's not, man. Like it's totally not. You got a misinformation and. You have something built up in your head where you think you know what you're talking about, but you really don't. And then when you start finding out what it is, then you start to realize that you were wrong. And I don't want to tell you you're wrong because it's going to make you feel like your pride's getting taken down and whatnot. I don't want to do that.
I think they were saying since day one that it was going to detract from fiat currency, right? Like governments hated the idea of it from the start. But just a question, like how much would it take to kind of end up like you to supplement my income?
I'll be
like how much to get started?
I'll be real with you, man. I found ways to where you don't even have to pay anything. You don't have to do anything but just be on a project. Like in essence, working for a project, people can pay you tokens of that particular project that you're working on, and then in essence, you can earn cryptocurrency by working on a project and just being a part of a team that will support the work that you do with them. So in essence, you don't pay anything. You just work for a token group, a community group. And if they like the work that you do, they support you with paying you in the token. And believe me, the type of money you can get from working these kind of jobs is way more than any job that you would. But it's a different kind of job, actually. It's not. I wouldn't.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, what kind of job is it?
They're what you would consider. Very mundane jobs like social media, networking. Like you'd be like maybe keeping track of all the like social medias like Twitter posts and Reddit posts, and like you'd have to be managing that on a daily basis, and things like this, making sure that the token's getting a lot of eyes on the project and stuff like that, and then people,
not.
yeah, they start seeing that the value you have every day to the project is that you're bringing more eyes on the project because of what you're doing. So you
Okay, so
become
that's like a sales
you become
representative, aren't you?
you become a
That makes it
valuable
good.
asset to the project. So that people start being like, oh yeah, you know, you're doing a great job. So let me bring you on the project. But yeah, so like, you can. The more you look into it, like I know people in here look into Flat Earth. The more you look into it, the community projects. There's two types of ideas right now. With when I speak into the truth community, the idea that crypto is evil, and some people on the other side say that crypto is freedom, it's financial freedom. Developing countries are now looking into it. Like the highest group of people that are in cryptocurrency right now are in the developing countries like Nigeria and like these places where crypto is like not easy to get to. So
Hey, Miggy, sorry to interrupt you. Why do people blame anything else for being evil except themselves?
yeah, I mean
Yeah.
And trust me, in some of the truth communities like that you're in, if you do speak of this, it becomes a very taboo topic. Oh no, we mustn't speak of this thing, and it's like, well,
Yeah.
the thing that you don't speak of, and the reason why you shy away from it is because you know that it could be financial freedom for you, and it's scary, right? Because
that.
Have you heard the
lies?
the
Yeah.
phrase?
For example, the lies that we ignore, those lies affect our lives the most.
Yeah. So there's a phrase called if it's too good to be true, it must be. Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah.
So a lot of that has to deal with people on the truth community feeling like, yeah, there's no way you could be a millionaire in like a couple months. But I'm telling you, I've only been in cryptocurrency investing wise, not knowing about it. Knowing about it, I've been like 2 years, but investing, it was like maybe not even a year, and I'm already at 6 figures. So it's totally doable. You just gotta have to know people in the space.
Well, I know you now, man. You're going to be my consultant. Is that okay?
Well, I wouldn't consider myself that, because what we do in there is we always say not financial advice, because we don't take the position of a financial advisor.
Nobody really knows anything, you know. So
It's all risk. It's all risk. Your risk entirely.
Yeah. So it's the thing that you wage and you risk is like sometimes people that invest in that is money, right? So you bring in your fiat currency, change it into crypto, and then say I want to invest into whatever in cryptocurrency. Then you're risking that money that you brought in. But like I was telling you, some people that don't have any money, I would say just risk your time. Like go in there, and if you'll give it some time and learn about it, and if it's not what you thought it is, then happily walk away and say, okay, no, thank you very much, but I'll continue down my
No
fiat
harm, no
currency.
foul. Yeah.
You don't have to invest money, just your time.
The problem is, Miggy, the problem is that a lot of these people who do not have money are the most disorganized ones.
For sure.
And
there's a lot of people.
This
doesn't
go along well.
So just like in the flat Earth, people that have come from the globe are abused by the mental state. The mental state of being a glober has abused them to think that they have to depend on a central, agency for them to learn their knowledge, their true knowledge, right?
Yeah.
But we each one of us, we become little bits of true knowledge, sharing it with one another. Like we know the truth and we share the truth, right? That's what the truth community is about. So I always find it fascinating that when there's big governments or something trying to control something, that is telling you something about what people are doing there, that are freeing the masses of like this ideology that you have to be completely dependent on it. So, but anyways,
no matter what you're doing, you cannot say that you are disorganized and you do not seek for a good quality of work you put in. You know.
So it's just,
I mean, it's just like any other business. Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing bad or evil about it. It's just a different type of currency. And
Are you saying it's not like helpful to be selfish about it? It'd be, to tell the truth and spread the word. That would be more beneficial to you.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Like, I don't know if you're speaking to Get Get or me, but
go ahead.
I feel
to you about crypto.
No, I mean, so I've spoken about it in here or two, but like, there's some people that chime in and be like, dude, I read this paper and it says that such and such is control over Bitcoin and it's another form of control and you guys don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, okay, then why are governments trying to attack it? Like they want to shut it down. They don't want it to happen. They don't want people to be in cryptocurrency, man. Like, because it gets you away from that slave system. And then once you're away from that, then you are free. In essence, I'm not saying you're free totally because we're always in the form of some control, but financially you can do things.
Financially,
you can do stuff. You don't have to be attached to a job. You can be mobile. But anyway, I don't want to harp on it too much because it detracts from people being here and learning about flat Earth. But that's what I've been doing. So my time away from here has been working on that. So
good for you, but do not lean on a side. You still have to come here like every once a week, make a presence. We love having you.
I know what you mean.
Take down a few golden heads with the 3-point question. Pin him down. Got to do that.
Yeah. If you're a truther, you never stop being a truther. It doesn't matter where you are. So yeah, I'm really waiting. I'm biding my time until I become a bit more up there in status with how much I have, and then I want to get a good setup. I'm thinking about doing a lot more for the truth community, but once more, you have to actually be financially well off in order for you to get there. It takes a lot of work for you to actually get to that status. At least for me.
Have you had the unnecessary medical intervention advice?
What?
I said, have you had the unnecessary medical intervention advice? Have you complied?
I don't know what that means, Jen.
That means the jab.
Oh no.
Oh, good. Well, it's unnecessary, isn't it? It's an unnecessary medical intervention, isn't it?
Yeah. But that's along with a lot of the stuff that in the truth community that we talk about. Anyway, that's what I've been doing. But if you guys are interested and popping in there, and here's what I will say about this is that you get in what you get out of it what you put into it. So if you go in there for just poke your head in there 15 minutes, you're looking around and you leave, that's all you're going to get out of it. But if you go in there, you want to talk about it, you want to know about it, if you're hungry for it, then you will learn everything about it. You will know what to do. And I've been trying to encourage people, but I can only encourage so much. I can't make you go in there. It's like anything else, If you're not hungry for it, you'll stay attached to the fiat currency debt slave system. But that's up to you.
I have joined your server, but at the moment I work in a factory, and I will need to make some time in the weekend, and have a look in your server.
I'm usually in there most of the times.
Good.
Nowadays, I'm already just well off with my knowledge that I'm hanging out and gaming. Like I'm not really doing too much hard work. However, I do because I'm gaming every now and again. But you'll see me in there.
Well, that's how it is when you get your financial independence. You have a lot of time that you can enjoy for yourself. So why not?
You won't believe the things you can think of. When you have free time, because
I can.
Your mind is so occupied with doing your mundane job that it doesn't think of anything else. Because can you imagine how much truth and knowledge you could gain by doing research every day, all the time? Like
Well, I can tell you from my personal experience. I go to work 8 hours, in a factory. Then I go out. I run, do the shopping. I run home, do the washing, eating, cooking, bathing, and a little bit of cleaning, and all this pretty much took you a lot of time, like 8 hours, and then you still have left about 8 hours to
Your day
sleep,
is young.
which I struggle sleeping.
Your house must have been really dirty then. 8 hours.
And hey, then you have to repeat
Miggy.
that, so you don't have time to think.
Hey, Miggy, I can imagine what you do. I shoveled shit for the day, and now I'm done.
Yeah. Exactly.
It's a winner, bro. Why you think I'm building classic cars? Fills up my time.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. No, I got time to do other things because my toilet's so clean you can lick it. That's how easy. That's the standard. So I don't have to worry about the cleaning stuff. That's all easy. Then once
I hear you.
once you reach that
Listen,
level, you don't drop down again.
I have to keep telling the dog just because I keep the toilet so clean doesn't mean it's his water dish. I keep telling the kid to put the damn seat down. She said it was made to go up. I said the dog drinks out of the toilet, and damn it, you kiss him on the lips. That you nasty,
dude.
She been
and
putting it down.
at work, at work, I have to boggle my mind with calculating like a conical thread, how much you have to cut in the metal, so you can have it screw only like with a 5 millimeters gap between 5.5. If it's out of that margin,
on a 360-degree incline, bro. I'm telling you, I know what's up. You're a machinist.
The shittiest screws are the ones with the 1 degree. Those are like horror. The inclination is so small, and the slightest mismeasurement and stuff, it jumps like 1 millimeter away.
Yeah, I can imagine.
They make you clean all your fuck ups up with a tap.
Yeah.
I used to be a machine. Of course. Do that anymore, though.
I learned how to run a screw machine when I was in college for mechanical.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of
I make all sorts of threads, like round, also trapeze. It's for these
valves. You make valves.
No,
threading for like a water spigot, an on-off valve. Those are them in-threaded bolts with flat indentations on the threaded.
No, Mike, you will know. Is these drills which drill for oil, gas, like deep drilling?
Right.
Yeah.
Welding drills.
Yeah.
The bits.
Yeah. Those pipes are getting screwed in, when you mount them. Yeah, and they attach to a machine which spins them. Yeah.
Roughnecks put them together.
Yeah.
They wear that name with honor, too. My sister married a roughneck in Florida. He's a good guy, man. Had fucking... I think I'm ripped. This guy had fucking biceps that look like calves, dude. I like him. I still like him. Jim's cool. My sister divorced him, but I didn't. He's still on my friends list. I like to go hog hunting with him. Jim's I'm a brother like this. Jim's a good guy. My sister just got a little of that crazy in her, So I just don't tell her. I don't tell her, hey, I went and visited Jim today and got me a hog. I don't tell her that. I just leave it
Is
unsaid.
that is your hog? What's that? A pig? A wild boar? Is that what you mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Okay.
wild boar. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
No fun hunting domesticated ones. They don't even run when they see the dog coming.
No. Yeah, you got it. The wild ones with the little tusks. They're amazing animal.
They know
I
their
do that with
strength.
Jim. Yeah, I do that with Jim because I can take my dog with me and he can hunt with me too, and it creates a tighter bond between me and my dog.
With their skin, I wouldn't fear dogs either.
I came third here in Japan in a wild boar off-road motorcycle meet. I came third.
Yeah.
I got the trophy as well, a wild boar trophy with my name on it and the third place. So happy. The kids were so glad. I said, yeah, see, I told you. Yeah. Shit tops.
Mm-hmm.
So it reminded me of the hog, you see, the wild boar. In Japanese, it's inoshishi. Inoshishi. Inoshishi is wild boar or hog. Inoshishi Cup. They have it every year, Inoshishi Cup.
And what is Oyakata?
I think I've heard of that. The Wild Boar Cup.
Yeah. Yeah, they have that here in Japan.
On-road, strictly off-road or on-road, off-road?
Off-road, only off-road in what I took part in.
Yeah.
Off-road. And it was brilliant.
Jin, what is Oyakata in Japanese?
Oyakata. Oya is...
Docho. Daichong.
Oyakata. I don't know what that is now. It doesn't ring a bell.
I just bought a vegan soup, and it says Japanese Oyakata.
Oyakata. Oh wow. Yeah, I don't know that. That's new. That's a new recipe.
I see.
There might be a deeper meaning, so I'm just going to check it out. Hang on a sec.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's interesting. So you bought Oyakata soup, yeah?
Yeah.
Ah, interesting. I do like the old Japanese soups, but Oyakata soup, never had it in my life. Let's check it.
It's vegan, so I'm sure it will go well with hot peppers.
Uza, hi. Wangeka. Yatsu. Yatsu.
Yatsu.
Yeah, hey guy. Bakayatsu. Right. Did I say it right?
What is that?
Bakayatsu. Bakayatsu. Stupid guy.
It translates Oyakata in English.
How you say Glober in Japanese?
Chido Setsujin.
Judo?
Kido Setsuji.
Kure? Setsuji.
Yeah, Kido Jets. Yeah, Kido Chetsujin.
Kuso Kure.
Yeah, Kido Tetsu.
It's a bit complicated.
Yeah, it is, yeah. Kido Setsuji. Because Kido Setsu means the heliocentric model. So Kido Setsu. So Kido Setsuji.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can give it in a... Let me see if I can get it in a different way. Hang on a sec. Wait, no music if you don't mind. That's going to be difficult, isn't it?
I think in December or November I asked you how do you say flat earth in Japanese, but I forgot already.
Yeah, I know Chikyu wa Taira. Chikyu ga Taira.
I know Chikyu wa Taira.
So, that's it. You got it.
Nice.
Bakayero is a bad phrase, right?
Say that again?
Bakayero?
Oh, Bakayero means you're an idiot.
Okay.
Or an asshole.
You're an asshole, you're a fool, yeah. You got it.
Bakayero.
Yeah.
Asshole.
You are being an idiot.
Stupid. Shinjai Mei.
Nandaro.
Chikuyushu.
Kyotsuke kudasai, ne?
Hey, they're kind of easy to cuss out in this shit. Kuso. Rikiyosho. Oh, he told me to fuck off. He said fuck off. Eat shit, guy. I'm reading those cuss words right now on the Tell Me How to Cuss in Japanese webpage.
Hey, it's good to know. Good to know.
Damari Kono Yaro.
Always.
Damer Kono Yaro. Shut up, you bastard.
That's the easiest way to learn a foreign language. The swearings first.
Yep. If you can get them right, everything else should be easy.
Yeah, yeah.
My wife is from Laos. I'm in this big Laotian family, and I didn't really learn cuss words. I wanted to say, I'm sorry, please forgive me, and I love you, stuff like that. Something that would give me something.
Yeah, that's the norm. You don't really learn the cuss words. You learn all the formal, polite words. Really,
in
really
family,
helps out
yeah.
if I'm in trouble.
That's been my experience.
You know, if I'm in trouble and I speak to her in her language like that, she's like, you know, just melts her heart, and I can get away with stuff.
Yeah, I do that. I do that a lot. Yeah. Yeah.
The ace in the sleeve.
Chin chin. Really?
Do you guys like to play rigged games?
Stew. Man, they got a lot of words for penis. Oh, chin chin, chin chin, chin fu, chin ko.
That's your dick, your penis, chin chin, your dick.
Yeah.
But English chin is like the beard.
Kintama, chin chin.
So Chikyu no Shinja. Chikyu no Shinja is globe believer. Okay? That's the nearest you can get to globe head. Head doesn't translate, but
it's like it's like ball believer, right?
Yeah.
Chin chin Kiwatana.
Globe head is Chikyu Atama. Globe head. Chikyu Atama.
So chin chin Kiwatama.
Yeah, people would get a kick out of that one.
Yeah.
Chikyu no Shinja. That means global believer. The Chikyu Atama. Globe head. Chikyu Atamadachi. Globe heads. Okay? That's the devil. Akuma is devil. That's the devil, the evil devil. Akuma. Dochika.
Akuma.
Evil.
Akuma in Romanian is now.
Now.
Looks like demon or evil in Japanese.
Yeah.
Don't be surprised, yeah. Chikyu Atama. Globe has Chikuga Tamadachi. heads. Yeah, atama ga okashi. Our heads are not correct. Globe heads are not correct.
That's a nice one. A true one.
Yeah. Chikuno kyokuritsu ga mitsukerarenai. I just said I cannot find the curvature of Earth. I cannot find Earth's curvature. Chikyu no kyokuritsu doko demo sagashiteru kedo zenzen mitsukerarenai. I just said I've looked high and low for the Earth's curvature, but I can't find it anywhere.
How do I say good luck finding it?
Okay, Sagasuwa. Okay, okay, it's a little bit long. Kyokuritsu Sagasu no wa gambatte kudasai. So,
Gambatte kudasai.
Sagasu, yeah, gambatte kudasai. Gambatte kudasai is good enough. Okay, that means go for it. Good luck. All right. Gambatte kudasai.
Gambatte kudasai.
Kyokuritsu sagasu koto de gambatte ne. That's what we'd say, like, good luck, yeah? Can you get that tone?
Yeah.
Kyokuritsu sagasu koto ne. Hai, gambatte ne. Gambatte ne. Ai, gambatte. That means I'm saying, yeah, good luck. Good luck with that. Good luck with that, mate. Good luck. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
But that will be like good futile luck.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's why they say, people say that, anata no nihongo umai ne. They said, you're very good at Japanese, aren't you? I said, in Japanese, it's like music. I'm not that good, I said, but, I can understand a little bit.
Hey, I'm gonna head back to my server, guys. So if anybody wants to hang out with me for a little bit, I'll be able to.
Oh, come on, Miggy. You're not gonna hang around and take that. I thought you were gonna take down someone.
Well, as soon as they pop in here, I'll see them. I'll come back.
I wish I come, but in 20 minutes I go to work.
You do, do what you guys do, man.
Yeah.
You're creating
I will come in this weekend. Yeah.
There's going to be a vortex as you leave.
Send me a link in my DMs.
I'll do that, Metamod.
Yeah, send me a link in my DM as well, please, Miggy.
I'll check it out later today.
Please send me a link, Miggy. Yeah. Shame you're not going to be here to take down, The Right Honourable Judge Miggy is in the house. Oh ye. All rise. Remember that, Miggy? He's gone.
One of the best flat
earth
contributors. Yeah.
Yeah. Miggy's one of those. We used to run it like a courtroom. Are you still here? Do you remember? We used to run it like a courtroom at one time. Yes.
Yeah.
Objection, Your Honour. The right dishonourable gentleman is badgering the guests.
All right, let's see.
Contempt of court.
I sent one to Battle Mod. Who else needed one?
I did.
CBR one.
Saturday.
Yeah, Saturday Sense. Yeah, he's the man with the music.
All right.
What up, Jen?
Anybody else that needed it?
How you doing, bro?
Pretty good. How you doing?
Oh, very well, thanks.
I got
posting for me.
I got suspended. Oh yeah, for sure, bro. I got suspended from YouTube for a week.
Oof.
Why?
For medical misinformation.
Okay, yeah. Not. Why am I not surprised?
I know, right? Well, it's my third one.
You're trying to steal the job.
Badge of honor.
Yeah, I know. Right?
Yeah.
It's my third one, but I haven't gotten one. It's been like 6 or 7 months since I got one. So I still have a couple more. But they suspended me for a week.
Yeah, so you can see they're really buttoning down the hatches, aren't they? They're really going all out. I mean, I noticed several gaps in my video list because of that.
Yeah.
Deleted videos. Yeah.
They got those out. I posted it in like 15 minutes. No, like not even like 12 minutes later, it was taken down.
Yeah,
so the doctors, they take no opposition, no debates, no nothing. Only what they are saying should be.
Yeah.
Everything is good. It's all good for you. The jab is good. That's all you're getting. The jab is good.
Good. It's good for the soccer players. You know what I mean?
Yes, and the rugby players and the basketball players that are headbutting the court on their way down to the floor suddenly. Yeah.
Well, it's been like that for a long time. It used to be worse in the past. You know, the early 1900s, they would either imprison you, kill you, or, you know, burn down your whole homeopathic hospital or library, whatever.
Yeah, that's right. They did that to the flat earthers as well, mate. They did the same thing, burnt down their house and everything.
I would cleanse this world of doctors with fire.
I like the one where they say, if it wasn't for that jab, you guys would all have polio.
I know.
Polio.
And then you look at the graft, right? You look at the graft, and the damn thing was introduced right at the very end when it was over. No?
Yeah.
And you look at the rest of the graft. There's a linear downward progression of the graft, right? And it was all down to, like, you know, natural hygiene, sanitation, good food, clean water, refrigeration, and economic rise. Yeah. So that it was cleaning itself up naturally. And at the very end of that damn curve, at the very end, there's that little injection icon, polio vaccine. And you crack up.
You're right about that. So if you take a map of the outbreaks, the original outbreaks, and then the initial use of certain pesticides, and overlay the two maps, they coincide 100%.
Yeah.
About an hour ago, I was listening to a Romanian radio station, and there was a guy interviewing a lot of doctors.
Mic check.
Hey, Elijah.
I can hear you.
You're good.
We can hear you, Elijah.
What are y'all talking about?
What's his name? Biget was just going to talk about his Romanian uncle. What was going on?
Unfortunately,
what they said on the radio.
Unfortunately, we just spoke about, not talking about that. You guys already know the deal. There's a whole channel down there that you could take this off the live stream.
Fair point, Elijah. Sorry.
So, no, don't be sorry. Go talk about it as openly as possible. Share as much information as you can with each other. Just don't be so restricted.
I know what you mean.
We have a whole server.
I'm sorry because it still slips, sometimes, in the live stream, and I wouldn't want to contribute to anything that's harmful to the server.
I would talk about it in a nanosecond, but unfortunately, I just lost all the technology.
And it's a painful process to get it all back. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it stings.
It does stings. It's a painful process to try and find all those videos that I've just lost. So
hell yeah.
Gravity is like down.
Why is down and up, up? Why is down and up, and not sideways? That is a typical globehead question. And they ask it
because you don't have sideways gravity. Gravity is only down, so you can't have sideways or upwards.
Diagonally upwards. But they ask that question with such
distaste for the idea that things go down. It's just like it's wrong. Why can't it go sideways? And I just said it's the natural order of things. Yeah, the natural order of things. That's it.
Trees growing upwards have to be anti-gravity.
Absolutely. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to grow upwards, would they?
Yeah.
They'd instantly be held down from when they were little shoots, little saplings. They wouldn't be able to grow into a tree.
And trees like to play with gravity, so they make leaves so they can fall down.
You can, all other forces, you can feel the force of a pull, you can feel the force of a push, you can feel the force of the wind, you can feel the force of the magnet when they're attracted to each other, but you can't feel gravity.
Yeah. Elijah, you sound like you just woke up, man.
Yeah,
it's unfeelable.
Yeah, that doesn't sound good, man. You sound like you're on your bed, you just switched on folks. You know, you haven't washed your face or anything yet.
Yeah, let him wake up slowly.
I still made a good point. People wake up all the time, Jim. We never woke up next to somebody. It's natural.
Yeah, of course you did.
Yeah, Elijah, gravity is holding you in the bed and you can't feel it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Unfeelable.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, but sometimes when I wake up, I feel like I weigh a ton, like a literal ton. Like, it's not gravity or whatever, but man, I just feel so dense and heavy.
Well, that means you've had a good rest. Your body completely shut down and had a good recovery. Yeah. That's a good sleep, that is. You don't often get those kind of sleeps where your body's totally, fully rested.
I wish I was sleeping right now.
Yeah. That time when you go to work, that's when you want to sleep, actually. The most.
Yeah. Well, it depends on the job, though. I mean, that would depend on the job. And if you really enjoy your job, man, you're up and gone, man. You're up and gone.
They compare gravity with love in these pseudoscience TV shows like Big Bang Theory.
Oh yeah, the Big Bang.
Yeah.
The only Big Bang I know is banging the wife. You hear him say. What's going down? The wife's knickers when I get home.
Yeah. But
that is kind of joke.
If they compare gravity with love, like force of attraction, they call it,
Yeah.
And
that's right.
What would it be like when one of the couples cheating on the other? Would that be anti-gravity?
You send the signal. The body automatically repels. Yeah.
I think that would be the 3-body problem.
Yeah, that's right. And that would be a problem, the three body. Yes. Send everything out of balance.
These things that I'm saying now, they make so much sense to me, but I know that when I was a glober, I was thinking of these things, and they were actually the most outrageous claims that I could be making, and I was feeling like I could never believe such a thing or say such silly things, you know. But actually now they really do make more sense than the whole religion, yeah. And yeah, when I say these things about gravity, it often leads me, it takes my mind into early childhood when, you know, your parents read to you those
nursery rhymes, bedtime
Princess
stories.
in a Tower, and the
Yes.
dragon coming
Rapunzel.
from the ends of the earth, like from the end of the world, from beyond the end of the world, yeah. And hey, I heard that in my early childhood. So actually, in my early childhood, with those stories, I was being presented with the reality, and only later it has been crushed by the educational system, saying, oh, it's not like in those stories. There is no world's end, because the world is a globe and you can spin around it like a dog after his tail, you know? Yeah. But there was so much truth in those stories, you know?
Yeah.
Then everything, almost everything I learned into school was a lie.
Yeah. Hans Christian Andersen's stories were very good for realism, you know, real story. Yeah. Hans Christian Andersen.
And what
The amazing part
another
in the kids'
thing,
storytelling.
another important thing that people don't see about educational system, they think, oh, we just invented school. No, school actually is derived from the religion systems. Yeah, the religion systems, they invented the schooling educational system. Yeah. So,
but I think schools were already around in tribes, early man, you know. You know, because they had their little community looking after the children, and the mums would be teaching, and then the dad would have his session to teach, you know, the kids hunting and that. So schooling system was around a long time.
Yeah, in Romania in the 17.
More attuned to survival and living on Earth.
Yeah.
As opposed to, you know, brainwashing and conditioning you and deceiving you. The teachings from the old days, they were preparing you for the life you had to live on Earth, literally.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In Romania, I've learned about famous Romanian writers, and yeah, they lived in like 17 and 1800s, and I read their biographies, and in those times, they were saying about the childhood of this writer. He was born in a poor man's village and stuff. They were calling them poor, but actually they were living in village, having a garden, animals, all the vegetables you can think of, you know, and the grains, yeah, because their parents were doing garden work, yeah. So you seed and harvest. Yeah. So I don't know why they were calling them poor. They were calling them poor because they didn't have electricity, and the child was supposed to learn at the candlelight. Yeah. But he was well fed.
I remember families.
He was well clothed. Yeah. And they were calling them poor. Now, the parents decided to send the child to school. But what did the school mean? It was this church where you send the child and he's learning to become a teacher. But it belonged to the church, this educational system, exclusively. Yeah,
right.
It was part of the church, and only the church people, the priests. Once you become a priest, then you are considered a teacher, and you can teach to children. Yeah. So, and now what they did. They removed the Bible from this educational system. They removed the whole religion, everything, They turn it into a atheist educational system. So they don't teach you the Bible anymore. They don't teach you about God. They don't teach you morality, And people they take master degrees and PhDs, and they say about themselves that they are educated. Yeah, it's so funny. Yeah,
it's just Rockefeller indoctrination now, man. Rockefeller,
amen.
All the textbooks, they sell them for way cheaper than any other books. So that's all there is. And of course, they're Freemasons, so that's why they're removing God and preaching atheism. They wouldn't have it any other way, right? They want to destroy Christianity.
Yeah.
They want to destroy Islamic religion as well. They want to destroy all religions, really. They're doing.
Well, yeah, they want to create one world religion, atheism, This pseudoscience. They already made it. They created it. And this is what it is. The one world religion.
Yeah.
NASA, infinite universe, gravity, the non-intelligent force of organizing matter, Yeah, the chaos, structuring and organizing everything. I mean, it makes no sense. But this is what they are saying.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to go and get some dinner. I should be back later on, probably.
Bon appetit, Gene. May it be with good health.
Nice one, Big Ed. Yeah, thank you very much. You too, man. Catch you later.
Catch you later.
Yeah, I was just recently waking up to Freemasons running the world, and how they have their hand in everything. I kind of knew it, but I didn't know it as well as I do now. And now I'm just like, I was an atheist pretty much all my life, and now I'm just really confused. If you're trying to get into
how deep the rabbit hole is, and how much control they have, you realize now.
Of course, they rewrote the Bible, so so you can't really trust that. They remove hundreds of pages from it and scriptures, and who knows what they're holding in the Vatican Library and keeping from there.
They removed hundreds of books.
They're
they
holding our souls
removed
in the
hundreds
Vatican,
of
dude.
books from the Bible. You see, the medieval ages Bible, actually, the Bible before the Nicene Council had more than 220 books tied together. But at the Nicene Council, they decided to remove more than 100 books, and they kept about 76, if I'm not mistaken. And in USA, these new religions, they have Bible books which contain only like 66 or 63 books tied together. Yeah.
You know that the Vatican has something called Unum Sanctum, and they have a lot of trusts in there that basically capture our rights, and nobody's ever like argued them before or challenged them because they have them hidden. A lot of people don't even know about it. You should look it up. Unum Sanctum is one of them.
I don't agree with that at all. I think that's, how the audacity is them to keep all that stuff hidden from the rest of the world and nobody questions it. I say we should go kick the damn door down and see what they're hiding.
Well, why won't they let us in there? They're hiding something. How is a Vatican, a small place, considered a country with no production, yet they have all that money? Where are they getting it from? They don't want to tell us.
Well, you don't know what the mighty Emperor Trajan did.
This is what I think is, the governments are all corporations who are paying out their taxes to these people for some reason.
Yeah,
The government's
let me
just a
explain
corporation.
Let me explain you. Rome, the Roman Empire, in 700 years of conquering the world, they gathered in the Saturn Temple almost 5,000 tons of gold in 700 years. But in the year 101 to 104, 105, 106, the year 105, 106, the Emperor Trajan conquered Dacia, and they took from Dacia 15,000 tons of gold. And this is a pretty well approximation, pretty precise approximation. But along that gold, there was also 33,000 tons of silver. The value, the fortune, the treasure which they took, I mean, in 1 year, they won 3 times more that they gathered in 700 years of conquering the world. And yeah, I will say that Saturn Temple today is known as the Vatican. And beneath the Vatican, there is this library of mankind's history, which is written in solid gold. And we do not have access to it, but they do.
Do you think it's actually written in gold?
Yes, the Dacian had in their culture, it was a blasphemy for men to write on stone or paper. Like they were doing some sort of drawings and designs on ceramics vessels, but they did not write on. It's very rare when you find a stone artifact with something written, except buildings, But yeah, they had these solid gold tablets, which have been found across the territory of Romania, and they are historical facts. These people had, they were the only nation that had their whole history and knowledge written in solid gold. What I'm interested is not the gold. I don't care about the gold. May they keep that gold so it pushes on their graves, those who stole it, you know. But I'm curious what was written on it. At least make some pictures and share them, you know. Let us see.
Yeah, but if you ask them for pictures, they'll probably just fucking Photoshop it. To be honest, those people are lying to us.
Not only what they're in the Vatican is they burned down the Library of Alexandria, which was a huge library full of, you know, the whole world's history, and it's gone, completely gone. So, like I'm saying, like it's hard to tell when you're looking in religion.
They afford to do that. They afforded to do that because, yeah, they have now the library written in solid gold. You know, so yeah, you can get rid of all the paper library when you have something so solid.
Funny, I heard yesterday my sister-in-law got kicked out of Bible study. They said she's too much of a sinner and she's not welcome back anymore.
Too much of a sinner, yeah. That's funny.
It is kind of
kicked out of Bible study for that.
Yeah, like I guess some snooty bitches, right? And I mean, half the battle is showing up, right? Like obviously she wants to be a better person, or she wouldn't be taking time out of her day to go to Bible study, and then she gets there just kicked out.
If
Like,
they're representing the Bible, isn't it? Aren't they supposed to love all?
Yeah, to save anyone they can, or
that's
anyone who's asking.
Yeah, I'd like to see
I
what's written
wouldn't recommend
in those gold tablets as well.
Yeah. Well, one of those gold tablets, you see, they try to date them, and they are saying, like many academician. I know of a academician which is internationally recognized in the 1800s. So we're not talking about today's academicians. Those academicians were very different from the ones today. The ones today are controlled by a narrative agenda and whatever. But those ones back in the days, they were not. They were with scientific method, you know, and historical facts. And this guy managed to translate, started translating these tablets, but yeah, he passed away before finishing his work. And on one of those tablets, he found that, yeah, there was the Holy Father prayer, you know, and later, I think after the World War II, someone gained some sort of access or whatever to these gold tablets, and they say that the carbon dated, and they are found to be older than the pyramids in Egypt or even the Sumerian tablets, but by the type of writing and art and everything that's on it, you can see actually that the Sumerian writing and art and culture, like, they are all inspired from this culture and art, which is very fascinating.
Yeah, I was just trying to say that, if you were to start considering being religious or following Jesus or something, it seems like really construed. I know a lot of it's a lie and rewritten. Like, where's the best source? Where's the best info? Who do you trust? It seems like I got a long way to go to even, get there. Like, now it's just a consideration, right?
You can always just read the book and kind of think for yourself.
I've tried to read the Bible. It's hard to understand.
Well, that's the only way you're going to get there. Either you like it or you don't. Unless you're going to have someone else tell you to like it.
Well, like the other day, me and my brother-in-law were talking flat earth, and he was like, I need to see this in the Bible, and I need to see it in the Quran and stuff. And so I show him scriptures. There's in the packet y'all sent me 200 scriptures in the Bible, and he's like, well, that's all New Testament, man. I can't trust that. That's rewritten. And then, so apparently he only agrees with Old Testament, which I'm not even sure what's incorporated in that. But, I guess I thought Genesis was, because he brought up Genesis himself a couple of times in the book of Enoch. And then when I show him stuff from those books, he says that that's New Testament. So, me not being familiar with it, I'm just really confused as, what he could consider as valid or not, and what I should consider as valid.
You should consider valid what makes logical sense when you read it and when you experience it. Unless you're just going to let someone tell you how to feel. It's the only way to do it.
Well, they tell you that if you want access to heaven, then there's only one way to get there, and that's through Christ. And you have to have this belief.
Yeah, but have you read the book yourself to come to that determination yourself, or do you just believe them? How do you even know that? How do you validate that? Do you have any experience, at least with the pages, that would suggest that? What is heaven even?
Yeah, I got a long way to go.
A lot of people think they're going up, but the Bible doesn't say anything about people going up. The Bible says the heavens are coming here. So again, it's very dangerous to just listen to people. I would suggest you read it yourself and have your own feelings about it, like God intended.
What if I read it and I just can't interpret any of it? Like, I make it like a paragraph, and I'm like, I have no idea what this is talking about.
What if you read NASA documents and that doesn't make sense? What do you do?
I don't know.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I usually do just go on gut instinct, like what's my gut tell me, and that led me to atheism for all my life. So,
No, except
I don't know. Way to go, but I'm open.
Except the Catholic priest actually came up with the Big Bang and this whole cosmology as we see it today, at least. So again, even with that paradigm, because you didn't look into it, that detail was lost to you. So unless you actually do the footwork to know what you want to know, you can't think about anything for yourself. You're going to have to just go off what people tell you. And it's often incomplete and not right.
Right. That's good advice. And then I did hear some good advice from the Flat Earth Conference 2019. There was a speaker. I can't remember his name, but he said you just search with your whole heart. Like, have you taken the time to search wholeheartedly for, Christ or the answers? And I can't say that I have. So I think that's something I should try and do.
Good luck to you.
Yeah, he said if you search with your whole heart, you'll find it. So sounds like it takes a lot of effort, but I'm willing.
It most certainly shouldn't take all of your willpower to believe something that you don't agree with. So we often, when it comes to gut and our instincts, usually when we read something or when we hear something, we usually, when we like it, when we find congruity with it, when it parallels with how we feel, we call that resonance. So you need to be looking for resonance in the things that you're interested in. And if there is no resonance, I mean, you shouldn't be looking for people to give it to you. Either it's your thing or it's not. And it's okay if it's not your thing, I think. But I mean, me personally, I think the book is a really interesting book. I'm still on the journey to read it myself, and I realize just the first couple of books, Genesis and Exodus, and are vastly different from what I've been told. You get stories here and there, and I'm like, wow, this is what it says, not what they said it says. So, at the very least, you get that. And the only way to be accurate is to read for yourself.
Yeah, it's something to look into. And yeah, definitely Flat Earth led me into it. Like you said, the Big Bang and all that. Of course, that was all indoctrination to lead us astray. And it worked. Now that I see that, I definitely have like a quest for answers. And you're right, it's on me to find that. I've heard about religion all my life, and nothing's really set with me. So, yeah, it's going to be like a personal journey, not something that somebody's going to tell me. Because, like I said, I don't even know that what they're telling me is true at all. Right? Everything they're telling me could be a lie. They could be just as confused as I am. Their source is improper.
Elijah, did you see the message I sent you?
Good chatting, guys. I gotta get back to work. Check you later.
See you, dude.
and ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. Now, a lot of the pictures you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola on the inside here, right? So the cupola is on Node 3, is that correct?
Node 3.
Node 3. All right, so this is astronaut Don Pettit. You may know this guy. You've done all the city tracking.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cities at night, and then the nighttime aurora and time-lapse sequences of Earth. Many of those that you see have been done in this module when I was at the helm of the camera.
He's the junk. Let me just say it that way. You're the junk when it comes to space photography, right? Can you say that? Say I'm the junk?
No, I can't say that because I get too embarrassed.
I'm going to meet you on the other side, okay? So, seriously, he's the junk. Like all the really cool aurora stuff, Don's the guy that took it.
Now this is a cover.
Okay.
So we call it a shutter, and it protects the windows from micrometeorites.
Okay.
The shutters are closed, the windows are protected, and also thermally insulates the windows from the radiation environment of space.
So can you shut these things from the outside?
No, you can open and close them from the inside.
Oh, okay, wait. On the inside, you're throwing a lever or something.
Yeah, you're turning a knob.
And it's
open.
On the outside.
On the outside.
How do you do that and maintain a pressure seal between them?
O-ring type seals.
No, you don't.
With a rotating shaft. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals.
Yeah, but how? My brain's
up here. Let's go inside. We can see it.
Okay.
Watch your head. All right. Oh, oops, thunk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here, and a shaft that you rotate.
So, I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. It might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering.
Oh my god.
It's called real good engineering.
Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
Okay, one more.
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. It might require a spacewalk.
So here we have an astronaut who has flown in space 3 times, but yet he doesn't know the procedure. He doesn't know the plan off the top of his head. If there was a leak on the ISS that he's traveled on 3 times, he doesn't know the procedure. Come on.
And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism.
The reason he don't know the plan is because it's all fake. He was caught by surprise with the question. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
Was it possible to get the bot back in to listen more?
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Orion is getting ready to launch. My name is Kelly Smith, and I work on navigation and guidance for Orion. Before we can send astronauts into space on Orion, we have to test all of its systems. And there's only one way to know if we got it right. Fly it in space. For Orion's first flight, no astronauts will be aboard. The spacecraft is loaded with sensors to record and measure all aspects of the flight in every detail. As the spacecraft and the upper stage begin their first lap around Earth, Mission Control in Houston is monitoring the progress of the flight. Orion's over 100 miles up and going about 17,000 miles per hour. Just as it passes over the Indian Ocean, we lose communication. This is expected. The communications link we have through satellites to Orion is momentarily lost, but Orion continues to receive and process data. Its computers can handle 480 million instructions per second. We are headed 3,600 miles above Earth, 15 times higher from the planet than the International Space Station. As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. Radiation like this could harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Here's Apollo 12 astronaut Alan Bean being interviewed about the Van Allen radiation belts.
Any ill effects from the Van Allen radiation belts?
No, now I'm not sure we went far enough out to encounter the Van Allen radiation belt. Maybe we did. I don't know the distance to the Van Allen radiation belt.
The belts are 1,000 miles to 25,000 miles above the Earth.
Then we went right out through them.
No effects on your cells?
We didn't even know it. I don't think anybody, well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside, and we didn't get any, added radiation. Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
So you see, he wasn't even sure what the Van Allen belts were, and when he was told, he basically says that the radiation belts didn't apply to his mission because they hadn't been discovered yet.
Okay. Okay.
Well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside. Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
The guy just said, maybe somebody said we just went through the Van Allen radiation belts, but how is that possible if they hadn't been discovered yet?
Well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside. Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Not on our mission, by the way, they hadn't been discovered yet.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to do a really quick video on Bill Nye, the fake science guy. He's got a show called Bill Nye Saves the World. And this is from episode 1, season 1, episode 1. I want you guys to listen really, really close when he explains the greenhouse effect. Now, check it out.
Our factories, cars, trains, and planes, and electric power plants almost all run on fuel made of ancient living things, coal, oil, and natural gas, and they contain carbon. And when they burn, they produce carbon dioxide, which chemists like you call CO2. Now, carbon dioxide has a remarkable property. As light from the sun goes through the Earth's atmosphere, it passes right by CO2 molecules. When sunlight reaches the surface, it warms the soil, the seas, and the plants. And some of that warmth returns right up into outer space as heat energy. You've probably heard that we call CO2 a greenhouse gas. It's not a perfect nickname, but here's where the expression comes from. When I point this small and happy infrared camera at my hand glows with infrared light. But then watch what happens as I dip it into this glass aquarium. Like, dude, my fingers are like totally cut off. It turns out that glass blocks infrared light. It's one of the ways that greenhouses work. The glass lets light through, but prevents a lot of the heat, the infrared, from escaping. The carbon dioxide in the atmosphere does the same thing. But Bill, there is no big glass dome over the Earth. I know, okay. But there is a big gas dome. A big gas dome, get it? Glass dome, gas dome, are you with me? Huh? So because CO2 acts like the glass, the nickname greenhouse gas has stuck, and the heat is held in the atmosphere. Our world has always been kept warm by what we call the greenhouse effect.
Now that makes total sense. It explains how trees grow, how grass grows, how flowers grow, how vegetation grows. It all makes perfect sense. None of this could happen on a spinning ball with nothing covering it. Now the cool thing about this is Bill Nye said a glass dome, and I want you to notice is right as he says that, either the producer or the director, somebody to the right of him said something to him really, really quick, and if you notice, he gets pissed off and he says, okay, I know. Now check this out, I'm going to show you, I'm going to play it back for you.
But Bill, there is no big glass dome over the Earth. I know, okay. But Bill, there is
1958 interview of Aldous Huxley with Mike Wallace.